The arrival of the sanctuary, I became the king of angels in another world. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 126. Holy Realm Strong Man. This is the second one. If it was good luck that time before, what about now? What is it this time? It can't be just luck this time, can it? His expression changed, he couldn't help but sigh. It's so awesome. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Fortunately, we made amends in time, showed sincerity, and repaired the relationship between us. Otherwise, we would have really missed a super big customer, but I never expected that their strength would be so terrifying. 3 powerful men from the Holy Realm. How did they hide until now? Moreover, why do I still have the feeling that even so, this is not their strongest strength? Hiss, no, this must be just my misunderstanding, right? No, it's definitely an illusion. This shouldn't be possible, right? He murmured, his face suddenly changed, and he began to feel a little uneasy in his heart. After all, of course he knew that premonition was something that was not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. Call out, but at this moment, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Mr. Ethan, the headquarters summons you to go back. Ethan was stunned for a moment. Headquarters, that's right. The other party nodded and said calmly. Let's go now, the teleportation array is ready. Time is very tight. Also, as a side note, this summons from the headquarters should be related to His Majesty Raymond from the Principality of the Templar. Get ready, thanks for the reminder, I'll go right away. Ethan immediately stood up and thanked the other party, and then walked away. Without hesitation. At the same time, Dick Kingdom, Zulin Kingdom, Shalar Principality, etc., they also all news of this incident was received one after another, and then it was astonishing. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. It was a complete sensation and shock. And at the same time, as expected, the existence of the bright magic stone vein was still crazy about Ori iron was discovered. What is this? Mineral vein? Is this a vein of bright magic stone? Oh my god, there are so many? How can it be? Orukuonti, who transformed into a dark shadow, finally discovered a huge mineral vein exposed in the air on the surface of the earth. When he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. He was stunned and unbelievable. This scene was so shocking, 580 was beyond shocked. He was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. Because, even with just a cursory glance, he already knew. The scale of this mine is definitely not small. It is definitely not simple. And the bright magic stone it is also an absolute hard currency. It is also definitely a super special resource vein. It is priceless, far more than gold. In other words, what kind of mine is this ore? This is completely a gold mountain. A priceless super gold mountain. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. His breathing became rapid and his whole body trembled. He couldn't believe it. He even muttered, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a large vein of bright magic stone here? Such a large scale, is even exposed on the surface of the earth. Is this a large mineral vein? Oh my god. How can this be? As a Saint Domain powerhouse, and also a Saint Domain powerhouse of the Dwarf clan, he is born with a very good understanding of these mineral resources. And keenness. Therefore, of course he also knows that if this bright magic stone mine is really a large as for the mineral vein, then its value would be so outrageous and astonishing that it could definitely shock a country, or even a behemoth and powerful kingdom. It is no exaggeration to say that such a huge wealth, at least tens of billions. So, how is this possible? How could there be such a thing here? Why didn't they know anything about it before? Why on earth is this? For a moment, Orukuonti couldn't help but tremble. All over he got up, but also became a little silent. His eyes were fixed on the bright magic stone veins on the surface. It seemed that he wanted to see through them. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart. Could it be that these powerful men from the Holy Domain, who suddenly appeared out of thin air, and the so-called King Raymond of the Holy Church Principality, were discovered because of the location of this mine? Yes, that should be it. Orikuongti nodded heavily, and the thoughts in his heart began to spread out and turned into a complete network. He can now be sure that the people of the Holy Church Principality are definitely not natives of their area. Just because I happened to pass by, or for some other reason, I was lucky enough to discover this huge vein of bright magic stone. That's why I decided to come here to create a country, and at the same time take this huge and priceless special resource mine for myself. Damn it. This is our stuff, why should we give it to them? Orikuongti's face suddenly twisted, and strong resentment and greed began to appear in his face and eyes. In his opinion, this is clearly something from their area, why should outsiders take it away? Moreover, this huge vein of bright magic stone is really valuable. If you can get it, it is really unimaginable. No. This matter cannot be left alone. Imhus is the strong man in the sanctuary of Orange Kingdom. Now that he is dead, we must avenge him, and, he murmured and said with greed on his face. And it's not just this vein of bright magic stone, we must also take down the legendary sanctuary weapon in their hands. Must get it. In that case, our strength will also be raised to a new level. That's right, that's all. He nodded heavily, then stretched out his hand, took out an unknown magic prop from his space ring, and made rubbings and reflections of all the scenery in front of him. He immediately transformed. In a flash, he quickly left here. At the same time, it was not until a minute or two after he left here that Ruben's figure slowly appeared. He stared at the direction he left and murmured. Looks like the plan went well. In this case, they will probably call again soon, right? Snort, what a bunch of greedy guys. With the cold snort, he also left here and continued to follow. At the same time, the sorting and finishing work on Raymond's side was also coming to an end. Almost all the trophies, all valuable things were taken away. The data were sorted out and put in front of Raymond. They are, the heart of the sanctuary, the space ring, the super magic core, 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 538.21 million gold coins, 732,500 purple gold coins, some weapons and equipment, and many other sundries. And after seeing these, Raymond couldn't help but sigh. Face full of excitement, sure enough, war is a great thing. It's so comfortable to earn so much just from a casual game like this. It's not just the heart of the sanctuary. To read Shuo novels, go to Filu Novel Network, looking at it now. Even if there is no such thing, the value of those other things, all added up, can also make him very rich, earned a lot. You can imagine what this concept is. This war fortune is too easy to make. It's so cool and comfortable. And he is now somewhat grateful to these guys for having the good habit of carrying their own family property with them. In this way, it would be an advantage for him. But if you think about it carefully, as long as there is a space ring, many people will first carry it with them instead of hiding it somewhere. After all, many people only believe in themselves, you can only believe in yourself. This way, it will be safer. And this made him happy, it all came true for him. Next, Raymond started his recruitment work immediately. Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units and temple sacrifices? Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Recruit, ding, host, please note that you have successfully recruited the enhanced unit, the Temple Priest. You have successfully recruited a level 1 ordinary soldier, the Templar Monk. You have successfully recruited the enhanced units, the Templar Crusaders, and the Templar Crusaders Heroes. You have successfully recruited a level 1 ordinary soldier, Templar Swordsman. After some operations, the strength of Raymond's army has experienced a qualitative improvement and has become Temple Priests, Temple Monks, Temple Crusaders, Temple Swordsmen, Royal Griffins, others a few. With such strength, they are fully qualified to support Raymond and the others to become a truly powerful country in this area. One of the real behemoths. Because, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as you are below the Empire and below the demigod powerhouse, any enemy or any force, even any kingdom country, with their current strength, they have nothing to fear. You can have a good time playing with them. This is their current strength. Really powerful. Very good. Then the next focus is the heart of the holy realm of the strong man in the holy realm. And the sacred heart of the powerful demigod. But their energy core shouldn't be called this anymore, right? What is that? Godhead? Forget it, you'll know when the time comes. Let's seize the time to get a stage first. In that case, even if you can't walk sideways on the Luoman continent, you should still be able to become an empire-level overlord. That's right, come on. Raymond waved his fist heavily, his eyes lit up and he was full of energy. And after this, time began to pass quickly. But within a few days, a shocking news came, that is the violent war of Warcraft in the north of the Sunset Mountains actually came to an end. The kingdom of Snellland was defeated, and it was a miserable defeat. 2 powerful saints died. As soon as the news came out, it was like a hurricane sweeping across the earth. Sweeping across the land. Many countries nearby, many behemoths and forces. Even many strong men in the holy domain were alerted. It caused an uproar, and at the same time, Ethan from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce also came again and saw Raymond. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, long time no see, but you should be fine during this time, right? Ha ha ha, Ethan laughed, then stared at Raymond and sighed. I didn't expect that you could actually destroy the 3 powerful armies of the Ange Kingdom's Warcraft families together. When I first received this news, I was really shocked. If we add the previous Saint Cúardin, that is the second strong man from the Holy Realm. Your Majesty Raymond, the strength of your Templar Principality is really impressive. It's really amazing, incredible, yeah, Lemon smiled and said calmly, in fact, it might be luck. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Ethan, I want to ask, what is the situation in the Snellland Kingdom now? Were they defeated? How did you lose? Why? Ethan sighed, nodded and said, that's right, the Zulan Kingdom failed and suffered heavy losses, including 2 strong men from the Holy Domain. 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm? Is that Jailbird, and his Holy World of Warcraft mount? Raymond asked curiously. That's not true, Ethan shook his head, no. Raymond was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Could it be that there is another strong man from the Holy Realm in the Zulan Kingdom? It's true, but it's not. Ethan nodded, then shook his head again and said. This is indeed the case. The 2 saintly warriors who died were the saintly beast mount of Saint Jobulid, and the Archbishop of the Ice and Snow Cult in the Kingdom of Snellland. Zakaram, Archbishop of the Ice and Snow Cult? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his mind subconsciously recalled the 2 unlucky idiots he met in the Sunset Mountains. But he didn't say much, and just asked again. Does it make any difference, Your Majesty Raymond? This is it. Ethan tidied up his language and said slowly, the Snellland Kingdom is one of the countries that believe in the Ice and Snow Cult, so there will be branches of the Ice and Snow Cult, and strong archbishops stationed there. However, they are not one, nor are they superiors or subordinates. How should I put it? They can be considered independent of each other, but they are also somewhat complicated. I see. Raymond nodded. He understood. To put it bluntly, this should be that the Kingdom of Zulan is an independent country and the Ice and Snow sect is a powerful transnational sect, but because they are too strong. In addition, there are some complicated beliefs about the goddess of ice and snow, so they have some involvement and connection with each other. But this is not important anymore. Ethan, what exactly is going on? How did they lose? He asked again. Your Majesty Raymond, this is it. Ethan thought for a while and continued. Some time ago, the Snellland Kingdom quietly invited Archbishop Zakaram of the Ice and Snow Cult, and then set a trap to secretly attack and kill the weakest sacred monster in the Sunset Mountains, Red Dragon Ladir. But unexpectedly, their plan was discovered. Has it been discovered? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and said with a slight frown, but even if this is the case, it's not like 2 of them will be killed. After all, they still have some advantages in numbers. If there are really only 2 enemies of the Holy World of Warcraft, of course it won't be like this. But the problem is that there is actually a 3rd powerful Saint World of Warcraft in the Sunset Mountains, and that seems to be a super red dragon powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Ethan smiled bitterly and said solemnly. The pinnacle of the sanctuary. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened and he was shocked. Really? In the early, middle and late stages? After that is the peak. It is equivalent to half step, half god strong man. So, this is definitely not a simple thing. This is definitely a very troublesome guy. Chapter 127. It is indeed true, Ethan nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Red Dragon awakens, the holy red dragon from thousands of years ago. Then he disappeared. No one knew he was actually in the Sunset Mountains, and in the past 1,000 years, there was no sign of him going out. Therefore, this is a fatal weakness and flaw that no one expected. After the conspiracy was discovered, they in turn set a trap for St. Job, Archbishop Saccharum and the others. They first killed Archbishop Saccharum in a sneak attack, and then they killed the holy beast Mount of St. Jobulid, who took the initiative to come behind. Thus a huge victory was achieved. Speaking of this, Ethan shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "Today, the Snaland Kingdom is in complete turmoil, and nearly 2/3 of its territory has fallen. It has become a place where the World of Warcraft riots in the Sunset Mountains are slaughtering and raging. The remaining 1/3 of the territory, then completely unite and defend together. Resist desperately however, relying on Sankey Ubulu, a strong man in the mid-sacred realm, they can barely hold on. However, the result has been determined. They lost, and they lost miserably. But what?" Raymond asked. "I heard that the root cause of the Warcraft riot in the Sunset Mountains was because some people from the Ice and Snow God sect secretly went to the Sunset Mountains and stole something," Ethan said with twinkling eyes. "I don't know exactly what it is, but I heard it seemed like a key or something." Key? Raymond was silent for a moment, and then immediately thought of the mysterious incomplete slate he got from the hands of the 2 Ice and Snow cult members. Of course he didn't sell the thing. He has always kept it. Now it seems that that thing is probably related to the Warcraft rebellion in the Sunset Mountains. But why? Is there any huge unknown secret hidden in the Sunset Mountains? The incomplete slate key of the divine aura, could it be the existence of the gods? Heritage, or relics? His eyes changed, and then he murmured in his heart, "It seems that I will look for opportunities to check it out in the future. Maybe this could be an opportunity. You know, he is cheating. As long as he can find higher-level recruitment resources, he can soar into the sky. Instantly have stronger strength. Higher-level arms. So for him, the opportunity is definitely not to be missed. Even if it is false news, he must go and see it. What if it happens? Your Majesty Raymond, the situation in the Snaland Kingdom and even around the Sunset Mountains is very bad now. Because no one knows what those cruel and violent red dragons will do next. But they are now. There is no opponent. So these days, it's better for everyone to be careful. Stay out of trouble," Ethan spoke again, reminding with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Raymond paused for a moment, but continued to ask, "Ethan, didn't you say that the Archbishop of the Ice and Snow cult also died? Don't they plan to take revenge? With the strength of the Ice and Snow God sect, it should be able to solve this matter, right?" "Yes, you can, but it shouldn't be necessary." Ethan shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, "If you want to kill the super red dragon at the pinnacle of the holy realm, unless a strong demigod takes action himself, no one will have the confidence or certainty. But how could a powerful demigod take action in person so easily, and what?" Raymond asked. "And I just received news that the behemoth in the north has been making a lot of moves recently and is very restless. So, I think the Ice and Snow God sect is still having a headache about this, right?" Ethan said with a solemn expression. "That behemoth in the north?" Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "Orc Empire Wusan, yes, it's them." Ethan smiled bitterly and sighed. As one of the few super empires in the Luoman continent, the strength of the United City of Wusan is absolutely powerful and terrifying without a doubt. Moreover, every move they make can have a huge impact on us. Although the Ice and Snow God cult is powerful, it is still far behind in front of Woeozen. So their focus now must be on this. As for the Sunset Mountains, they probably won't care about it, should be. Raymond also nodded. He knew that the main venue and basic base of the Ice and Snow God sect was in the north. Their strength should be regarded as the overlord of the northern part of Luoman continent, but that is only relatively speaking, because on this basis, there are also super overlords in the entire north and even the entire Luoman continent. Among them, there is definitely a place for the United City Wusan. And what's more, who is the strongest and number one super overlord in the north? It may not necessarily be the United City Wusan, but there is a high probability that I love them, so you can imagine what the concept is. Compared with them, even the Ice and Snow God sect is probably not on the same level. The gap is huge. Thinking of this, he no longer struggled with it, he just shook his head and asked again, "Okay, I understand, thank you for the information, Ethan. Let's talk about other things. Are you also here for the inheritance of those 3 major Warcraft families?" "That's right." Hearing this, Ethan also became energetic, nodded immediately, stared at Raymond and said, "If you can, please sell those things to us. Don't worry, Your Majesty Raymond, the price will definitely satisfy you, but you are late." Raymond shook his head and said calmly, "The people from the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce have already been here once, so you guys are here late." "Ethan, I understand, but His Majesty Raymond, the strength of the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce is too poor." Ethan sneered and said confidently, "I think you should be able to realize by now that their strength is simply not able to meet your needs, and their strength is simply not enough to eat this batch of goods. What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, Raymond fell silent, because he knew that it was indeed the case. Before, he was a little weak and didn't feel it yet, but recently, his feeling has become more prominent. For example, the level magic cores needed before, at least 14 to 5 million of them. They all came from the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. The remaining 4 to 5 million were provided by the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce. This is one of them. Secondly, there is the issue of the heart of the sanctuary. He had tested the other party some time ago about the sale and purchase of the heart of the sanctuary, and the result he got was just 2 words. No. It's not that it won't be sold, it's that it won't be sold. On the other hand, what about the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce? They just took it out and gave him one in disguise. On these 2 points, there was indeed a huge gap. Seeing Raymond's silence, Ethan was obviously more confident. He quickly pursued the victory and continued, "Your Majesty Raymond, if not, can you think of it this way? Our Phoenix Chamber of Commerce wants 4/5 of this batch of goods. The remaining 1/5 can be left to them. In exchange, I can tell you some information that you must be very interested in." "What's the situation?" Raymond asked curiously. "The heart of the sanctuary." Ethan nodded heavily and said, "The Kingdom of Snailland plans to use 2 sanctuary hearts to hire others to protect them. Moreover, they have only found our Chamber of Commerce now and asked us to serve as an intermediary guaranteed to find cooperative employment candidates on their behalf. How about Your Majesty Raymond? I think you are very interested in this news, right, heir?" Raymond was stunned for a moment. "That's good. This is a big business." His eyes immediately lit up. Then he nodded without hesitation. "Ethan, if that's the case, I can agree to it. Conditions. But are there any requirements for this matter?" "Your Majesty Raymond, our Chamber of Commerce has no requirements." Ethan immediately shook his head and explained, "Your strength, identity, etc. are all completely suitable. And I can also guarantee you on behalf of our Chamber of Commerce. This is also the sincerity of our Chamber of Commerce. However, you'd better be mentally prepared for the conditions in the Kingdom of Zulan. Because they are in a bad situation now, the lion may open his mouth." "I see." Raymond nodded immediately, and the lion opened his mouth. He was familiar with this, but it probably didn't matter to him. After all, he was different from others. What others got was just 2 hearts of the sanctuary. But what he got was 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm, with different concepts. Therefore, the bottom line that he can accept will be very, very high. As long as the other party doesn't really go crazy and bite people. Thinking of this, he nodded directly and asked, "Ethan, when can I come over?" "Your Majesty Raymond, if you really decide, you can do it now." Ethan nodded without hesitation. Explained, "For this kind of thing, if nothing happens, the sooner the better, then go straight there." Raymond didn't even think about it this time. He just nodded and said, "Give me an hour and then go." "Good." An hour later, Raymond took Crossan and Ruben directly with him. For cool novels, go to Philo Novel Network, and left Greystone City with Ethan. This time it was just a hire, so there was no need to make such a big show of it. Besides, you have to take care of your family. In a sense, he is a combination of the 3 powerful men from the Holy Realm. It is definitely much more valuable and more intimidating than other combinations that drag a large army of super strong men. A few days later, in the royal city of the Snailland Kingdom, the teleportation formation palace of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce branch, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and then the space here was distorted, and a beam of light that was not dazzling, but was very bright, erupted. Coming through the space, and then I saw 4 figures appearing in the light pillar. Look carefully, it's not someone else. It was Raymond, Crossan, Ruben, and Ethan. Is this it? It is indeed a space teleportation array. It is really convenient. Raymond glanced around and couldn't help but sigh. Logically speaking, The distance from the Holy Cathedral Principality Road to the royal city of the Snowland Kingdom is at least several months away. However, this space teleportation formation, but it only took a few days. Moreover, this was only the case where the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and others deliberately took detours and traveled several short distances to teleport in order to save transmission costs. Otherwise, it would have been faster. Time is money, and the comparison between these few months and a few days. It is undoubtedly obvious. More importantly, what he values is not this, but the complete teleportation array network owned by the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. This it is definitely the most valuable thing. Moreover, it is undoubtedly a symbol of strength. Just like the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce, they can't even get the heart of the sanctuary, let alone the complete teleportation array network. The gap between the two is not the same level at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked towards Ethan and asked, "Ethan, will your Chamber of Commerce sell the construction method of the space teleportation array?" As soon as he said this, Ethan was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his expression became strange. He looked at Raymond and said, "Your Majesty Raymond, actually the construction method of the space shuttle array is not difficult, and the construction materials are not expensive." Artificial. Yes, Ethan nodded and explained, "There are only space-based Saint Domain Dharma Saints. Only then can we build these space teleportation arrays. Moreover, it can only be some ultra-short distance transmissions. If it is some long-distance, ultra-long-distance teleportation array, it may require the peak of the holy domain. It is even possible for a strong demigod to do it. So, here is the difficulty." As soon as he heard this, Raymond immediately understood. Is labor expensive? It turns out that's why it's so expensive. Sanctuary Dharma Saint of Space System, Raymond touched his chin, thoughtfully. Space magic is a special type of magic, so space magicians are also very rare. In the same way, it is even rarer to be a powerful saint in the space system, but it is not impossible. As long as he is strong enough, he should be able to attract or even recruit some of these guys. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that maybe he could consider recruiting some other, indigenous strongmen of this world. This is not to say that his Holy Temple Castle army is not strong, but the diversification may be more convenient and more powerful. Thinking of this, the seed in his heart began to be planted. "Your Majesty Raymond, shall we go to see the King of the Kingdom of Snowland, King Snowland V, now? If that's the case, I can help you arrange it now." Ethan spoke again, looking at Raymond and asked, "Walk?" Raymond nodded, and even just said one word, but then something else happened. A certain space teleportation array not far away suddenly started to vibrate with a rumble. At the same time, huge magical power burst out, and then buzzed. Then, the power of space fluctuated, the space was distorted, and a light beam that was not dazzling appeared again. Boom. Then, several figures appeared in the light pillar. Ethan sneered. And then his expression immediately changed, and he became surprised. "It's actually them, do you know?" Raymond asked curiously. Ethan nodded, then stared at the other people, his eyes flickered, and said, "Your Majesty Raymond, the man on the left is Mr. Insa, the branch director of our Phoenix Chamber of Commerce in the Le Empire. As for the people next to him, if I read it correctly, they should be the two Holy Realm powerhouses from the Le Empire, the Dharma Saint, Harold, and the Sword Saint, Laylort. And the sixth prince of the Le Empire, Jero, Rice, Empire." Lemon was stunned for a moment, surprised. These people are actually from the Empire? What are they doing here? Are they competitors? That's right. Le Empire, Ethan nodded and explained. 5 great empires in the northwest. One of them is this Le Empire. And this is a country close to the sea, so the powers of their strong practitioners are mostly related to the power of the sea, such as water and ice. After a pause, his eyes flashed, and then he added in a low voice, "Your Majesty Raymond, the Le Empire is not far from here, but it is not close either, and he is also the branch director of our Chamber of Commerce. You brought them here in person, something must be wrong. It seems that their purpose must have collided with ours, then we bumped into each other." "That's okay, Thunder," he said calmly, and then looked at the people on the other side. "I saw about 4 of the leaders from the other side. 3 old people and 1 middle-aged man. Among them, there are 3 old men, 2 of whom are strong men from the Holy Realm. The other one seems to be a super strong person? Not weak either. Only the middle-aged man's strength seemed to be slightly inferior, just super, but not bad, and he was sizing up the other party, and the other party was obviously sizing up their work at this time. Chapter 128. I saw that both the two Holy Realm experts and the super powerful person had serious expressions, and at the same time they were also full of doubts. They looked at Clausen and Reuben behind Raymond. Obviously, the other party has seen the strength of Clausen and Reuben as powerful saints, but they don't know or recognize who they are. Etc. Are you Lord Hale's son, Ethan? At this moment, the super strong man on the other side suddenly glanced at Ethan, and then he was surprised. He seemed to recognize him. Suddenly Ethan nodded and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Insa, long time no see, it's really you, Ethan." Insa nodded, as if feeling a little emotional, and then his eyes flickered. "Road, it's been a while since I last saw you. I almost don't recognize you anymore. You've changed a lot." After a pause, he glanced at Raymond and the others again, and then continued to ask, "I remember that you seem to have been assigned to serve as branch president in a certain principality. By the way, I wonder who are these people behind you?" "That's right, Mr. Insa, I am now working in the branch of the Principality of the Holy Church. As for the person behind me, let me introduce, this is His Majesty the King of the Principality of the Holy Church, His Majesty Raymond," Ethan explained, but as soon as he said this, the holy warrior dressed as a warrior on the left next to him was immediately shocked and surprised. And he blurted out, What? Are you from the Holy Church Principality?" Not only him, but at the same time, the eyes of the other powerful Dharma saint dressed as another magician immediately fell on Raymond and the others. Moreover, 630 was also very surprised. "Surprise, Uncle Ray Lord, do you know them? And what kind of country is this Templar Principality? How come I've never heard of it?" At this moment, a surprised voice came, but it was the middle-aged man among the people on the other side. He couldn't help but speak, and asked the strong man from the warrior sanctuary, and after saying this, the other party first glanced at Raymond and the others with a solemn expression, and then looked at the middle-aged man beside him again, and said softly, "Sixth Prince, the Holy Church Principality is a newly created country, very new. It's only been a few months. But they are very strong. Because it is said that there are already 2 strong men from the Holy Domain. They all died in their hands." "What? 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm? Oh my God!" Hiss. The 6th Prince's expression changed. He gasped in shock. "Yes, I heard the news too." At this time, another powerful man from the sanctuary dressed as a mage also nodded. He said with the same solemn expression, "I heard that there are 2 people who died. One is Kuldan of the Kingdom of Sherland, and the other is the newly built sanctuary of the Kingdom of Imhus, although they are only in the early stages of the sanctuary, but it's not easy to kill them." Gulu. 6th Prince Jero swallowed, his face changed, he was very shocked. 2 holy realms? Although he comes from the Empire, and he is still the Prince of the Empire. However, he still has the gold content of a strong man in the Holy Realm. You know, you want to kill a strong man from the sanctuary? This is a big project even for their Empire, not to mention, there are still 2 of them. This is really scary. And here and now at the same time. The mage-dressed Saint Domain powerhouse took a closer look at Raymond and the others, and then sighed slightly in his heart, and his face became more solemn. Yes, they were indeed 3 Saint Domain powerhouses. It is exactly the same as the intelligence information in the rumors. But, the other party can actually directly dispatch 3 powerful saints here. In his opinion, this may be because the other party's true strength is more than that. It's all still more powerful than this. Thinking of this, his expression changed, and then he lowered his head slightly and whispered, "6th Prince, go say hello. By the way, be polite. Although the other party is a principality, their strength is more powerful than ordinary kingdoms, and their king is still here in person, therefore, their status is also very high. I got it, Herald Dharma Saint." The 6th Prince immediately nodded, then took a deep breath, cheered up, and then took steps towards Raymond and the others. "Dear Your Majesty Raymond, hello. I am Jero, the 6th Prince of the Empire. It is an honor to meet you here." As he spoke, he went through a whole set of aristocratic etiquette. Seems sincere. However, of course Raymond didn't understand this at all, so he could only smile, nodded, and said hello, Prince Jero, I am Raymond. As for them, they are all my subordinates, Clausen and Reuben. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Jero couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Angry, secretly shocked, Subordinate? Although this kind of thing may be true, isn't it true that the face and dignity of a strong person in the Holy Realm are usually not mentioned? But it happened that the two powerful men from the other side didn't react at all after hearing this, as if they didn't mind at all. This directly shocked his outlook. This is a strong man from the Holy Realm. When did he become so easy to talk to? Why doesn't he know? It's really outrageous. Hello, Your Majesty Raymond, I am Harold from the Rice Empire. This is my first time meeting you. I am honored to meet you. At this moment, Harold also walked over and couldn't help but ask, are you also here for the employment of the Kingdom of Snowland? Yes, Raymond nodded immediately without covering up. I have a great demand for the Holy Heart, so I am very interested in these two Holy Hearts. It seems that we will become rivals in the future. Got it, is that true? Harold murmured, then smiled bitterly. If this is the case, then we should not be able to compete with you. After all, we only have two people here. There is one difference in number, 2 Saint Realm powerhouses, and 3, do they sound about the same? But in fact, the gap is quite big, and more importantly, for the same thing, anyone will definitely choose the one with more quantity. This is the same reason now. That's not necessarily the case, but Raymond shook his head and said with twinkling eyes. After all, you are a little stronger than us. He can naturally see that both the Dharma Saint Harold and the Sword Saint Lelord are strong men in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. And this actually illustrates a very important issue, that is, that the number of Saint Realm powerhouses in the Le Empire is definitely much greater than these two. Otherwise, it would be impossible for both of them to be mid-Sacred Realm powerhouses, and not even one other. It's just the middle stage of the Holy Realm, not much different, Harold. Dharma Saint shook his head, and then glanced at Raymond. He seemed to be thinking about something, but then he shook his head and said, forget it, let's quit this operation. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the 6th Prince Jero asked hesitantly, Harold Dharma Saint, really want to quit? 6th Prince, you have also seen that His Majesty Raymond's preparation and attitude are more complete and determined than ours. Moreover, have you forgotten that they are not the only one of our competitors? As soon as he said this, Raymond suddenly narrowed his eyes. Does this mean that besides them, someone else is coming? At the same time, Ethan was also a little surprised. What, more? Yes, Dharma Saint Harold nodded and said with a wry smile, it seems that before we came, Barrack Saint of the Dawson Empire. I have already brought people here in person. Dawson Empire, Saint Barrack, Lehman murmured, and then looked towards Ethan. The latter was also very sensible and immediately explained, Your Majesty Raymond, the Dawson Empire, like the Rice Empire, is one of the 5 great empires in the Northwest one. And it's still very powerful, because their territory is in the north. Moreover, it is the kind that directly borders a large area of the United City of Wusan. As soon as he heard this, Raymond immediately understood that the north is bordered by the United City of Wusan. And it borders a large area. This must require strong strength. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to survive at all, and it would be gone. As for Saint Nabaruch, I remember it seemed to be a late-stage Saint Realm powerhouse from the Dawson Empire, Ethan said uncertainly, and then glanced at Mr. Insa not far away. The latter immediately nodded and said, yes, Saint Barrack is indeed a strong man in the late Saint Realm. And they came to 2 sanctuaries this time. Apart from him, the other one is a strong man in the mid-Sacred Realm of the Dawson Empire. Black Panther Saint, Krawaja, His Majesty Raymond. At this moment, the Dharma Saint Harold spoke again, his eyes flashing. To be honest, we just want to try our luck this time. After all, Saint Barrack's behavior has always been very domineering. If their demands are too much, maybe the Kingdom of Snowland will choose us, but now, forget it, you are here too, and there are still 3 of you. Our hopes are too low. No need. As he spoke, he glanced at the Sword Saint Lelord behind him. The latter shrugged and said 0. Okay, I don't care. Hearing this, the 6th Prince Jero sighed, and of course he could only agree. After all, the 2 big guys he was traveling with had already expressed their opinions, so to him, his attitude was no longer important, and after seeing this scene, although Raymond was a little confused, he still smiled and nodded, saying, if that's the case, then thank you too for giving us this opportunity. These are not concessions, and it can be seen that Your Majesty Raymond is really confident. But, Saint Harold sighed with emotion, and then said Your Majesty Raymond, you'd better be careful about those people like Saint Barrack. Their minds are always small. So, maybe there will even be some trouble? Trouble? Raymond sneered in his heart. To be honest, he really wished for this. There are 2 of the holy hearts of the kingdom of Zulan. If you add those 2 guys who are looking for death, it will be 4. Then add Croson, Reuben, the 3 of them. And himself. How many is that? 8 full. By then, he doesn't care what you say about the Dawson Empire, and it won't be a problem for you to open up the ancestral graves. Try it if you don't believe it. Thinking of this, he nodded directly and said with a smile, "Thanks for the reminder. If you have time in the future, you can come and have a look at our Holy Church Principality. I will welcome you. There's a chance," Dharma Saint Harold said without hesitation. "See you next time." Raymond nodded, then turned around and signaled to Ethan that he could leave. The latter also nodded immediately, then nodded to Mr. Nainsa and Dharma Saint Harold, and left, turning around and leaving. Leading the way, and so on, until they were far away. Nainsa couldn't help but ask, "Master Harold, I don't quite understand, why should you give up directly? We shouldn't be sure, there's no chance at all, right?" Harold smiled and didn't explain anything. He just looked at the sword Saint Relord and said in a solemn tone, "Lelord, how do you feel? That kid, very strong." Lelord nodded without hesitation and said, "I can't see through him, but I can feel that he is very strong. It seems that the rumors are true, a strong man from the Holy Realm who cultivates both magic and martial arts. It's really amazing." As soon as these words came out, both Mr. Yinsa and the 6th Prince General were stunned for a moment, and then their pupils shrank. Their expressions changed greatly. They exclaimed, "Demon, magic and martial arts dual cultivation sanctuary, hiss. Oh my god, how is this possible? How can it be? Haha, nothing is impossible in this world." Dharma Saint Harold shook his head silently, with a calm expression on his face. Why would he choose to give up? This is the answer. A dignified Saint Realm expert with both magic and martial arts skills. You can imagine what this concept is. Even if they are only in the early stage of the holy domain, they are definitely much more powerful than them. What's more, the opponent's Saint Domain powerhouses even have one more than them. There are even 3 big ones. And in this case, even without the competition and threats from those in the Dawson Empire, they definitely have no chance or hope of winning. Therefore, instead of running with them and wasting time, it is better to just give up. Moreover, this is not actually called giving up. Rather, it should be called a hero who knows the current affairs. This is the choice of smart people. At the same time, just as Raymond and the others were heading towards the palace of the Snellland Kingdom under the leadership of Nyazan, such a scene was also happening in a certain palace in the palace. At the same time, just as Raymond and the others were heading towards the palace of the Kingdom of Snellland under the leadership of Nyazan, they saw that this was also appearing in a certain palace in the palace of the Kingdom of Snellland. Such a scene. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. This is a huge, majestic and luxurious palace. In this palace, it is roughly divided into 2 parts. One is the huge open space at the entrance, and the other is the huge throne standing tall at the end of the gate, facing it. At this moment, I saw someone sitting on the throne. Looking carefully, I saw that the person was none other than the contemporary king of the Kingdom of Zulan, Zulan V. And in addition, behind him, there is also a powerful man who exudes the astonishing power of the Saint Realm and has an oppressive aura. A strong man in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. The Kingdom of Snellland now has the only powerful warrior from the Holy Realm, Joblad. In addition to them, there was also a large team of about 10 people standing in the square in the huge palace in front of them, looking very majestic. The leaders of these people are 2 people, almost all old men with white hair. One of them is wearing an exaggerated dragon-carved armor. The short and medium hair draped over the shoulders is also filled with a surging red power that looks like a burning flame, making it look particularly amazing and powerful. The other person seemed to be a little tall and thin, with dark skin. He was wearing a long aristocratic floral robe that almost dragged to the ground. The appearance looks a bit old, but the eyes are very sharp, like a wild cheetah, very amazing. If you look closely, you will see that the extremely powerful power of the Saint Realm is flowing behind them. Moreover, This power in them is not weaker than that of Jobled, who is a mid-level Saint Realm powerhouse. Even vaguely more powerful than him. You can imagine how strong and powerful they are. And besides them, there are actually at least 10 level 9 experts behind them. When the power in them was displayed wantonly, the huge sense of oppression enveloped the entire palace. After they all appeared here, whether it was the Zulan kingdom or the Saint Jobled, their faces looked very ugly at this time, or in other words, very aggrieved. But at this time, they saw the old man wearing dragon-carved armor suddenly spoke again, and he still said with a sneer and contempt, "Your Majesty Zulan, I wonder if you have thought about it 03? In fact, I think there is nothing to consider, right? Apart from us, you can't have any other more suitable candidates. Within a year, we can keep you safe. This is already a good result. Do you still expect someone to really help you kill those red dragons? As the majestic king of a country, I don't think you would have such an unrealistic, naive and ridiculous dream, right?" Hearing this, Zulan V's face turned blue and purple, his face was very ugly, and he felt very aggrieved and angry inside. 1 year? They paid a full price for 2 sacred hearts, and they only have 1 year of protection? How can this be? This is obviously absolutely impossible, but the other party is too strong, too arrogant and domineering, so even if he is angry in his heart, he can only hold it in and dare not conflict with the other party. Saint Barak, we already know your conditions, but the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce has informed us that others will come to talk to us, so why don't you please give us some more time? Please understand that our current situation is not very good. We only have this heart of the sanctuary, so we must be more cautious and want to see more and think more, at this moment. Saint Job Luther suddenly said, "Other people, snort." Saint Barak snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Aren't they the people from the Rice Empire? You think I don't know?" Snort. "But Kiaobulu, do you think they can speak better and be more powerful than us? I tell you, you are dreaming." Speaking of this, he suddenly sneered again and said with a sneer, "Jobrud, and you? His Majesty Salanger, some things are almost enough, otherwise it would make us very unhappy if we worked so hard to come all this way, but it was in vain. What do you think, you?" Zulan V's face darkened, and then he became furious. Staring at the other party, his whole body was shaking. How could he not hear it? The other party is threatening him. However, he could only pretend that he did not understand such a threat and did not hear it, because their current strength was too weak. Alice, the next moment, his face gradually became lonely, and then he shook his head and whispered. Said, "Sage Barak, I'm sorry, but please give us some more time. After all, they are all here now, there's no way we won't see them, right?" Snort. Saint Barak snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. He just glanced proudly at Kiaobulid, who had a gloomy face, and Zulan V, who had obviously surrendered, with a flash in his eyes. There was a touch of sarcasm, and the kind of contemptuous sneer that was somewhat similar to that of a winner. At this moment, a sneer came, and the other strong man from the Holy Realm, who had been silent until now, suddenly sneered and meant something. "Your Majesty Zulan, I actually suggest that you don't need to waste so much effort and be sensible, okay? If we run away in vain this time, then we have no way to guarantee what will happen next. Just with those people from the Rice Empire, do you think they can stop us? Haha, it's really a dream, but you want time? Okay, let's go." After saying that, the man turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Saint Barak also sneered unscrupulously, then turned around and left with a big smile. Ha ha ha. At the same time, other people also left here. After seeing this scene, King Zulan V and Saint Joblet in the palace became completely silent. Their faces were livid, and their expressions were extremely ugly. But it was completely silent, and there was no sound. He was trembling all over, and he could hardly say a word. It was like this until a long time, and it seemed that the other party had completely left here, and Zulan V suddenly stood up. Bang! Extremely furious. Crazy. He kicked over the long table in front of him and lost control. He was furious. Extremely angry. At the same time, he roared. Boom, asshole. These bastards, I'm going to kill them. Obviously, he is mad now. Although the other party is a strong man from the Holy Realm, even though the other party comes from a huge empire that is more powerful than their Zulan kingdom, but he is a majestic king of a country. The majestic king of the kingdom. When had he ever suffered this kind of grievance and anger? This is simply impossible. But now, He doesn't even have the courage or confidence to refute. For him, this is really too humiliating and frustrating. Not willing to give in. He is really unwilling. If this is the case, they can still only choose people like Dawson Empire. For him, it would be even more uncomfortable to kill him. However, if you don't do this, the other party will threaten you. Or rather, the consequences. So what should we do? In this way, his face kept changing, his whole body trembled, and he remained silent for a long time. Then he suddenly spoke again and asked, Joblud, do you think this is really all we can do? Joblud was silent for a moment, and then sighed helplessly and said, Your Majesty, it all depends on the attitude of the Rice Empire. If they are willing to help us resist the pressure of the Dawson Empire, this maybe it's okay, but if they don't have this idea, then I'm afraid we are the only one. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Job Luther seemed to notice something, and then stretched out his hand and took out a palm-sized magic item from his space ring. The latter was slightly after flashing for a few times. What? He blurted out and exclaimed, and then his face and expression began to become dull and stunned. Then it became gloomy and ugly, and he sighed with suffocation. As soon as this scene happened, so did Zulun V. There was a thump in my heart, and I had a premonition that something was not good, but I still quickly asked, What's wrong with Joblud? What happened? Why? Kiaubulad sighed and said sadly. The people from Le Empire gave up our employment mission. What did you say? How can this be? Why? Zulun V's face changed drastically. He exclaimed, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Then his feet and stomach seemed to be a little soft, his body was shaking, and he was a little unsteady. Give up. Why? Why is this happening? Is it because the people in the Dawson Empire have already taken action? I don't know exactly why, because it seems to have just happened, but, Kiaubulad shook his head, and then his expression became strange again. But what? In addition to Le Empire, others also came. As soon as these words came out, Zulun V was obviously stunned for a moment, and then immediately became excited and ecstatic. It's like riding a roller coaster. Who is Joblud? Who else is willing to take over our hiring mission? The Thornflower Empire? Or X Empire? Or those other powerful kingdoms? He asked again and again. He was very excited. As for the Thornflower Empire in his mouth? The Oaks Empire? The former is also one of the 5 great empires in the Northwest. Its overall strength is very strong, comparable to the Rice Empire. As for the latter, it is in their southeast of the Kingdom of Snelland. It is located in the middle of the continent. Although the location is wrong, in fact, the Oaks Empire is closer to them. It is only about a distance of 7 or 8 small countries. It is really close. So, if it were true, then there would still be hope for their Snowland kingdom. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would really not want to accept the people who chose Balu. After all, they are really too arrogant and bullying. It's totally true. It was an obvious robbery. He couldn't accept it at all. But the next answer from Kiaubulad made him stunned. Neither. Kiaubulad shook his head and said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, it seems that someone from the Templar Principality is here. Who? Zulun V's pupils shrank, and then his eyes stared. He said in disbelief, Kiaubulad, can you say it again? You? Who are you talking about, Your Majesty? This is the Templar kingdom that killed Kevedon. Moreover, their king, Raymond, seems to have come in person, and they are on their way to us now. As soon as these words came out, Zulun V immediately fell silent. His mind was in a state of confusion. He froze in place and didn't speak for a long time. The Principality of the Holy Church? It's actually them? To be honest, of course he also hates Raymond and the others in his heart. After all, if it weren't for the other party killing Kevedon, if their Snowland kingdom could still have 3 strong men from the Holy Domain, they would not necessarily have lost the previous War of Warcraft riots. And even if it really happened, if you lose, it's impossible to lose so much. The strong combat power of the Saint Realm has suffered heavy losses, leaving only Joblud. Moreover, he can't be angry with the previous threats and humiliations. Even if those people in the Dawson Empire are really domineering and arrogant, but they are not stupid enough to inexplicably provoke a powerful kingdom with 3 powerful saints. Everything. To put it bluntly, just to a word. Strength. In other words, weak. The strong have it, yes, but if the wall falls, everyone can only push it. It's just human nature and reality. And the culprit source of all this? It's Raymond and the others, but then again, if it weren't for that idiot Corden, who didn't have eyes and offended the wrong people, it seems like this wouldn't have happened. His expression suddenly changed. Why? Then he sighed, shook his head again, and said, it's them, it's all over anyway, and, Kiao Bulu, their strength 597 seems to be quite powerful. That's right, Kabula nodded and said with twinkling eyes, they seem to have killed another holy domain some time ago, and we seem to have exposed the number of the 3 powerful holy domains. Their strength is indeed very strong, even the lowest level can be compared to our previous peaks. Upon hearing this, Zulinvi even smiled bitterly, then nodded and said, okay, then let's mute them, but I hope they won't be killed by those from the Dawson Empire, I hope. Hey, Kiao Bulad also sighed. Not to mention Zulinvi, even he feels very miserable and under great pressure now. It's really like hemp ropes that specialize in cutting at the smallest points. Once the strength is weak, everything will be broken. Trouble. And everything is really tiring. Nothing goes smoothly at all. Not long after this, Raymond and the others have already arrived here. This is the first time we meet. I am Raymond from the Principality of the Templar. Hello you two. After taking a look at Zulinvi and Kiabulat in front of him, Raymond still said hello calmly and indifferently. Your Majesty Raymond. Looking at Raymond in front of him, Zulinvi also paused obviously, and then he forced out a smile and said with a smile, Your Majesty Raymond, I didn't expect you to come in person. Welcome to our kingdom of Snelland. I am the king here, Selenger V. Nice to meet you. Also, this is the only strong man in the Holy Realm in our kingdom of Snowland, Saint Kiaubulad. I think you should know him too, right? Hello, Your Majesty Raymond. Hello, you too. Joblet also spoke immediately and introduced himself. I'm Joblud, Saint Jobulad, a powerful mid-level Saint Realm expert. Lemon glanced at the other party, and then he also laughed and said, of course I know this. After all, I was a little worried that you would come back to cause trouble for me. Seek revenge from me. As soon as these words came out, both Zulinvi and Kiaubulu were a little embarrassed. Of course they understood that Raymond was talking about Cuden, but Zulinvi quickly sorted it out. After losing his mind, he smiled and shook his head and said, Your Majesty Raymond, what happened before is in the past, and since you have chosen to come here to help us now, you are our friends. So, let the past matter be in the past. What do you think? When he heard this, Raymond looked at the other party in surprise. He originally thought that the other party would have a grudge in his heart because of what happened before, but he didn't expect that he would already take the initiative to start talking. That's not bad. This should also save him a lot of effort. You are right, Your Majesty Zulin. Li Meng nodded, and then went straight to the point. I'm here this time just for your heart of the sanctuary, so I'd better just do it. What are your conditions? Tell me, let me listen and see. Seeing Raymond being so straightforward, Zulinvi also took a deep breath, and then stated his conditions. Chapter 130. Your Majesty Raymond, we now have a total of 2 choices. Let me tell you about them next. Right, at this time, Zulinvi's speaking speed was obviously very slow, and at this time, he was still staring at Raymond. He even seemed a little nervous, so he squinted his eyes, and then, he spoke again. He said slowly, First, I need you to send people to protect our kingdom of Snowland for 20 years, and during this period, you must ensure that there is at least one strong person from the Holy Domain. Will always be on our side, and once a war breaks out, you must also guarantee it. You must go all out to help us. Of course, Your Majesty Raymond, if you really cannot accept this condition, you can also, because we have an alternative condition, that is, we need you to help us kill those who said nothing in the Sunset Mountains. After saying this in one breath, Zulinvi was obviously more nervous. Then he sat on the throne and stared at Raymond. He suddenly became quiet and stopped talking. However, after hearing this, Raymond, his face also looked a little weird. Although someone had warned him a long time ago that the other party might open his mouth, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Protect him for 20 years? Or even start a war? It's really true. Is the width of this range too large? After all, what if we need to fight the Holy Realm Peak Red Dragon in the Sunset Mountains? Do we really have to go up and fight for our lives? How is this possible? Obviously this is impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that out of 10 people, 11 out of 10 people would immediately reject this unrealistic condition, because it is completely unrealistic. There is also the second alternative condition. Kill those in the Falling Sun mountain range. Sanctuary World of Warcraft Red Dragon? How many do you need to kill? 1, 2, or 3? But no matter which choice you choose, the difficulty is absolutely full. After all, this is not a separate sanctuary. There are 3 red dragons instead. The numerical basis is here, and the difficulty must be doubled. What's more, the nearly countless and overwhelming army of Warcraft in the Sunset Mountains is not just a decoration. Once a disaster occurs in a melee, their numbers and strength should also be able to threaten the strong men of the Holy Realm. This is also a troublesome matter. So no matter how you look at it, these 2 conditions are definitely a big deal for the lion. Apart from him, I am afraid that if it is replaced by it is absolutely impossible for anyone to be stupid enough to agree. Unless, there's a ghost. And when he saw Raymond, he stopped talking. Both Zulinvi and Kiaobulu were a little flustered and nervous, or even unable to hold back. After all, is this really their condition? Of course not. The so-called asking price to pay back the money, Zulinvi originally just wanted to pull it out, and then talk slowly, such as that the first condition, his psychological bottom line time, is actually cut in half. In about 10 years, he will be very satisfied. As long as he can survive the most difficult 10 years, it will be enough for them to recover. Moreover, if this doesn't work, the worst is to endure it any longer. 5 years should be enough. But after hearing this, Raymond actually stopped talking. This made all the words and plans in his heart completely shut down in an instant. It's strange that it's not uncomfortable. But at this moment, Raymond suddenly said, if it's the second condition, how many people need to be killed? Don't tell me to kill all 3 of them. Then there is no need to talk. As soon as these words came out, Zulinvi and Kiaobulu were stunned for a moment. The second condition? What does it mean? Maybe Raymond's previous silence was not because he was frightened by their lion's big mouth, but because they were considering which one to choose. Suddenly, Zulinvi and Kiaobulu looked at each other. You could even see a hint of shock in each other's eyes. You could see a hint of disbelief. In fact, they must be very clearly the second option. That's completely random. It's just a simple condition to set off, and then we can talk about it in more detail. As for really wanting to kill those red dragons, it's just 2 saints. The heart of the domain is just a bargaining chip. They themselves have never had such extravagant hopes. Because this is simply impossible. But now, they are really confused. What is this situation? It is impossible that the other party really intends to win, right? Can you agree to such a condition that is simply random? Really or fake? Are you kidding? So, they both were stunned for a long time, and then they saw Zulinvi coughing slowly. After a while, cough cough, then he looked at Raymond slightly tentatively and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty Raymond, if you can you help us kill the red dragon in the middle stage of the sanctuary? James, having said this, he paused, and then immediately added, explained. There are now 3 holy beasts in the Sunset Mountains. They are the red dragon Lydia in the early stage of the sanctuary, the red dragon James in the middle stage of the sanctuary, and the red dragon Orwix at the peak of the sanctuary. Your Majesty Raymond, if you can help me kill James, I will give you the 2 hearts of this sanctuary immediately. Absolutely nothing. What do you think? When he said this, he was still very uneasy, because in his opinion, this should be impossible. If they can succeed, their pressure will plummet a lot in an instant. But he didn't expect that Raymond would agree without even a moment's hesitation. Really? Zulinvi was stunned for a moment and looked at Raymond in disbelief. Raymond nodded and said calmly, but I have a condition. The heart of the sanctuary must be given to me in advance. In addition, you need to be responsible for luring the red dragon out for me. Give in advance. Zulinvi was stunned for a moment and said nothing now. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were other conditions, he would have agreed without hesitation, but he was very hesitant or even resisted this condition. Give it in advance? Why? Possible? If this is given, what will the opponent do if they get turned over? Also, even if they don't turn over, it is equivalent to clearing their last trump card. At that time, they'll really have no say at all. He was completely crushed, so this is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, he shook his head directly and said, Your Majesty Raymond, I will give you 2 hearts of the Holy Realm. This is absolutely impossible, but if it's just 1, this can still be discussed. No, but Raymond just shook his head this time and said decisively, both the hearts of the Holy Realm must be given to me in advance. This is my only condition and a must. After all, I am not here to do charity. Your Majesty Zulin, I know how much your chips are worth and how much we can do, and you should also understand in your heart, therefore, since you want to get more things, you must show sincerity. I can tell you very frankly that this must be done, otherwise, the conversation between us will be over. Just go find someone else. This as soon as it came out, Zulin V's expression changed for a while, but he could also hear Raymond's firm attitude, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, so he hesitated, and then even turned to the person next to him. Xiao Bulid glanced at him, as if he was asking for help. But the latter also seemed to be thinking silently. So, after a while, Jilbrud suddenly spoke, Your Majesty Raymond, there is something else you may not know. Before you come, Saint Barak of the Dawson Empire and the Black Panther Saint Kawaja are also here, and they are also very interested in this matter, only, it's just that their conditions are very harsh, and we can't accept them. As soon as he heard this, Raymond immediately understood. Then he raised his head and glanced at Qiaobulu. I understand what you mean. If they want to cause trouble, let them come to us. I will handle this matter myself, so, you don't have to worry about being implicated. Real. Zulin V's eyes lit up, and then he quickly glanced at Qiaobulid, who also nodded. Seeing this scene, Zulin V immediately took a deep breath. Then he nodded quickly road. Well, happy cooperation, Your Majesty Raymond. As soon as he said this, Raymond also understood and grinned. Happy cooperation? No. This is a level-strengthened unit comparable to the strong men of the sanctuary, the temple priest. Ha. Take it. Your Majesty Zulin, it will be a pleasure to cooperate. Raymond smiled and nodded, then asked again, when can you give me the heart of the sanctuary? Zulin V was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand and touched the space ring on his finger. Hearing two sounds. The two sounds seemed ordinary, but they were actually very huge and very attractive. The box that attracted people's attention had appeared out of thin air in front of their eyes. Your Majesty Raymond, this is the heart of the Holy Realm you want, you can check it out, Zulin V said in a solemn tone, and then slowly pushed the two boxes in front of Raymond with his fighting spirit. Raymond stretched out his hand to open the lid, and suddenly two powerful and astonishing sacred power rushed directly to his face. Boom. This also made a satisfied smile appear on his face again. Because, the thing is fine, and this now, the things are in hand. That's enough. Then he immediately stretched out his hand and put away the two Holy Realm hearts. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the obviously uneasy Zulin V and said with a smile. Your Majesty Zulin, don't be so nervous, I am a very sincere person, so next, you should make arrangements as soon as possible. When the mission target is lured out, just tell me directly, I will stay here for the next period of time. As soon as these words came out, the worries and uneasiness on the faces of Zulin V and Qiaobulid, as well as the ups and downs in their hearts, were quickly weakened a lot. After all, no matter what, everything was given, but the other party's current attitude is still good. This is the biggest good news for them, so Zulin V nodded directly. Said in a firm tone. Don't worry, we will arrange the next thing. In 2 months at most, we will definitely lure him out. Until then, I will trouble you, Your Majesty Raymond, it's just money to do things, it doesn't matter. Raymond shook his head and was about to leave. Your Majesty Zulin, let's take our leave then. If you have anything, come to us directly. If nothing else, we should all be in the city next. Zulin V was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to persuade him to stay, but when the words came to his lips, he still gave up. They had already discussed, what are you doing by leaving the other party here? Looking at them? That really doesn't make sense. After all, the other parties, they are much stronger than them. As long as Raymond and the others are willing, they can leave and go wherever they want. There is no way that can stop them. So, he simply nodded and said, Your Majesty Raymond, walk slowly. After a pause, he added another sentence, by the way, Your Majesty Raymond, you'd better be careful about those people from the Dawson Empire, because I suspect that they may come to trouble you. Looking for trouble with us, Raymond sneered and said. If they have the courage and strength, they can give it a try. I'll accompany you all. Suddenly, Zulin V and Qiaobulid looked at each other. The latter hesitated for a moment, but then spoke again. Your Majesty Raymond, maybe you don't understand their strength, but, you guys, it's better to be cautious. After a pause, he added, Saint Barrick of the Dawson Empire, he is a late-stage Saint Realm strong man, and he is not an ordinary late-stage Sanctuary Realm strong man, because he has dragon blood in him, and he has the powerful blood power to transform into a dragon-blooded warrior. Dragon blood warrior. Lehman was stunned for a moment, and then he thought more about the Griffin family that Jin got from before. Dragon-blooded warriors? Dragon-blooded family? This should be the same type of thing, right? That's right, dragon blood warrior. Joblet nodded and said solemnly. Saint Barrick, full name Barrick Jijin, and this Jijin family is the largest in the entire Dawson Empire. The most powerful Warcraft bloodline family. At the same time, they are also the most powerful dragon blood family among the 5 great empires in the northwest. None of them. There are 3 powerful saints in the Jijin family. Among them, the most powerful one is Barrick Jijin. It is said that the concentration of dragon blood in his body has reached. This should be the strongest one in the history of their Jijin family, and if the concentration of dragon blood in his body can reach that level, then he can become a powerful demigod. Speaking of this, he obviously paused, and then looked at Raymond with a solemn face. He continued, So your Majesty Raymond, strictly speaking, Barrick Jijin's power should be second only to that of the Sunset Mountains. Head Super Red Dragon, it shouldn't even be much different, so, you really can't underestimate him. After hearing this, Raymond was silent for a moment, and then nodded calmly. I see. Then he became less and less and turned around and left. Gone. After seeing this scene, both Qiaobulu and Zulin V were silent. Then, until Raymond and the others had left for a while. Only then did they see Zulin V. Suddenly his whole body went limp, and he slumped down on the throne, smiling bitterly. Jobrud, do you think we are really right to do this? Can they really stop those in the Dawson Empire? Me, why do I feel so flustered right now? Chapter 131. No way. Joblet shook his head and said helplessly, Barrick and the others are just robbing him. Even if you have no choice, you can't agree to them. And relatively speaking, the situation shouldn't be that bad. Because I can feel that he is very confident. It's as if he has never worried about the people in the Dawson Empire. If that's the case, that means they still have powerful cards that we don't know about. And this may be our opportunity, but no matter what, choosing them is definitely better than Barrick and the others. And your Majesty, I even doubt that Barrick and the others had no intention of helping us in the first place. Maybe they just came to steal things. After hearing this, Zulin V's expression changed, and then he sighed. Why? Then he continued to ask Jobrud, do you think we should notify them immediately now? Certainly. Joblet nodded without hesitation and said with twinkling eyes. No, even if we don't tell them, they will definitely know. Therefore, it is better to pierce this layer of paper as soon as possible. Anyway, this is the worst outcome. The conflict between them is definitely inevitable. It's better to let them plan it earlier. Hearing this, Zulin V also nodded silently and said nothing, because he knew that Qiaobulu was right. Unless someone is willing to give up, the relationship between the Holy Church Principality and the Dawson Empire will not be the same. Conflict is definitely unavoidable. In this case, it is better to break this layer of paper as soon as possible, as long as the fire is not burned on them. After all, the other party also personally agreed before. They will handle this matter. Okay, I get it, Zulin V nodded, and after that, they all started to act on their own. At the same time, Raymond and the others were slowly walking towards the outside of the palace. Another dragon blood family, dragon blood warrior, walking on the road. Raymond murmured, not that he was afraid, but that he was thinking, if this is really the blood power of the dragon clan, then he doesn't know if his holy light dragon slaying crossbow is useful. Originally he planned to use this thing to deal with the red dragons in the Sunset Mountains. But now it seems that if it is really possible, try the effect in advance. It seems to be okay. However, just when he was thinking like this in his heart, but he suddenly seemed to notice something, and then his face moved slightly, and his eyes flickered. Then Raymond slowly raised his head, his eyes passed over. He looked over. He saw a huge thing directly in front of them, on the right in the 810 direction outside the city gate. There was a group of people standing there, looking at them coldly with a sarcastic, contemptuous, arrogant, condescending and unkind expression. Especially the 2 powerful men from the Holy Domain who were leading them. There is a meaningful smile on his face, expression, or in other words, a contemptuous sneer. It feels full of oppression. Full of pressure. 2 strong men from the Saint Realm? And one is in the late Saint Realm, One is in the middle saint realm, and one is in the middle saint realm. Seeing this, Raymond immediately understood. Really, Cao is here. So soon, is trouble coming directly to your door? That's just right. Raymond squinted his eyes, and his eyes became cold. He sneered. If it's a problem, solve it early. This is better, he murmured in his heart. And then his face was calm, and he walked towards the direction outside the gate as if there was no one else around. When seeing this scene, the faces of those on the other side obviously began to darken. Their eyes flickered. They seemed to be getting angry, but at this moment, no one spoke, neither they nor Raymond. It was as if they were all mute. It was as if they all regarded the other party as if they did not exist. But, really, when Raymond and the others were about to pass by each other, after passing by those people, the two strong men from the Holy Realm, led by those on the other side, seemed to finally be unable to bear it any longer. Stop. Are you all blind? Don't see us here? Black Panther Saint Kawaja stared at Raymond with wild eyes. He said coldly, with an ugly expression on his face. What does your presence here have to do with us? Raymond glanced at him, then grinned more directly and said sarcastically, or are you planning to beg for food here? If that's the case, I can give you some rewards. Tell me, how much do you want? What did you say? Black Panther Saint Kawaja's pupils shrank. He immediately became furious and trembled all over, but he was stopped by Saint Barrack beside him with his hand. He shook his head at his companion, then he looked at Raymond, stared at him closely, and said expressionlessly, let me introduce myself, I am Barrack Jeshan, from the Dawson Empire, the Jeshan family. Besides, I know you are the new country over the Dick Kingdom, the principality of the Holy Church, right? Although what he said was an introduction, in fact, Raymond heard a strong threat from his words, and a warning. I know who you are. I also know where you come from. Moreover, we, Adv, are very powerful. We come from the powerful Dawson Empire. What is this if not a threat? But is it useful to Raymond? Of course it is useless. No. To be more precise, it should be useful. But it has the opposite effect. Because, even if it is so, will he be afraid? Of course not. So now he will only be more disdainful and disgusted, and even more hostile to these brainless idiots. Threats. Warning? It's a child's trick, but it's actually used to scare people. It's really stupid. There's something wrong with his brain, so he just darkened his face and said expressionlessly, yet? Now I know who you are. Why, do you really want to collect the corpses of your family members and put them in their graves? What did you say? As soon as these words came out, Barrack couldn't hold back any longer. His face darkened, his whole body trembled, and he almost broke out on the spot. He stared at Raymond. His eyes were red. He was also very angry in his heart. It was completely a ball of fire. It couldn't be suppressed. However, he really didn't expect that Raymond would dare to be so arrogant. Isn't this too arrogant? What? But Raymond's output, but it's obviously not over yet. What did I say? Are you deaf? You can't hear such loud sounds. If you can't hear me, get out of the way and don't block the road here. He looked at the other party and started to complain. Because he was an enemy and a competitor in the first place, so he was too lazy to be polite. He knew how to complain in his previous life, and he really didn't believe that the other party could outsmart him. After all, the environment of that era in the previous life, everyone knows it, and it is completely different from this other world. In his opinion, this place is completely like a kindergarten, or at the level of an elementary school student. He only needs to make a little intervention, and it is basically this other world. It's the limit. As expected. What did you say? With these words, the other party was indeed completely irritated. He even subconsciously raised his hand and hit Raymond with a heavy fist. Boom. But the next moment, a loud noise broke out. At this moment, everyone was almost knocked back half a step or even several steps by a terrifying shockwave. Looking at it again, it was Barrack's angry punch that was actually hit by the man in front of him. Raymond, in the same way, was actually blocked by him punch to punch. Glass-cutting Chujin are blocked? How can it be? Black Panther Saint Kawaja's pupils shrank. He was immediately shocked. He stared at Raymond, and then he was even a little stunned. Because, the powerful man in the late Saint realm, Barrack's angry punch, was actually hit by this kid was blocked so easily? What does this mean? How could he not know? He is actually a late-stage Saint realm powerhouse. This is impossible. He stared at Raymond, his whole body trembling. And it wasn't just him, Saint Barrack, who took action personally but was blocked. He was even more like this at this time. I saw the man who stabilized his body and stood there, staring at Raymond with a gloomy expression. Although he was still so aggressive and oppressive. But the result was obviously hard for him to accept. His fist was actually blocked? The strength of the opponent is actually so powerful? Damn it. How could this happen? What, you want to fight, right? But at this time, of course Raymond was not polite when he saw this. He sneered, and then he immediately flashed and drew out the sword of light seal from his waist. He slashed out with his sword, boom, boom, boom. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Immediately, a loud noise erupted, and a huge sword light shot out, instantly engulfing those who were close at hand. The two super strong men behind Barrack, boom, boom. In an instant, two powerful men died tragically. Even as weak as an ant. Then, boom, the next moment, an extremely violent wave emitted. Rumble. Rumble. At the same time, Raymond flashed and rushed out again. He actually wanted to continue. Stop, etc. Suddenly, the Saint Barrack and the Black Panther Saint Kawaja were panicked. Almost all their expressions changed, and then they quickly stopped Raymond. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds, two weapons flashing with huge sacred power, one on the left and one on the right, quickly blocked Raymond's sword of light seal. But at this time, their faces were even harder to look at, because they all noticed the weapon in Raymond's hand. It's actually a legendary sacred weapon. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the first time Raymond took action, the person behind him, then Clausen and Ruben. These two powerful men from the sanctuary have already begun to chant magic spells at a very fast speed. At this time, their magic chant seems to be coming to an end. So next, I saw that there was already a thick layer in the sky. Thunderstorms and thunderclouds composed of majestic and huge light magic power. Roaring and roaring there. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying forbidden curse-like violent magical power began to condense rapidly and seemed to be about to explode. Boom. After noticing the scene, whether it was the Saint Barrack or the Black Panther Saint Kawaja, even the super strong men of the Dawson Empire, when they noticed a thunderstorm in the sky, after the terrifying and violent magical power contained in the clouds, their pupils shrank, their faces changed drastically. They even broke out in cold sweat. And they blurted out forbidden curse. At that moment, they were all really scared. After all, their faces were covered by forbidden spells. Who wouldn't be afraid? Their scalps were completely numb. Their whole bodies were hairy. At that moment, they all froze in place. Their faces also turned pale. Cold sweat broke out, standing there, not daring to move. His whole body was completely tense. After all, how could they not know how powerful the forbidden curse was? Of course they knew. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they are in a head-on hit, let alone those of their level, even the Black Panther Saint Kawaja, even top powerhouses like Barrack Saint, even them, there will be a risk of serious injury. It is conceivable that this what is the concept. At the same time, the follow-up people arrived in time, but they were still hiding far away, Kiao Rude and Zulan V. At this time, they were already overwhelmed by everything in front of them. Stunned. On the ground, the people of the Dawson Empire were almost frozen in place, not daring to move. They were stunned and dumbfounded. After all, this was different from the overbearing, unscrupulous, and superior threat of the other party before. The appearance is definitely a completely different and sharp contrast. At the same time, in the sky, those two groups of extremely terrifying, almost apocalyptic and huge forbidden curse power made them dumbfounded and dumbfounded. After all, how long has it been? Time? Barrack and Kawaja were actually suppressed like this? They thought it was a fight between two tigers, but unexpectedly, they were crushed. Moreover, this was actually the side of the Dawson Empire that they thought was more powerful. Being crushed. It's simply outrageous. It's really unbelievable. But at this moment, of course it's not them who should panic, but Barrack and Nikolja in the battlefield. At this moment, their faces they all turned pale, and their hearts were agitated. They were so panicked and scared. They regretted it so much. If they had known what would happen, they wouldn't be able to come to the door like this. At the very least, they wouldn't be so impulsive. Such a little thing they were not prepared, but they still suppressed the fear in their hearts, Their eyes flicked over, and they stared closely at Raymond. Then, they saw the Saint Barrack speaking directly. Lang Lang said, "Your Majesty Raymond, we just want to discuss something with you. There is no harm, maybe we have some misunderstanding, sorry, but it doesn't have to be like this, right?" Obviously, although he spoke in a cold tone, there was clearly a sign of submission in his voice, no malicious intent. Lemon sneered and said coldly, "When you attacked me just now, why didn't you think about it? Did you have any malice?" As soon as these words came out, Saint Barrack's face froze and he was speechless. Because it was indeed true. His angry punch before was indeed aimed at killing people. This was because of Raymond's own strength. It was strong enough, so it didn't cause any results. Otherwise, the other party would be dead now. But now, the reality is cruel. The other party is stronger than them, so he can't explain it at all. He can't defend it either. But here it is at this time, Raymond suddenly took action again. Boom, I saw him rushing directly towards the super powerful men of the Dawson Empire, and started killing. And when they saw this scene, whether it was Barrack or Kalja, they immediately became pupils. Shrunk. Their faces changed greatly. But this time, they all chose to remain silent, and they did not say anything or move to stop Raymond. So in the next few minutes, all of them were fell down. On the ground, broken corpses were scattered one after another, scattered in a messy manner, with bloodstains everywhere, flowing along the tracks on the stone slabs and soil under their feet. The strong and pungent smell of blood blends into the air and mixes together, making it extremely pungent and disgusting. It's also very depressing and suffocating. "You actually killed them all," Zulinvi said in disbelief, stuttering a little because he really didn't expect Raymond to be so cruel. He actually killed them all. Chapter 132. At this moment, Zulinvi was really numb. After all, who would have thought? Raymond actually killed all of them in front of Barrack and the Black Panther Saint Kawaja. What is this concept? It's so crazy and really outrageous. Joe Blood, this guy is really a lunatic. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of revenge from Barrack and the others, or even the Dawson Empire? Zulinvi rubbed his hair vigorously and murmured in disbelief. Just after hearing this, Kiabulo directly shook his head. Although he was silent, he seemed to have some understanding. Because he knows that they are afraid of the Dawson Empire, but the other party is not afraid of it. And he knows it with the same enthusiasm that the other party had to kill Kuidan. The other party is definitely the kind of person who will definitely retaliate. Besides, that Thunder His Majesty Meng is still the majestic king of a country. If Barrack really wanted to kill him before, such a counterattack is actually not excessive, it can only be regarded as a matter of course. He is a strong man in the Holy Realm, so he can understand the same goes for these. Barrack, Kawaja and the others are also strong men in the sanctuary, so of course they should know this. Therefore, this time they all wisely chose to shut up and remain silent. Let Raymond kill and take revenge. Vent, you have to pay a price if you do something, and this, to them, is the price. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled, and then looked at the Zulinvi. Your Majesty, it seems that our choice is right. Hasn't the trouble of the Dawson Empire been solved? As soon as these words came out, Zulinvi was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his face turned strange. He got up, but still nodded and said, "It seems like, right." At the same time, Raymond had already killed them all, and Barrack, who had a gloomy face and was even trembling slightly, spoke again. He stared at Raymond and said slowly, "Your Majesty Raymond, the previous misunderstandings have been resolved, it was just a misunderstanding. Now, you should be able to ask them to stop, right?" It was obvious to him that although he had indeed made a mistake before, it was indeed he actively wants to kill people, but now that Raymond has killed so many people, it's time to calm down and end it, right? So, misunderstanding? That's right, it's just a misunderstanding. These are just misunderstandings, and it's almost over here. After all, he really didn't believe it, or in other words, he didn't expect it at all. Could it be that the other party planned to attack these two powerful men from the Holy Domain? Haha, that is simply impossible. You need to know their strength. One is in the middle stage of the Saint Realm, and the other is in the late stage of the Sanctuary Realm. Even if there is a numerical disadvantage, even if the opponent is really strong, but that's it, because if they really fight, no matter what, they will definitely not lose. No matter where he goes, this is also his absolute confidence in his own strength. Therefore, He didn't believe that someone could be so stupid, let alone that someone could be so stupid that just because of such a trivial matter, would the other party still want to kill them? That's all a daydream and wishful thinking. However, Raymond's next answer made the expression on his face suddenly freeze. Misunderstand? Raymond looked at him with a sneer on his lips. But I don't think this is a misunderstanding. So, what should we do? What did you say? In an instant, Barrick's pupils shrank, and his face became ugly. But at the same time, he also became a little panicked, because he had a premonition that something was not going to happen. His Majesty Raymond, Barrick was silent for a moment, and then he stared at Raymond with a cold expression. Leng said, "You have killed people, and your anger should be gone. This should be enough, right? Don't go too far. What else do you want to do? What else do I want to do?" Raymond sneered, and then suddenly his eyes fell on Barrick's face, and he sneered, which was meaningful. "I heard that you are a dragon blood warrior. How about you let me see your dragon transformation ability?" As soon as these words came out, Barrick and Nikolja fell silent, their faces full of dead silence, and there was no sound, but from the depths of their eyes, one can see strong anger, and even a surging murderous intention. But then, I saw Barrick couldn't help but laugh, with a ferocious face. "Your Majesty Raymond, it seems you are planning to play with me." The words fell, and then, this time he didn't even ask Raymond to reply, he just sneered again. "Haha." Then he said coldly, with a sneer in his face. "Haha, that's fine. It seems that your Majesty Raymond, you plan to see the dragon transformation power of our Jeshan family? If this is the case, then of course I can help you. If you want to see it, then just open your eyes and watch it." Roar, 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 roar. At that moment, he roared angrily, and then his whole body seemed to be on fire. Boom. A loud noise appeared, and the power of the dragon bloodline in his body began to explode, and at the same time, a huge explosion was formed. A flame-like existence, whistling in the wind, majestic. Boom. Then, the momentum fluctuations all over his body began to surge instantly, becoming crazy and stronger. At the same time, the flame-like existence there also began to continue to upgrade, becoming something like a dark red blood mist. Surrounding it, in this way, looking from a distance, Barrick now seems to have turned into a murderous god in a bloody mist. Slowly flying into the air. Appearing in the sky. What's even more amazing is that my body also began to change. A low voice sounded, and thick and ferocious dark red dragon scales began to appear on the surface of Barrick's skin. At the same time, a dragon tail, nearly 2 meters long, like a dark red steel whip, began to rumble out from the end of the spine. At the same time, sharp thorns emerged from the spine on the back. Then these changes quickly spread to his whole body, and finally, I saw that Barrick had completely transformed into an upright and standing dragon man more than 2 meters tall. Moreover, except for the fact that he now looks a bit like a human when he stands up, all his other appearance features, etc., are all similar to those of the dragon clan and the giant dragon. There is no difference at all. So, is this dragon transformation? This looks really awesome, and his current strength seems to be indeed more powerful. Raymond squinted his eyes and murmured. At the same time, Zulinvi and Kiaobulet in the distance were also completely shocked. Ju, actually transformed into a dragon? What do they want to do? Are they still planning to fight here? Zulinvi's pupils shrank, his face turned pale. His body trembled a little, and there was a trace of fear and deep discomfort in his eyes. Damn it! If there was a fight here, wouldn't his palace be doomed? How could this happen? Trouble now. Kiaobulet also smiled bitterly, but he was also helpless, because his strength, let alone blocking, would be very powerless even if he just intervened to stop the fight. More importantly, he could clearly feel now that the Dawson Empire Barrick. He is obviously a little over the top now. Otherwise, how could the other party transform into a dragon with the power of 2 forbidden spells? This is absolutely stupid behavior. However, he did this now. This only further illustrates the other party's current impulsiveness and the superiors. And if this is the case, let alone trying to persuade them to fight, this will not persuade them at all. Things are completely bad now. Boom, boom. At the same time, the majestic and astonishing dragon power filled the sky, and everyone's eyes were focused there. There, the flame-like power gradually faded away, and Barrick, who had completely transformed into a dragon, also appeared under their gaze. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. The dark red dragon scales all over the body are extremely shining. It is also particularly ferocious, scarlet and dazzling, as if it is made of solidified blood. The tail is covered with sharp barbs, which are extremely sharp. At a glance, it shows amazing lethality. And Barrick's hands have now turned into giant dragon-like claws, with terrifying dragon power particles suspended in them, giving off a terrifying and astonishing sense of oppression, suffocating. Barrick looked at Raymond condescendingly, sneered directly, and said coldly, "Your Majesty Raymond, now, how do you feel about the dragon power of our Argesian family?" "It's indeed good," Raymond nodded without hesitation and said calmly like a comment, "It seems that after completing the dragon transformation, your strength will reach the peak level of the Holy Realm." "Haha, you are quite smart," Barrick sneered and said contemptuously and sarcastically. "Your Majesty Raymond, in this case, it seems that there is no need to fight." "Right, no need to fight." But Raymond actually sneered, then looked at him meaningfully and said, "It seems that you feel very confident in your current hands." Barrick was stunned for a moment, and then his face sank. In his eyes, a surging chill and piercing murderous intent began to seep out. "It seems that your Majesty Raymond is also very confident in your strength?" "Haha. If that's the case, let you see my strength, let you see what a real strong person is." "That's not impossible." As he spoke, the anger in Barrick's heart was completely rising. I saw his dragon claws slowly clenching. At the same time, boom, 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 waves of blood flowed from his body. Ripples spread out, rendering the sky extremely scarlet. "Well, Your Majesty Raymond, if that's the case, then come and have some fun." Boom. Just as Barrick's last word fell, the cold light suddenly erupted in his terrifying dragon blood pupils. Then, he took a step forward. With a hiss, the air tore apart. Zero asking for flowers in a flash, he dived directly towards Raymond and rushed over. But at this moment, Raymond suddenly raised his hand and took out a handful from the space ring. A palm-sized crossbow that looked inconspicuous. Then he was seen holding it in his hand. Suddenly the latter seemed to be awakened, and a surging and huge aura was centered on it in an instant. It exploded. Then, I saw that the palm-sized crossbow had grown in size. It was about half a meter long and 1 meter wide. Buzz, and above the crossbow, there seemed to be a dazzling holy light power like the sun. It rose up and turned into a bright light, completely covering the crossbow and even layman. Covered up, what is this? Obviously this is the big killer weapon produced by that system. The holy light dragon slaying crossbow. At this moment, a terrifying wave of turmoil condensed. Suddenly everyone's pupils shrank. Their faces changed drastically. What is this? Legendary sanctuary weapon. Black Panther Saint Kawaja's face changed drastically and he couldn't help shouting, "Barrick, be careful." However, at this moment, there was no need for him to remind him at all, because just after Raymond was taken out by the holy light dragon slaying crossbow, he saw that Barrick was completely involuntary and even uncontrollable. His whole body trembled. It was as if he was being suppressed by his blood. The fear and trembling came from the depths of his soul and blood. "No, it's impossible. What the hell is this? How could this be? This is impossible." Barrick became completely frightened. His face changed drastically and his whole body trembled. Even the sounds of tearing could be heard from the dragon blood in his body, making him tremble violently and suffocate. At that moment, it felt like his whole person, his whole soul, and even his whole life had been locked by that terrifying crossbow. A terrible sense of peerless crisis came, and his soul trembled. At that moment, he also felt a feeling, that is death. "No, don't kill me, please don't kill me." He was frightened and begged for mercy. His face was pale and his whole body was shaking. But at this moment, Raymond had already launched his attack. "Go ahead and show me your strength, holy light dragon slaying crossbow," Raymond murmured, and then directly pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Suddenly, the terrifying power that destroyed the world turned into a shock wave, and in an instant it headed towards Barrick in the sky. Pierced through, and then saw his right leg, right belly, and at least 1/3 of his body such as his chest and neck. They all penetrated him instantly. Then a loud noise broke out. Boom, boom, boom. The sky in that area exploded instantly, and a huge mushroom cloud spread out, at least 1,000 meters away. The terrifying shock wave was like a world-destroying tsunami, spreading out layer after layer, impacting out. It makes people's scalp numb, cold sweat, and extremely scary. Of course, the ones who are more frightened are of course Kawaja, Kiaobulu, Zulin V and the others. At this moment, looking at everything in front of them, they all seemed to have been cast by magic. The sculptures were all stunned, frozen in place with their jaws dropped. They looked like dead people, but cold sweat ran down their faces. Their faces were very pale, without any blood at all, and were full of suffocation and fear. How is this possible? He actually killed Barrick. What is the thing in his hand? Can that thing kill a late-stage Saint Realm expert in an instant? Go crazy, Zulin V couldn't help shouting, dumbfounded, trembling and hairy all over. He was so shocked. However, he was so out of control and lost control that no one cared about him at all. No one looked at him at all. Kiaobulu looking blankly, Raymond was still holding the holy light dragon-slaying crossbow in one hand. Cold sweat was still flowing down both sides of his face. His eyes were huge, containing deep fear and shock. Obviously, no matter what, he didn't expect that today's events would actually develop like this. His Majesty Raymond and the others were so cruel. He actually dared to kill the powerful dragon blood warrior sanctuary of the Dawson Empire, Barrick. What's even more exaggerated and unbelievable is that he actually has this strength. Not just him, but everyone else, including the guards and soldiers in the palace of the impossible Snowland King, etc. Their expressions at this time, they are all consistent. Their mood swings are the same. At this moment, they are all shocked. Their eyes are round. The fear and panic deep in their eyes are also obvious, very scared. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a figure covered in blood rushed out of the mushroom cloud, and with a whoosh, then he ran away without hesitation. Chapter 133. Not dead yet, Raymond murmured, but he didn't pay much attention. He just waved to Clausen and Ruben not far away. Suddenly, the latter two people understood each other immediately. Directly. It's time to take action. Boom, boom. In an instant, the terrifying and astonishing power of the forbidden curse. Holy light thunderstorm. It directly hit Barrick, who was running away quickly. Why did they choose this forbidden curse? And it's all this? In fact, there is a reason. It has been planned for a long time. It is because it is fast and can chase people. So next, boom, boom, I saw an even more terrifying and devastating super explosion erupting over the imperial city of the Zulin Kingdom again. Boom. The huge sound instantly exploded the entire world, with a sudden explosion. And that huge explosion. The pure white light magical power. It also exploded directly. It was destroyed, and the sky with a radius of tens of thousands of meters was reflected in white. The destructive breath of the forbidden curse engulfed the sky, and even began to briefly turn from white to black. There was light turning dark. What is the power of the forbidden curse? This is the power of the forbidden curse. And after seeing this scene, whether it was the Zulin V, Job Luther, or the pale-faced Black Panther Saint Kabagia, were completely suffocated and silent. They couldn't say a word, it was completely silent, and the silence was scary. Before that, they might have thought that Raymond and the others would definitely not dare to do this, or that Raymond and the others would definitely not do it. It may be possible to kill them, but now? Everything has changed. Strength, results, these things finally explain everything. Barrick is dead, a dignified late-stage powerhouse in the sanctuary, and the top powerhouse in the Jeshan family. Barrick, who was almost as dignified as the peak powerhouse of the Holy Domain, this time he really died 960. He was attacked by a legendary Holy Domain weapon. And the power of the two forbidden spells washing the ground, it directly blew him to pieces. There was not even a bit of powder left. How dare he? Black Panther Saint Kawaja murmured with a suffocated and gloomy face. He was already desperate in his heart, because he knew that since the other party dared to kill Barrick, he would definitely dare to kill him. This is called killing a person. Killing too is still killing. It doesn't matter. At the same time, Zulin V also reacted greatly. He seemed to find it unbelievable and unbelievable. He actually dared to kill Barrick, not Job Luther. Isn't he afraid? That is the Dawson Empire, the most powerful of the 5 Northwest empires. In this case, wouldn't there be a complete hatred between them? Is he crazy? Zulin V was shocked, with thoughts in his mind floating around. In his opinion, even if Raymond and the others can really kill Barrick and the others, relatively speaking, the scary thing is not them, but the huge monster behind them, the Dawson Empire. Everyone knows the strength of the Dawson Empire. It is the number 1 among the 5 great empires in the Northwest. Their overall strength is almost the strongest. Therefore, offending them to death is the same as seeking death. What's the difference? This is simply asking for death. When he thinks of this, in his heart, he has even labeled Raymond and the others as certain to die. Because in his opinion, no matter how powerful Raymond and the others are, it is absolutely impossible to stop the revenge of the Dawson Empire. After all, that is the Dawson Empire that can fight against the United City of Vorsen. It is one of the most powerful empires on their Luoman continent. Such a behemoth, even if they can kill a late-stage Saint Realm powerhouse like Barrick, it is useless. No one, anywhere. There will be no room for the other party to survive. Thinking of this, his thoughts began to there were some changes, a seed began to be buried. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly appeared. The Black Panther Saint Kawaja also started to run away. But at the same time, Raymond also spoke quickly and said coldly, Kiao Bulu, stop him. If he runs away, you will be his replacement. When he heard this, Jobird, who happened to be in the direction where Kawaja escaped, suddenly became numb. Substitute? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Boom. The next step was just a split second. Jobird rushed forward without hesitation. He did his best. He intercepted the Black Panther Saint Kawaja who wanted to escape. Jobulith, think clearly. If you dare to do this, our Dawson Empire will never let you go. Step aside, Kawaja roared angrily, but he was completely desperate and his face turned pale. Because he actually knew that since the other party dared to come up to stop him, in fact, it was already a definite choice and had been thought of. And this is also true. Kiao Blood smiled bitterly and said Kawaja, I'm sorry, Dawson Empire? That's all for the future. If this matter is not dealt with today, he will not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. So, what choice should he make? It was so obvious that he had no choice at all. At the same time, Raymond had already rushed up. In an instant, he turned into a white light and rushed directly to the top of Nikolja's head. Then he raised his hand and struck down with a fierce sword. Boom. The huge sword light shot down. The terrifying power suddenly rushed down, knocking Nikolja out of the sky. When he saw this scene, Kiao Bulo gritted his teeth. He rushed towards Kawaja on the ground. In this way, of course there is no suspense in the next battle. In less than 10 or 20 minutes, the last survivor of the Dawson Empire, the Black Panther Saint Kawaja, has also they died in Raymond, Joe Blood, Crossan, and Reuben. He died under the siege of the four of them. With a bang, Kawaja's body fell to the ground, which also made the Zulan V tremble violently in his heart, and then he smiled bitterly. It's over, yes. Now, everything is really over. First the army of super powerful men from the Dawson Empire, and then, Barrick from the later stage of the sanctuary, and this is the last Black Panther Saint Kawaja in the middle of the sanctuary. At this point, they are all gone, all dead, and the group is completely destroyed, so of course this is completely over. But, will this matter end like this? Zulan V couldn't help but smile bitterly, and felt a little suffocated in his heart, because of course he knew that this matter had just begun. This matter was really a big deal. It's over. After seeing this scene, Kiao Bulat in the sky also murmured like this, but his mood at this time was much more complicated than that of Zulan V. He was even more worried and scared, although he knew, Raymond and the others are the masterminds of this matter. And of course he knows that this matter must not be hidden. Once word of this gets out, the Dawson Empire will never let it go. The other party will definitely come back to take revenge on them. By then, he will be the worst off. Although he was forced to take action, no matter what the reason was, as long as he participated and took action, there would be nothing to say. The Dawson Empire would definitely not no matter what. He will definitely be put on the must-kill list. Secondly, even if he didn't do anything, would it be okay? Of course it's impossible, because Barrick is dead and Kawaja is dead too. Even the entire envoy group of the Dawson Empire was wiped out and killed, and they were still on the territory of their Zulan kingdom, in this palace, so, no matter what, they have to be responsible. In other words, they all had to pay for their anger with their lives. When he thought of this, his mentality began to change. It seemed that the Snellland kingdom could no longer wait. Then, his eyes moved, and then they were fixed on Raymond who was collecting the heart of Kawaja's sanctuary in the sky, and his eyes began to flicker. He seemed to be thinking about something. At the same time, of course Raymond was also very excited and happy, excited To read Baoshua novels, go to Philu Novel Network, because 2 more Saint Hearts were recorded in the account. His plan was successful. The heart of the sanctuary is absolutely delicious. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly in his heart. Raymond looked at Job Luther not far away and said, "Thank you, Kiao Bulu," and the next sentence is the same, "Let us know when you are ready. I am a very professional person, so you can rest assured that if you take your things, you will definitely do something." At this point, he paused, and then saw him turn around and land on the ground. "Crossin, Reuben, gone, let's go." And after seeing this scene and hearing the words, Job Luther even smiled bitterly. Doing things? Is this important? This is not important at all. After all, compared with a behemoth Dawson Empire get-up, the mere threat from the Sunset Mountains is really nothing. Thinking of this, he regretted it. He really regretted choosing Raymond and the others now, and he shouldn't have even let them come over. Hey, but now that he said everything was too late. Kiao Bulud sighed, and then he flashed. He quickly flew to the Zulan V and said, "Your Majesty, we must do our best to cover up the news about this matter, otherwise, the Dawson Empire will let us go." Zulan V was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled bitterly. "Concealing the news, is it useful? Joe Blood? There are so many pairs of eyes looking at each other, it's useless." Already, Kiao Bulud's expression changed for a while, and finally he sighed heavily, and then continued, "Anyway, give it a try. If we had more time, maybe there would be some opportunities." After hearing this, what else could Zulan V say? Of course, he could only nod his head silently, speechless. More than half an hour later, somewhere in the city of King Zulan, Raymond had already started recruiting troops. Ding. Recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units and temple sacrifices? Recruit. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited ordinary soldiers, the temple priests. In an instant, the altar sacrifices were performed, which also made Raymond's current number of altar sacrifice troops reach a full 7. That's more than double the amount. Strength increased dramatically. So next, it's over to the Sunset Mountains, Raymond murmured, with a hint of ambition in his eyes. For him, of course, he knew how much impact what he had done before would have on the kingdom of Snowland, and even how much of a disaster it would be. But that doesn't matter anymore, because to him, the mere kingdom of Zulan is just a small springboard for him to gradually become stronger. No matter what choice the people in the Snowland kingdom make next, he will make the red dragons in the Sunset Mountains his next target. Because, he is still thinking about the secret hidden in the Sunset Mountains. Thinking about the secret of the incomplete slate key that still holds the aura of the divine presence. He even had a premonition about this. If you're lucky, it might be his first one next. The origin of the class of soldiers, the Templar Knights. He should be relying on it, so he is bound to get the secret in the Sunset Mountains. Whether true or false, no matter what the result is, he has to go and see the situation before talking. And with his current strength, he has enough fighting power to fight against the 8 powerful men of the Holy Realm. This should be enough, right? What's more, he also has the Sword of Light Seal and the Holy Light Dragon Slaying Crossbow. Especially the latter, this is simply cheating. Such a powerful one, a dragon-turned-powerful man who is almost comparable to the peak powerhouse of the Holy Realm. But what's the result? He was actually hit hard by one blow? Was he even so frightened that he ran away? Isn't this cheating? It is simply a perfect weapon for slaying dragons. It's really a killer weapon. So next, he was going to wait and see what would happen, to see whether it was the Dawson Empire or the Red Dragons of the Sunset Mountains. Which of them would be the unlucky one to come first? He is really looking forward to this. At the same time, the aftermath of what happened in the palace of King Zulan had just begun to spread. Although Zulan V tried his best to cover up and conceal the truth and spread of this matter, but, sure enough, this kind of thing cannot be hidden at all. Next, in less than half a day, or even only a few hours, the truth of this matter was already spread very quickly. But after knowing the truth, many people, many powerful forces, and even many top experts were shocked and horrified. Silence became speechless, because both the process and the result of this incident were really 2.0, so scary and amazing. It's incredible. No one knows about the legendary sacred weapon crossbow that Raymond used to snipe the Saint Barrack. What on earth is that? But judging from the results, with just one blow, he could actually hit the dragon-blooded warrior who had turned into a dragon head-on. Barrack. You can imagine what this concept is. This gold content is really too high, and this power is really terrifying. Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that such power will definitely make even the late Saint Realm powerhouses or even the Saint Realm peak powerhouses feel numb after hearing this. Very scared. What's more, Barrick and Khawaja are actually dead. Of these two people, one is a strong person in the late Saint Realm. The strongest member of the Jijin family. The most powerful dragon-blooded warrior in the 5 Northwest Empires. The ability to transform into a dragon in one hand is extremely powerful, comparable to a real sacred dragon. Therefore, he is even one of the most powerful geniuses in the Holy Realm among the demigods. Comparable to the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. The other person is a strong man in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. At the same time, it is still directly under the royal power of the Dawson Empire. Totally genuine. The imperial royal power with strong roots. But now? They are both dead? They were all wiped out by the group. In this regard, it is no wonder that they are silent, because they obviously know how big a disturbance will happen next. There is no doubt that next, the behemoth of the Dawson Empire will definitely be furious. Crazy revenge is back. For them, this was of course a big earthquake and the beginning of an uproar. At this time, somewhere in the city of King Zulin, the Dharma Saint Herald of the Le Empire and the Sword Saint Lelord were here, as well as the 6th Prince Jero of the Le Empire. He's here too. But their faces and expressions at this time were obviously very exciting, it could even be said to be very scary, scared. Chapter 134. They actually killed Barrick and Khawaja. No, how did they do that? Lelord said in stunned shock, but one could clearly hear the panic and fear in his tone. But it was also understandable. After all, he was only in the middle stage of the sanctuary, and the opponent could kill Khawaja. Even if it can kill Barrick, it will definitely kill him. So how can he not be afraid? Of course he is afraid. And why do they dare to kill even the strong men in the sanctuary of the Dawson Empire? What on earth are they thinking? What? Are they really not afraid of death? Crazy. Really crazy. It seems that my previous feeling was right, Dharma Saint Herald sighed, and at the same time, his eyes also showed deep exclamation and profound meaning. At that time, I felt that he was very confident. It was as if he didn't take Barrick and those people seriously at all. At that time, I thought it was my imagination, but I didn't expect it to be true. Khawaja, who is in the middle stage of the sanctuary, died, and Barrick, the dragon-blooded warrior in the late stage of the sanctuary, actually died too. He is really decisive and ruthless. What a powerful strength. Fortunately we chose to give up before, otherwise, I'm afraid the ones who suffer will be us, and that's the end of it. Yes, I'm really lucky. Lelord also nodded in deep agreement, with a look of rejoicing on his face. But Lord Harold and Uncle Lelord, I still don't quite understand. The 6th Prince Jero couldn't help but speak, with a puzzled face. Isn't he really afraid of the Dawson Empire's revenge? Although I know that Saint Barrick of the Dawson Empire is indeed very strong, but it would be difficult for such a strong person to rank among the top 5 in the Dawson Empire, right? If they really angered the Dawson Empire, wouldn't they still have a dead end? So, why is this? How dare they have the courage to do this? It can be seen that he actually brought it in a little bit, because he is the 6th Prince of the Le Empire, heir of the Majestic Empire and the Prince of the Tongshan Empire. Therefore, his identity also represents the Le Empire, so in a sense, his identity and that of the people from the Dawson Empire actually overlap somewhat. They are both top figures in the powerful empire. Behind them, there are behemoth backers at the level of the empire, and the strength of those on the other side is even more powerful than him. He is only a level 1, but Khawaja and Barrick are already strong men in the middle and late stages of the Saint Realm. So in his opinion, everyone should not be afraid of them. Afraid of them? It is even less likely that they would dare to take action against them, or even kill them. You know, since the other party dares to kill Barrick and the others, they must also dare to kill him, Jero. With this thought in his heart, and worry, so it's no wonder that he brought it in, and even had an inexplicable feeling of cold lips and teeth. I felt very uncomfortable in my heart. I was also very flustered. After hearing this, Harold the Dharma Saint and Leiluo the Sword Saint Gerhard looked at each other, and then saw the latter sigh, then changed the subject and said in a serious tone, Jero, you have to change your mind. Do you really think that because you are the 6th Prince of the Empire, no one dares to mess with you, or even kill you? Then do you remember the 17th king, how he died? As soon as these words came out, 6th Prince Jero was stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and then his expression immediately changed. His face also trembled a little, and he stopped talking, because of course he remembered this. This is a required course for them. About 1,100 years ago, His Majesty, the 17th King of the La Empire, died in the hands of a strong man in the early stage of the Holy Domain. That's right. It was just a saint. He was just a strong man in the early stage of the domain. He was just a person in the early stage of the Holy Domain, but he actually killed His Majesty the King of the La Empire, such a huge empire. What is the concept? It cannot be said to be very profitable, it can only be said to be a blood profit. As for the reason? That's even more nonsense. It is said that it was just because the 17th King of the La Empire had undoubtedly ridiculed, scorned and threatened the other party a few times, and then it became like this. And after thinking of this, he suddenly also I understand, it seems that this is not a question of fear or not, but a question of face? Or even dignity? 6th Prince, you must know that every strong person in the Holy Domain has a different personality. Moreover, the specific situation of each Saint Realm powerhouse is different. If they bring a family with them, they may even have many friends from the tribe. In this case, they may still be a little more cautious, but what if they have no worries and have extreme personalities? Speaking of this, he glanced at the 6th Prince Jero and said calmly, 6th Prince, how would you feel if you were targeted by a strong man from the Holy Realm who wanted to kill you? As soon as these words came out, the 6th Prince Jero's scalp went numb. What could that feel like? It was completely dark and he didn't dare to go out. It was no different from being in jail. But he still couldn't help but retort, but Lord Harold, don't those people from the Templar Principality also have a lot of hindrances? That being said, they are also very powerful. Father Harold sighed and explained. You are not a Saint Realm powerhouse, so you don't know that although Barrick is only in the late Saint Realm stage, his complete physical strength is almost comparable to the Saint Realm peak powerhouse. In other words, it only took them less than half an hour to kill a strong man in the middle stage of the Holy Realm and a strong man in the late stage of the Holy Realm with the peak combat power of the Holy Realm without taking any damage. Do you know what this concept is, 6th Prince? I even suspect that even if a powerful demigod takes action in person, there is no guarantee that he will be able to kill them. If such an enemy cannot be killed at once, it will be a huge trouble even for the Dawson Empire. Do you understand now, demigod? 6th Prince Jero opened his mouth, his face full of shock, and then he nodded silently and said nothing. For him, of course he knew. Demigods are the biggest support for the existence of their empire. But if the company continues, if the powerful demigod is not sure, then of course there is nothing to say. The other party will do whatever he wants, and he cannot afford to offend such a person. And even if you don't say this, in fact, given the current situation of the Dawson Empire, it may be difficult to spare people to deal with them. At this moment, Sword Saint Laylord suddenly said Why? 6th Prince Jero said doubtfully. There's too much commotion in the north. Sword Saint Laylord sighed and said solemnly, Jero, you don't know yet, but we have all received the news. Before we set off, there was already an army of tens of billions of orcs in the United City of Wuzan, and they began to cross the border. Other countries, how much? Tens of billions. Hiss, oh my god. The 6th Prince Jero was stunned for a moment, and then he took a deep breath. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. His face was full of shock and disbelief. That's right, tens of billions. Sword Saint Laylord nodded and said helplessly, the reproductive ability of the orcs is too strong. Even many years ago, they already had a population of 1 trillion, which was their advantage. But it's also their disadvantage. The orcs are not good at farming and growing food, and they have a large population. Huge consumption. So the food problem, this has always been their biggest problem. Therefore, most of the time when they initiate war, it is actually for control. It even consumes the population. But when he said this, he shook his head again and said with some doubts. But this large-scale attack by an orc army of tens of billions is still a very rare thing. I have never seen it even a few times. There should be something behind it, some secret, he murmured, his eyes flickering, and then he changed the subject and said. Therefore, Jero, the Dawson Empire and their current top priority and focus must be on this. Other than that, everything is secondary. It won't be more important than this. Upon hearing this, the 6th Prince Jero also fell silent, and even nodded, because he knew that this was indeed the case. After all, compared with the united city of Wuzhen, even the powerful demigods are far behind, let alone the mere principality of the Holy Church. They are still far behind. Regarding this matter, I actually heard a rumor, but I don't know whether it is true or false. At this moment, Dharma Saint Harold suddenly said, "What gossip?" Sword Saint Laylord asked curiously. It seems that in order to cultivate a new batch of golden behemoths, Wuzhen took the initiative to start this super large-scale war. Of course, at the same time, in order to consume more people, Harold, the Dharma Saint, said with a solemn expression. Hiss, Sword Saint Laylord took a breath. Shocked. Golden behemoth? Really, it's not just him, the sixth Prince Jero is like this too. At this moment, his face was full of shock and horror. He was a little stunned. Master Harold, you mean the god-level life of the Orc Empire, golden behemoth, god-level beings, higher-level beings of sacred species, possess semi-god-level strength once they reach adulthood, which is extremely terrifying. It can be said that they are the real top ceiling of their world, their Luoman continent. Why can the orcs be able to that strong? Why is the United City Wuzhen so powerful? It is no exaggeration to say that the existence of this golden behemoth is definitely the primary contribution. Yes, it's them. Dharma Saint Harold nodded and said with twinkling eyes. I just received this news. It is said that traces of the Behemoth Legion and even the Golden Behemoth have been discovered on the border of the Karando Empire in the east. This news also came from there. I just don't know whether this news is true or false. Hearing this, the face of Sword Saint Laylord became completely solemn. Then he shook his head and said seriously, whether it's true or not, it seems we have to go back. The Behemoth Legion in the United City of Wuzhen has never shown up so early. If this is the case, then this matter may be in big trouble. Anyway, we have to go back. This must be prepared as early as possible. After all, that behemoth in the north is the enemy of all of us. That's right, let's go back. Father Saint Harold also nodded, and not long after 960, they left here directly. At the same time, the storm of this matter had also spread to His Majesty the King of the Dawson Empire, in the ears of Emperor Leland. Barrack and Kawaja are dead? Did they go to the kingdom of Snowland? What happened? Emperor Leland, he's a middle-aged man with a very domineering attitude. He has dazzling golden hair like a lion. His generous face is also full of handsomeness and domineering. His deep eyes are even more. He has a powerful charm that makes people unforgettable. Moreover, he also exudes an extremely terrifying and shocking aura of a powerful saint. Obviously, this is a saint, and he is also a saint. The strongest person in the domain. He is only one step away from becoming a demigod. Your Majesty, the murderer is the king of the Templar Principality, Raymond. Also, this is the battle intelligence record sent by our spies. You can take a look at it yourself. One was wearing a black robe, and his whole body was wrapped in a huge black robe. The guy whose appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, he stretched out his hand and handed over a magic item, and said in a very calm tone. Leyland reached out his hand to take the magic item and looked at it for a few times, and then suddenly froze. After a moment, he frowned slightly and asked, with just these three people, Kawaja and Barrack were completely wiped out? And there were still 0 casualties? Are you sure it's true? Sure, the man in black robe nodded and said without hesitation. Your Majesty, this is indeed the case. There is no problem with the intelligence information. Emperor Leland was silent again, and then asked, what is the origin of this Templar Principality? And what about His Majesty Raymond? He is very powerful, Your Majesty. The Holy Temple Principality is a newly created principality. Although it had a pretty good record before, it only killed 2 early saint domains. It is not too powerful. The only thing that needs attention is that, the king of the Holy Church Principality, Raymond, seems to be a strong man in the holy domain with both magic and martial arts skills. A strong man in the holy realm with both magic and martial arts. Emperor Leyland's pupils shrank, then his face turned gloomy, and he murmured. So that's it, so he was the one who killed Barrack and the others, but even a strong man from the holy realm with dual cultivation of magic and martial arts wouldn't be able to kill Barrack that easily, right? Although he is only in the late stage of the saint realm, his ability to transform into a dragon is very strong. Once fully transformed into a dragon, his actual combat power should be almost the same as mine. There is no way that the guy named Raymond is already close to the demigod level, right? Chapter 135. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence, the main problem should be a crossbow that is suspected to be a legendary sacred weapon, said the man in black robe. Suspicious? What's the meaning? Emperor Leland was stunned for a moment, and then he took a closer look at the intelligence record in his hand. Then he frowned slightly, and at the same time he understood the sentence that seemed to be the true meaning of the legendary sacred weapon meaning. A dragon hunting weapon that restrains the power of dragons, he murmured, seeming to be thinking about something. Your Majesty, there are only two situations that can severely injure Barrack with one blow so easily, either with a legendary sanctuary-level dragon hunting weapon that can restrain the power of dragons, or it's a demigod artifact, but according to our analysis, it shouldn't be like that. After all, if it was really a demigod artifact, there would be no need for them to work so hard when they killed Nakalja, just shoot another arrow and that's it. The power of the demigod artifact can definitely easily kill Kawaja, who is only in the middle stage of the Holy Realm. But they didn't, so Your Majesty, our opinion is that we more doubt it's just the former. After hearing this, Emperor Leyland stretched out his fingers and tapped on the table in front of him, boom, boom, boom. After a moment, he saw him shaking his head again and asking again. Robus, if we kill them now, is that okay? The man in black robe was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, Your Majesty, now is not a very good time. First, we are still not sure whether the opponent has a semi-divine artifact or a legendary sacred weapon. Second, even if it is the latter, their strength is not weak. Being able to kill Kawaja and Barrack shows that just one or two of the top Saint Realm experts may not be able to kill them absolutely. Unless a powerful demigod can take action himself. But what? Emperor Leland asked back. But the situation over the border is terrible now. The behemoth legion of the orcs has appeared, and there are many of them, at least more than 30. And what's more, in other places, there are even traces of golden behemoth. Your Majesty, relatively speaking, this is a greater threat to us. Therefore, according to our analysis, the beasts of the orc clan should be making a lot of noise this time. Golden behemoth. Emperor Leland's pupils shrank, then his face darkened and he fell silent. Robus, after a moment, he spoke again and said coldly. You go notify the Jeshan family and tell them that they don't need to participate in the next war. If they want revenge, they can handle it themselves. Also, find a way to sanction the Snowland Kingdom for me. Yes. His Majesty. The man in black robe nodded, then flashed and turned into a ball of dark element particles and disappeared. At the same time, Emperor Leyland suddenly crushed the information in his hand. The information magic tool snorted coldly and murmured, The Principality of the Templar? Humph. You are lucky. Half a month later, somewhere in the royal city of King Salanger. Hello, Your Majesty Raymond. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I'm sorry. Jobulad apologized to Raymond respectfully. Are you ready? Jobrud? Where are those red dragons now? Lemon glanced at him and said with a half smile, although it's only half a month, there isn't much time. But I suggest you hurry up, otherwise, if we wait until those people from the Dawson Empire come to take revenge on us, you will only be more unlucky, it will even be more involved. But Kiaubulad shook his head and said with a strange expression, Your Majesty Raymond, you can rest assured about this for the time being. Maybe they won't come to trouble you in a short time, because they have a little too much time to take care of themselves now. As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise. Why? What happened? Yes, something big happened recently, Kiaubulad said with a solemn expression. The Orc Empire in the north, the United City of Wuzan. They have begun to attack other countries on a large scale, and the size of their army this time is even a conservative estimate. There should be tens of billions. How many? Tens of billions? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes almost popped out of his head. He was so shocked. Are you crazy? How could there be so many? That's right, tens of billions. Kiaubulad smiled bitterly and explained, the reproductive ability of the orcs is extremely strong. If they were not consumed like this, they would have filled the entire continent long ago. But is this too exaggerated? An army of tens of billions? Do they have a dedicated population? Raymond said speechlessly. Your Majesty Raymond, the population of the orcs in the United City of Wuzan has long exceeded 1 trillion. And this is the result of their efforts to contain it, otherwise there will be more. In fact, the most populous race on our Luoman continent is the orcs. Moreover, their population is even greater than that of all other races combined, so we need to consume consume like crazy to reduce their population, otherwise, they will all starve to death, and this is what we call the disaster of the orcs, Joblad said. As soon as he said this, Raymond opened his mouth, and then he was completely speechless. Well, if that was the case, then he had nothing to say, and then he asked again. So the Dawson Empire is now dealing with the attack of the Orc Empire Vorsen? That's right, Kiabulat nodded and said with twinkling eyes, just yesterday, we just received news. The Beeman Legion of the Orc Empire led the Orc army to attack the border of the Dawson Empire. At the beginning of this first war, the Dawson Empire and others were said to have killed 2 powerful men from the sanctuary, but this is just the beginning. Your Majesty Raymond, the scale of this war is huge, it's even a bit unprecedented. At the end of the sentence, Joblad's face became more solemn, and he was even a little worried, because even though they were still some distance away from the behemoth in the north, this was not a safe distance. Once the war escalated, they will all be involved. Because the United City of Wuzen is the enemy of all of them. Hearing this, Roman also became a little silent, and then asked, Joblad, what did you just say? What about the Behemoth Legion of the Orc Empire? Joblad was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that Raymond would actually ask this. Isn't this common sense that everyone knows? But he didn't dare to ask more, so he started to explain again. The Behemoth clan is the strongest royal clan among the orcs. A true legendary creature, and the most powerful and top-notch one. Very strong. The Beeman clan claims to be invincible in land combat and invincible in close combat. Except for a few exceptions, such as the most ferocious black dragon among the dragons, almost no one can defeat them in close combat. You can imagine how strong they are. As for the behemoth beast of the Orc Empire, that is the strongest legion of Wusun. There are as many as 300 adult Beeman clan members registered there. In other words, this is an invincible army of 300 strong men from the Holy Realm. 300, Raymond stared, a little frightened. You must know that these are not kittens or puppies, but legendary behemoths that are almost invincible at the same level. And there are actually 300 of them? Damn it, the strength of the United City of Wuzen is so outrageous. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this world. But it was just right, because these powerful saints, even the more powerful demigods there are, the more recruitment resources and army he will have. So this is definitely a good thing for him, not a bad thing. So next, he shook his head directly, said calmly, okay, I get it. Job Luther, let's talk about the red dragons in the Sunset Mountains. How prepared are you now, Your Majesty Raymond? We have lured the red dragon James from the Sunset Mountains to the battlefield in East Flanders, which is only 2 days away from me, very close. But there is a problem. Joe Blood hesitated to speak. What is the problem, Your Majesty Raymond? Not only the red dragon James, but also the other red dragon Lady Heir. So, do you see? Kiabulo looked at Raymond with some embarrassment. According to the agreement, Raymond only needs to help their Zulan kingdom to get rid of the red dragon James, but now there is one more. It's a bit embarrassing, but Raymond is too lazy to care about this now. Even for him, this way, it's actually better. He's too lazy to bother. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Then he nodded directly. Road, where is the place? Take us there. Kiabulo was stunned for a moment, and then quickly thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty Raymond. Thank you, Your Majesty Raymond. Then he seemed to think of something again, gritted his teeth, and seemed to be a little entangled. But within a few seconds, he saw him speaking again. Looking at Raymond, he whispered, Your Majesty Raymond, I still have a question. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network? What is the problem? Kiabulo gritted his teeth and said. If I want to join your Holy Church Principality, what are the requirements? As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the other person in surprise. Do you want to join our Templar Principality? Seriously, it's not that he thinks their Holy Church Principality is unworthy, but it's the first time he's encountered something like this, so it feels a bit novel. Why? Joe Blood sighed. Helpless, Your Majesty Raymond, to tell you the truth, because of what happened before, I am now on the Jijian family's must-kill list. Although it is just their words, it doesn't matter, but as soon as the war in the north is over and the Dawson Empire frees up its hands, it should and will not let me go. So, I want to protect myself, I want to live. His words were quite sincere, so Raymond simply nodded and said, if you really think so, I can give you this opportunity, but you must also be mentally prepared, because in my holy church principality, it may be different from your previous experiences." After a pause, he pointed directly at Croson and the others who were still watching the door outside, and said calmly, "Look at them. In my place, even the strong ones in the holy domain have no privileges. Jobrud, you want to join us? Can, but that is surrender. Instead of joining, I think you should understand what I mean, right?" Jobulent gave a bitter smile and did not hesitate. "Don't worry, Your Majesty Raymond, I have inquired before coming, and I understand what you mean. I also know what to do." "Good," Raymond nodded and said with a smile, "then let's talk about my other conditions. If you want to join our holy church principality, you can, but you need a sincere vote from the heart of the holy realm, heart of the sanctuary." Jobulud was stunned for a moment. "That's right." Raymond smiled and nodded, and said calmly, "I have a great need for the holy heart, so when you can come up with a holy heart, you can come to me again." Jobulud was silent for a moment, then suddenly gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand, and took out cut something. "Your Majesty Raymond, can you take a look at this?" Raymond glanced at the thing, and then he was a little surprised. "It seems you have it. Is this the heart of the sanctuary?" "Yes." Jobrud handed the holy heart to Raymond respectfully, and then explained, "This is the holy heart of Archbishop Sakharim of the Ice and Snow cult. When he was killed, he was lucky enough to be robbed by me, Li Zhao. Your Majesty Raymond, is this okay?" "Sure." Raymond smiled, then took the holy heart in his hand and shook it. "Jobulith, if you think about it, I can let you join us." Hearing the words and seeing the situation, bang! Joblud knelt down on one knee without hesitation. "Salute respectfully, Joblud, see His Majesty the King." "Get up." Raymond pulled him up, and then asked curiously, "By the way, Joblud, how are you going to explain to King Zulin V?" "There's nothing to explain." Jobulud shook his head and said calmly, "I have done my best to accompany them until now, and now I want to leave, and he can't stop me, but don't worry, Your Majesty, I will go and tell him personally." "Fine." Raymond nodded and said calmly. "You handle this matter, and then take us to find the two red dragons as soon as possible." "Yes, His Majesty." Jobulith nodded without hesitation. Before, he was actually a little confused as to why things were like this. Raymond was actually willing to follow the agreement and help them kill the red dragons in the Sunset Mountains. But now it seems that he doesn't find it strange anymore. To put it bluntly, it seems that it is because he has taken a fancy to the other party's heart of the Holy Realm. But this is also normal. No one dislikes the heart of the Holy Realm. This is hard currency. Even the ultimate foundation of a powerful force. The value is huge and the use is huge. The next day, after finishing everything in the Kingdom of Snowland, Raymond and the others had already set off for the East Flanders region of the Kingdom of Snowland. There was the army of magic beasts in the Sunset Mountains, and the two red dragons of the sacred magic beasts in the Sunset Mountains. They are all wreaking havoc there. There were killings everywhere. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The vast land seems to have been shrouded in carnage and dark red at this time. The abyss, cracks in the ground, ruins in the distance, etc. are all filled with a layer of dark red blood on the ground, coming from a very far away place. Looking at it, it even seemed as if it had been covered with blood from top to bottom, full of a tragic atmosphere. Call out, call out, call out. At this moment, a series of detonating sounds suddenly came from the sky. Then, they saw a group of people flying towards them in the sky several kilometers away. Look carefully, look. It's Raymond, Gilbert and the others. There are also 8 temple priest teams including Croson and Reuben. Obviously, after getting a new holy heart from the Job Luther, Raymond's current number of priests in the temple has already reached another level. It has already reached the top 8. Moreover, except for the temple priest who was left behind to guard Greystone City, there are 7 others. They are all here already. In other words, this is already a lineup of 9 powerful saints. You can imagine what this concept is. It's just that Raymond's mood at this time is still a little bad. It's not because of strength, but because the situation in these places is really, really miserable. Along the way, almost everywhere there are ruins, and they are ruins that feel like purgatory. Because there is blood almost everywhere here, There are broken walls, broken limbs and arms, corpses that have been cut into several pieces, and you don't even know who bought the things. These things seem to have been turned into food, into the rations for the Warcraft riots, and were eaten and dismembered. Therefore, it is said that this place is a hell on earth. It is absolutely correct. And such a scene also made him, who is obviously very hard-hearted and had no virgin's heart at all, really feel a little bit unbearable. So he was in a bad mood now. It can even be said to be very bad. At the same time, as if he noticed Raymond's change in his mood, Kiaobulud hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Explain. Or comfort, Your Majesty, this is what war is like. For us humans, these monsters are our natural enemies. They can attack and devour us without any scruples. Of course, they can also destroy everything about us, but on the other hand, we are actually the same. 680. As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment, because he suddenly remembered that he had hunted those monsters before, and even ate their meat. The scene when their magic core. Then he immediately nodded and said with emotion, "That's right. Indeed it is, those Warcraft and our human race are indeed natural enemies. After all, their methods are similar to each other." But then he suddenly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "But even if this is the case, I am still a human being. So, this can only be considered bad luck for them." Shaking his head, he continued to ask, "Joe Blood, where's the target? Didn't it say it was nearby? Why haven't you found it yet, Your Majesty? It should be nearby here. If you look for it again, you should be able to find it," Kiaobulud said quickly. Then he added another sentence, "Information from the Kingdom of Snellland said that the place where those damn beasts slaughtered and destroyed yesterday was the city under our feet. Moreover, the bloodstains on the ground here are very new, and some are even very hot. So I think even if they have left, they have not gone far, and there is another city very close to the southwest of this city, Your Majesty. How about we go there and have a look?" "So what are you doing standing there in a daze? Let's go," Raymond said quickly. In less than an hour, Raymond's eyes have already begun to show some sharpness. And cold, because the army of Warcraft along the way has obviously begun to become more numerous, and there are a lot of them. In this case, they should be on the right track. Job Blood, do it. Collect the interest first, then kill me directly. Others, don't be too busy taking action, hide for a while, don't scare those guys away," Raymond said coldly. "Yes, His Majesty," Kiaobulud nodded without hesitation, and then immediately flashed his figure, and with a ferocious face, he charged towards the army of Warcraft. He began his massacre, and at the same time, Raymond also he began to release his holy power, and then spread it out. Buzz! It only took a few seconds. He immediately determined the appropriate and correct direction. "Let's go," he waved his hand and flew directly over. In a short time, before their eyes, a huge city that was quite huge, but also completely reduced to ruins and purgatory. Flying in the sky among them, Raymond stared at the city for several times, and then his eyes narrowed, because he had already noticed the sacred power of those red dragons. There were 2 of them. So it seems that, it should be this is the right place. However, apart from this, in this ruined purgatory city, there are also a very few weak auras with traces of gods. They seem to be still alive. Is anyone still alive? Alice, they have managed to survive until now. I don't know if they are lucky or unlucky, Raymond sighed. Sometimes, it's okay to die early. It's all over. But if you don't die all the time and sink in difficulties and despair, it's actually quite miserable, isn't it? He shook his head, then he waved his hand and said coldly, "Let's go. The target has been found. Go kill him." "Yes, Lord." Clausen and the others nodded quickly, and then the magic power in their bodies began to stir and was released. In just a few seconds, in front of them, a lot of light magic power was condensed, and then these magic powers shot out very quickly. Then a huge barrier force formed in the sky, boom, rumble. These magical powers condensed very quickly, and in just a few seconds, they had already condensed and formed. I saw that it looked like a huge buckle bowl. It crashed down with a rumble, quickly covering a large area in the city. At the same time, the entire army of Warcraft in the city also began to riot, erupting in shocking roars. The earth and the sky even started to shake. But at the same time, suddenly, 2 powerful red figures finally rushed out of the ruins as if they were belatedly. "Fly into the sky, call out, call out." They slammed into Clausen's bright magic power barrier. At that moment, It was as if a comet hit the earth. A huge explosion burst out instantly. That sound also seemed like a harsh sonic boom, spread fiercely in the sky. It feels powerful. However, even so, it is still of no use at all. That path gathered together the light magic power barrier of the 7 temple priests, and directly blocked their impact easily. Or should I say, escape? The appearance of this scene also caused the 2 powerful figures on the other side to freeze on the spot, and even looked a little stiff with fear on their faces. How is it possible? What on earth is this? We can't beat him. How can this be? This is impossible. The next moment, a sound of panic came. But it was the red dragon Lady who couldn't help but exclaimed. Who do you think you are, Lady? Isn't it normal that you can't break the power of this magical barrier just by yourself? Snort. Stop dreaming, you can't leave here today. Today, you will definitely die here. You damn beasts deserve to die too. The angry voice of Kiaubulad came, and then, his huge and majestic holy power. The power of fighting spirit came with a rumble and appeared in the sky. Jabrat is you? Roar, you're such a loser and you still want to kill us. You're dreaming. Lady became furious and roared. If he can't, what about us? Raymond's voice came, and then they all slowly flew into the sky. When they saw this scene, both the red dragon Lady and the red dragon James, their pupils immediately exploded. Shrinking, trembling all over. Holy territory, die? Why are there so many? The red dragon James roared with a ferocious face, but he could clearly feel the panic at this moment. And the despair and guilt. After all, what is going on? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. There are too many strong men from the Saint Realm. 1 or 2, 5 or 8. Those 8 people on the other side, they are all sanctuary. Moreover, if you add that Job Luther, that's a total of 9. In just this moment, this huge pressure almost crushed him immediately. This gave him the feeling now, which is no different from a dead end. The powerful men from the 9 holy realms came in person. Just to kill the 2 of them? The one who stepped on the horse was really crazy. He was really crazy. But at this moment, Raymond suddenly waved his hand. Coldly Lang said, Job Luther, and everyone else, let's kill one first. Yes. His Majesty, I understand, Lord. At that moment, both Job Luther and Prosen and the others immediately took action. Boom. A loud noise broke out, and in an instant, an extremely astonishing red-yellow fighting spirit rushed out of Kiaubulad's body. This force was so powerful that almost as soon as it appeared, it destroyed the ruins in all directions. Even those huge the rocks were instantly blown up, forming an astonishing tornado. The next moment, he killed the red dragon Lady without hesitation, and not only him, but Clausen and the others' reaction speed was even faster. Boom. 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 In an instant, hundreds of majestic light eggs of light magic power were whizzing towards the red dragon Lady like tracking missiles. And they are so fast. Even the red dragon, a sacred creature like Lady, couldn't avoid it. So next, rumble, 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 the overwhelming big explosion exploded instantly, and I saw the terrifying big explosion with the attacked red dragon Lady as the core. Even within a radius of nearly a kilometer, huge mushroom clouds quickly rose and exploded, and began to explode crazily. Later, as soon as this scene appeared, Red Dragon James's face was distorted. He was shocked and frightened, because of course he knew how terrifying the magical power of the 7 powerful saints was. Although their Red Dragon the clan also has a certain degree of magic immunity, but it still heavily favors the power of fire magic. For them, the power of fire magic, even the forbidden spell of fire magic power, is just scratching the itch, but this light magical power, but not. If it were just a few, it would be okay. But there are 7 or 7, not to mention just later in the early stage of the sanctuary, even himself, or even awakens. Once hit from the front, I'm afraid it will be miserable. It's very uncomfortable. But now, this has become their death countdown, because as long as there's the barrier of light magic power in the sky, even if they want to run, you can't even run away. Damn it, what should I do? The Red Dragon James murmured through gritted teeth, and the next second, his eyes had already locked on the only one who was alone, Raymond. Next, his face turned ferocious murderous rage. You want to kill us? Then I will tear you apart first. Damn humans. Roar, he roared angrily and rushed towards Raymond. Not good, Lord. When they saw this scene, Clausen and the others' expressions changed. Then, They just wanted to change the target, but Raymond, who was regarded as the target on the other side, had already taken the lead. Boom. Thunder. His figure flashed, and then he rushed directly towards the red dragon James. At the same time, the fighting spirit and magic power in his body also surged and exploded. Then, he narrowed his eyes, and he punched it out. He collided hard with the ferocious dragon claws of the red dragon James. Boom. In an instant, a huge sonic boom appeared in the sky like a groundbreaking explosion, but the next moment, seeing the huge body of the red dragon James, he was actually knocked away. His body was like a sharp arrow flying back. With a loud bang, he rushed out and then hit hard, arriving at the barrier of bright magic power. A huge noise erupted. Then even the power of the barrier began to shake. Boom. Boom. Chapter 137. James, in the sky, Ladier's weak voice came, a little shocked and frightened, even a little incredible. You must know that they are a great dragon clan, a great red dragon. Their strength attribute is definitely the best in the same level. Second only to beam an alien warfare monster like a behemoth, but now? In this undisputed head-on confrontation, James' power attack was completely defeated by the opponent, or even, completely crushed. This is to him, it's simply incredible. Boom, but at this moment, a loud noise came, and Kiaobulot attacked again, directly piercing his body with a sword, making him scream. Ah, isn't it good to take care of yourself? Kiaobulot mocked. His face was full of murderous intent. His eyes were cold. He had witnessed with his own eyes the scene when Raymond and the others killed Barak and the others. Of course, Kiaobulot knew very well how powerful Raymond was. How powerful. So he was not worried at all. He knew very well that James alone could not defeat His Majesty Raymond. He just needed to do his best to kill Ladier as soon as possible. At the same time, Raymond was suspended in the sky and slowly flew towards the red dragon James, who was also a little shocked, frightened, suffocated and desperate. He said lightly, "Do you have any misunderstanding? Do you think I am weak?" James's face froze, and his face turned blue and purple, but in the end he roared angrily, flew towards Raymond again and flew towards him. However, Raymond dodged him, and then spoke again, asked, "I have a question for you. You should know this thing, right?" As he spoke, he took out the incomplete slate from the space ring. At that moment, the red dragon James was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes immediately became more ferocious. His pupils were blood red and he stared at Raymond, roared in anger. "Oh, it's you. You thief. Did you steal our stuff? Let me update your words." But Raymond shook his head and said calmly, "I didn't steal the thing, it was snatched by me. Moreover, it was not in your place, but in the hands of two guys from the Ice and Snow cult." James' eyes flashed, although he was still very angry. But it's obviously a little better, because he knows that in this case, the other party doesn't need to lie. There is no need to lie to him. Anyway, they are all dying. But then he suddenly burst into laughter, a ferocious laugh. Ha ha ha. You want to know the secret of the temple? Stop dreaming. I won't tell you. Even if you kill me, you will never know the answer to this secret. Yeah. Raymond curled his lips, mocking him. Oh well, he nodded, silently took out a holy light dragon slaying crossbow from the space ring, and then pointed it at the opponent. "If you say so, fine, then go die." Rumble. In a split second, the power of the holy light dragon slaying crossbow was fully unleashed. It became majestic. Buzz, and above the crossbow, there seemed to be a dazzling holy light power like the sun. It rose directly and turned into a bright light. When seeing this scene, it seemed that the holy light was detected in the dragon slaying crossbow. With such power, both James and Ladier could not help but feel their scalps numb and their souls trembling for a moment. Terrified, what is this, dragon hunting weapons? Damn it, how could you possibly have such a thing? Hasn't this thing been destroyed by our dragon clan? Damn it. How could this be? In an instant, James's defense was completely broken. He roared, panic-stricken. But at the same time, the holy light dragon slaying crossbow had already erupted. Boom. At that moment, a bolt containing terrifying power, the shock wave, flew out in an instant, pierced towards James in the sky, and then, screams broke out, and James's entire body was visible at this moment. They were all completely penetrated. Moreover, a huge blood hole actually appeared. It's even almost a quarter of the size of James' huge body. With one blow, the red dragon James suffered heavy damage instantly and was seriously injured. Therefore, This holy light dragon-slaying crossbow is worthy of being the nemesis of the dragon clan's sacred objects. The effect is really good. The power is also really strong. But the only disadvantage is that it needs to be charged, and it only has one shot at a time, which is a little bit less. Raymond shook his head, and then directly killed the severely injured Red Dragon James. Just a few minutes later, the good news came from Jobulid and his friends. The Red Dragon Ratier was brutally beaten. He is finally dead. Died miserably in the indiscriminate bombardment of Clausen and the others' magical power. After a few more minutes of this, Raymond also got results. This Red Dragon James, who has great strength in the middle stage of the Saint Realm, has already had his head chopped off by his bright seal sword, made him a corpse, and slain. It's over, Raymond murmured. Although he couldn't get the specific information about the incomplete slate, he was already very satisfied with the income of 2 more holy hearts. After all, in this way, his holy church, the sacrificial army, can already break through double digits in the city. It has officially reached the top 10. This is a huge increase in strength. Raymond smiled with satisfaction, and then took another look at the enchantment of bright magic power. Those outside, a large number of violent warcraft armies, and then his eyes became cold again. Killing intent filled the air. Boom. Then let's do another hunting operation, Raymond murmured, and then said quickly, Jobulid, everyone, go and clear out all the warcraft armies around here. Yes. His Majesty. Jobulid's eyes flashed, and he immediately flew out, and when he saw this scene, Croson and the others also worked together to unblock the barrier of bright magic power. And so on. Another round of the cleanup and massacre have begun again. But it has to be said that although the enemy soldiers are numerous and powerful, the number is huge. But this number is not enough for the powerful saints in this sacred realm. Or, in other words, for the powerful magic saints like magicians, in front of the attacker, it was really useless. In the next few hours, under the bombardment and indiscriminate bombardment of several rounds of forbidden spells from Clausen and the others, the huge army of rioting warcraft, it has been almost wiped out. At least several million people died. But most of them were low-level warcraft. Next, Raymond and the others also left here and headed towards the Principality of the Holy Church. Greystone City returns. In the blink of an eye. Several months have passed, and Raymond and the others have successfully returned to the Principality of the Holy Church in Greystone City. But this time, he did not use the teleportation array network of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, but flew back on his own. So they spent some extra time, but when they came back this time, they received bad news. Your Majesty Raymond, you are finally back. Has it been smooth sailing? During this time, something happened over the border. Matt German hurriedly came to the door and said, Problem occurs? What happened? To read exciting novels, go to Filu Novel Network? Raymond said in confusion. His face sank. Uncle Matt German, please speak slowly, don't be anxious, is such that, Matt German nodded and explained, more than a month ago, the Principality of Shaller once again launched an attack on our Principality of the Holy Church, and this time, their strength became very different. Their strength suddenly became much stronger. Later, after our in-depth investigation, and found that it seemed to be the army of the Anj Kingdom, the Kingdom of Unger, Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he squinted his eyes and his eyes flickered. So that's it, it's them? After all, this is a trap he set with his own hands, luring the fish he hooked with his own hands. So of course he also now you know why this is. Those guys on the other side must be coming for his bait, the bright magic stone vein. But the guys on the other side move really fast. Counting the time, this should be the news they just received. They've been coming to the door non-stop, right? Very good. A sneer appeared in Raymond's eyes, and then he asked again, Uncle Matt German, then what? And what did they do during this time? Your Majesty, our losses are huge this time. Matt German said angrily, ever since they started attacking us, our army has been at a disadvantage. So far, we have lost more than 400,000 yuan. What? Lemon was stunned for a moment, and then he became angry. He asked, how come so many people died? Damn it. The Kingdom of Unger. These damn guys, zero request flowers, they are really looking for death. As he spoke, Raymond's eyelids even trembled a little, and he finally seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart, and became completely angry. Although he had to know that war is like this, it is impossible not to kill people. It means killing people. If you don't die, I will live. But they are the ones who are dying now, and so many of them have died. More than 400,000. For him, he is very angry, and even more helpless. But at this moment, German spoke again and continued, Your Majesty, the military strength of the Principality of Shalar and the Kingdom of Anj totals 2 million. And they also have 3 strong men from the Holy Realm. But there was only one strong man from the Holy Realm before us. Moreover, he can only guard the royal city and cannot go to the border battlefield to provide reinforcements, which is why the losses are so huge. And what? Raymond asked, and just some time ago, those powerful saints from the Anj kingdom have even broken into a royal city, German said with a serious and angry face. As soon as he heard this, Raymond's eyes suddenly jumped and he squinted his eyes. He got even more angry. He felt even more angry. Mom. Yes, their home was actually stolen. Royal City? Isn't that their home base, Greystone City? They were all broken into here. What is the concept? No matter what the result is next, this is a big blow to their Templar principality, are all a great provocation, even a great humiliation. Thinking of this, Raymond's eyes suddenly turned cold. His whole body was shaking, and he was burning with anger. Then what? And what did they do? Raymond continued to ask, Your Majesty, those guys are really arrogant. German's face darkened and he said coldly. But they only came to 2 sanctuaries. Moreover, perhaps because Lord Robin was guarding them. In the end, they chose to retreat. There was no fight only. After saying this, German paused and then added another sentence. He said solemnly, It's just that they seem to be coming for our bright magic stone veins, Robin. This is the name of the holy monk that Raymond deliberately stayed in his hometown of Greystone City. He originally thought that the combat power of a strong man from the Holy Realm should be enough. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the opponent's courage and strength. So greedy. As he thought about it, Raymond's face became ugly. He was very angry. As far as he knew, there were only 4 strong men in the sanctuary in the Anj kingdom, but what about now? As soon as he came, there was 3. Damn, this is so damned. Fuck. Your Majesty, but then something strange happened. German said again. Strange things? What's up? Raymond asked. They suddenly and inexplicably retreated. German spoke directly. He was a little confused. About half a month ago, their army strength actually began to shrink, and then they began to withdraw their troops one after another that night. Now, most of their army has gradually retreated to the Principality of Shalar outside the country. Moreover, it seems that all the powerful saints from the Anj kingdom have left at once. Our people also found no trace of them, but we don't know why. Your Majesty, this is strange. Upon hearing this, Raymond narrowed his eyes and murmured, Withdrawal of troops. Then he sneered. He seems to have understood something in his heart. As expected, this should be the information from the Snellland kingdom that has been passed on, right? The kingdom of Selanger is directly north of their principality of the Holy Church. What about the kingdom of Anj? In the southwest of their Holy Church principality. What a complete contradiction. Therefore, it is normal that the intelligence news over there cannot be transmitted for a while. But if the intelligence information over there had been transmitted and known to them, then this so-called sudden and inexplicable withdrawal of troops would obviously be excusable. There must be a reason. It's because they received the news, it's because they were scared after receiving the news. That's why it's like this, but now you know you're afraid, don't you think it's too late? The kingdom of Unger? Oh well. Then, it's time for me to accompany you and have some fun, Raymond murmured. At the same time, there was that coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. Also inflated. Chapter 138. In his opinion, he made a mistake in this matter. He underestimated the courage and greed of those guys. That's why it turned out like this. Therefore, he should be responsible for this matter. He's going to kill someone. Make up for your mistakes. Then he asked again, Uncle German, where is Robin? Where is he now? Let him come to see me. Yes, German nodded, turned and left, and not long after this, the temple monk Robin had already returned here with German and appeared in front of Raymond. Dear Lord, I'm sorry, I failed to live up to your expectations, I failed to do the tasks you assigned me, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Sorry. Robin immediately knelt down and apologized to Raymond. Okay, get up, I know this has nothing to do with you. Tell me, Robin, who are those 2 people? Also, in addition to the bright magic stone veins, what is the situation in the forbidden area? Is there any unusual movement over there? Lemon shook his head and asked. Obviously, what he is worried about now is actually the situation at the Renault Purple Gold Mine. Although it is protected by the Tower of Light, the risk of being discovered and exposed will indeed be smaller, but if they are really broken into here, with the strength of those powerful people in the sanctuary, and their observation ability, perception ability, etc., it is possible that they have discovered the situation in the forbidden area. Something is wrong, so no matter what, he has to prepare for this matter in advance. But fortunately, today is different from the past. Now, even if it is really exposed, it doesn't matter to him 270. Because with their current situation the strength is no longer as stressful and worrying as before. Their current strength is really not weak. He now has 10 of the Temple Priest army. It is directly into double digits. Then, add taking Cobulet into account, plus his own words, he now has a total of 12 Saint Realm strongman level combat capabilities. You can imagine what this concept is. It is no exaggeration to say that even if looking at the entire Luoman continent, they are definitely at the level of a hegemon. That is to say, he has not yet been able to have his own demigod strongman to suppress the situation. Otherwise, with their current strength and foundation, they can even completely it's enough to reach the threshold of the Empire's existence. How can you become an Empire's existence? It's very simple, just be a strong demigod. As long as you can possess the foundation of a strong demigod, you can possess and be satisfied and become the vast majority of the Empire's existence. Conditions. As for the other ones, they are also very simple. As long as there is a strong demigod around, you can do it casually. There is no difficulty at all, it is very simple. Lord, the two powerful men from the sanctuary who came to us to cause trouble, one is called Orukuongti and the other is El Table Thunder, but their strength is not bad, their strength is only at the early stage of the holy domain. So it's not too troublesome, but it's just that over the forbidden area. Robin paused, his eyes flashed and said, Your Majesty, there does seem to be something abnormal over there in the forbidden area. Real, what happened? Raymond's face darkened. Gigas and the others, they seemed to have discovered a dark aura that appeared around them for a while. But the other party didn't seem to have any intention of approaching them deeply, so, they did not take the initiative to alert the enemy only. But has the other party discovered the specific situation in the forbidden area? They are not sure now, so, Lord, this matter may be a little troublesome now, Robin explained. After hearing this, Raymond also became a little silent, his eyes flickered. Are you sure? If so, then everything must be planned for the worst outcome, that is to say, in the forbidden area, that Renault Purple Gold vein must be treated as if it has been exposed. Then there is only one thing he can do next, and that is to become stronger. He just needs to keep getting stronger. Powerful enough to curb the greed of any enemy wild. In this way, the risks and crises of this matter will naturally be eliminated. It's as if it never happened. Well, if that's the case, let's start with the Younger Kingdom, 3 powerful men from the Holy Realm? That's okay. Your hearts in the sanctuary are my precious recruitment resources, Lemon sneered. Determination and chill appeared in his eyes, and then he looked at Matt German again and asked, Uncle Matt German, those strong men of the sanctuary in the Orange Kingdom, are you now? Have no idea where they are. Matt German was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Your Majesty, you really don't know, but then he added another sentence, but we should be able to go to the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce and buy information about their whereabouts. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Good idea, then do it now, Uncle Matt German. Give me their whereabouts as soon as possible, and I'm going to kill them, Raymond said coldly. His eyes were full of sharp edges and cold murderous intent. They looked very cold and biting. Yes, Your Majesty. A few days later, in the Principality of Shalar, in a castle in the important border city of Chris City, although it was still night and the sky was very dark, there were still some lights and bright lights here. Because almost all of the high-level sacred powerhouses from the Orange Kingdom are gathered here, the Saint of Law, El Table Thunder, and the Dwarf Saint of War, Ori Crazy Iron. Grand Marshal Ogfinson, among them, the weakest ones are all above level 1. The most powerful ones are, of course, the 2 powerful saints from the Orange Kingdom. Originally, they came this time with the intention of stealing the bright magic stone veins of the Principality of the Holy Church, but they did not expect that a piece of news coming from afar from the north frightened them away. That's right. It's the incident in the Kingdom of Snelland. The news about the tragic death of the Saint Barrack of the Dawson Empire and the Black Panther Saint Kawaja has already reached their ears. Just because of this, they chose to withdraw their troops in a hurry, but because of this, they are now in a dilemma. After all, give up? If they had given up long ago, there would be no such things, but the problem is that now they have done everything, killing many people in the Templar Principality, and even went to the royal city of the Templar Principality to cause a scene. This is no different from giving the other person a hard slap on the face. So they choose to give up now. Is it really too late? To be honest, they don't know about it either. However, they have lost the courage to continue attacking the Holy Church Principality. After all, since the other party can kill the Black Panther Saint Kawaja in the middle stage of the Saint Domain, and can kill the Barrack Saint in the late Saint Domain, to read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network, then the other party will definitely be able to kill them. At this point, they are really flustered and scared now. At this moment, Eldest Irifa Saint was sitting there with an expressionless face, seemingly motionless and somewhat frozen in place, and the atmosphere seemed very depressing. But everyone was still quiet, looking at him uneasily, waiting for the other party's final choice and order. Although everyone is a strong man in the Holy Realm, he is not much more powerful than Orikuunti, but his brain is obviously much smarter than Orikuunti. So even though Orikuunti was here at this time, he still gave up the command because he knew very well that these were extraordinary times, but his brain is not enough. Isn't Moody here yet? At this moment, El Desire suddenly asked. He looked at everyone. Moody, Dark Law Saint Moody, the last of the three powerful saints who attacked this time, and at the same time, that was also it is extremely rare. It is also very rare to have a low-key dark magic saint. Therefore, if the other party is here, then they can have three powerful saints at the same time. And in this way, whether they are self-confidence or courage, it will be much greater. No, but someone immediately shook his head and said solemnly, there has been no news from Lord Moody during this period of time, and our people can't contact him, don't know where he is. As soon as these words came out, Orikuunti couldn't help but said angrily. Damn, could this damn old thing have run away? It's not just him. Elderly also frowned at this time, and he had some bad premonitions in his heart. Based on his understanding of Moody, the other party is definitely a typical example of bullying and fearing the strong. Or, in other words, a typical cautious person. As long as he can be sure if there is no danger, then you can see the other party. Otherwise, you won't even be able to find where he is. But if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the other party is not optimistic about their current situation? They may even think that they are in danger now. Lord Eltable, why don't you withdraw your troops? At this moment, Generalissimo Ogfinson suddenly spoke, with a solemn expression on his face. You have also seen the current situation. Continue to fight? Impossible. Zero, we are already afraid, and our current situation is also very dangerous. None of us know when the powerful saints from the Principality of the Holy Church will come back, nor do we know what their attitude is towards us. But what if they plan to retaliate against us? Speaking of this, he glanced at Orikuunti and El Table Thunder, and then shook his head again and continued to speak. The other party can kill the top sanctuary strongmen of the Dawson Empire, so what's the deal with us? It's a huge risk. We can't give them another chance. Let's go back. When we return to our own country, we can at least ensure that we have the fighting power of the four powerful saints. In that case, the opponent you must dare to come. It will also be much safer. But, Orikuunti subconsciously retorted, but when he spoke, he stopped again. He wanted to say that if he left now, what about the bright magic stone mine? But then he thought about it, what can be done? He is not as skilled as he is. If a person is not as strong as the other party, then of course he can only run away with his tail between his legs. Let's go back. The next moment, El Table Lay also nodded directly and said with twinkling eyes. No one wants things to get to this point. But we have to go. Ogfinson is right, no matter what, we can't give each other a chance. Let's go, withdraw our troops. But at this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly changed. Boom. Suddenly, a huge roar came. At that moment, the Orikuunti and the El Table Thunder seemed to have noticed something, and their faces suddenly changed. Then he immediately got up and walked out. But then, their faces, eyes, and pupils all trembled, and even turned pale. So, what is that? Enchantment. El Desire was dumbfounded, staring at the sky in disbelief. I saw there, and at some point, there was a huge A barrier of bright magic power. What's even more frightening is that there is a sparkling light in there. On the luminous magic power barrier, he seemed to be aware of extremely powerful and astonishing spiritual willpower thoughts. Obviously, the number of enemies was far more than one. There were many enemies. Desire seemed to be aware of when he saw something, his face changed, and then he became full of fear. At the same time, he saw several, even dozens, or more than 10 figures flying in the sky, quickly appearing in the sky. As soon as the scene came out, it completely detonated the whole audience. Everyone was suffocated, gasping, dumbfounded, and terrified. Holy, a strong man from the Holy Realm? Hiss, how could there be so many? Are they all powerful men in the Holy Realm? Impossible. 1 2 3, 11, 10, 10 2.22, oh my god. 12 powerful men from the Holy Realm? Who are they? What do they want to do? Everyone was frightened, fear detonated the whole city, and they were enveloped in a huge haze of panic and fear. But at the same time, the faces of Orokuonti and El Table Thunder became more trembling and paler. It gets worse. Because they have seen Robin. Yes, it's him. That Dharma Saint Sanctuary in Greystone City in the Principality of the Holy Church? Hiss, how is that possible? They are all powerful men from the holy domain of the Holy Church Principality? This is impossible, Orokuonti exclaimed. At this moment, the huge fear, like poisonous marrow, penetrated directly into his bone marrow and made him suffocate. Because, even though he had thought about it, since the other party could kill Dawson Kawaja of the Empire, or even Barak, such a top holy warrior, must be very powerful. However, it seems that he still underestimated them. How much is this? 12 Saints Domain Powerhouse. This is simply crazy. How could this be possible? A huge sense of oppression swept over them instantly. The terrifying pressure made them unable to breathe. In an instant, they were filled with various emotions such as regret, despair, suffocation, etc. It began to devour his heart, causing him extreme pain and remorse. But, it was too late. It was already done, and the other party had already come. It couldn't be in vain, right? It's over, Orokuonti smiled bitterly. However, his feet felt weak, and a fear from his heart gripped his heart. It made him tremble in pain. Chapter 139. And it's not just him, everyone else is also the same at this time. A strong man from the Holy Realm? It's not like they don't have one, there are 2 of them. However, the number of strong men from the sanctuary on the other side is 6 times more than theirs. What is this concept? This is simply a double difference of crushing half. This also completely broke their hearts and completely broke their defenses. What to do? How to do this? Are we going to die? Lord El Table Thunder, Lord Oru Crazy Iron, me, what should we do? Some people couldn't help shouting. They were frightened and desperate. But what could El Desire and Oru Crazy Iron say? Couldn't they just smile miserably and be speechless? However, at this moment, the figures of the powerful saints in the sky suddenly flew towards them, seeming to have noticed their presence. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and the pupils shrank, but there was also silence. The next moment, a contemptuous sneer came from the sky. The tone was cold, but also somewhat meaningful. A Dharma Saint, a war saint. That's right. It looks like it's you too, El Table Thunder, or Crazy Iron. We must have called you both by your names correctly, right? Don't tell me, I'm very impressed by your names. After all, so far, you seem to be the first people who dare to go to the royal city of my Templar Duke to cause trouble. Haha, speaking of this, Raymond sneered, his face darkened, and then his tone became completely cold and solemn. You two are so majestic and powerful, huh? In an instant, when El Desire and Orokuonti heard this, their expressions suddenly changed, and they broke out in cold sweat. Their backs were soaked with sweat, and then they saw El Desire trembling. Sorry, dear friends, please forgive us for our previous offense. This is actually all a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. In fact, we made an unintentional mistake. Yeah, Lemon smiled and said calmly, whether it is a misunderstanding or an unintentional mistake, it doesn't matter now. After all, I just want to kill you now, it's just killing people. There shouldn't be any reason for this, right, you? As soon as these words came out, the faces of El Desire and Orokuonti turned pale. At the same time, their faces were full of fear, their whole bodies were shaking, and they were sweating. They were completely scared. Phew. At this moment, I saw that Orikuonti suddenly flashed, his whole body shot out, and he ran out in the opposite direction at a fast and deadly speed. It seemed that he wanted to escape. But then, he suddenly ran away quickly but suddenly braked suddenly. He squatted on the spot, as if he had been cast on a body-fixing technique. Because he suddenly discovered that in the sky outside the palace, there were 10 strong Saint Domain figures. The powerful temple priest. He was already chanting magic spells there in advance. And he was completely locked in. Run? Why don't you keep running? Li Meng said with a smile. In order to retaliate, he directly brought everyone here this time. In his own words, it was a full fighting force of 12 strong men from the Holy Domain. How can he still be run away? It's impossible to even dream. At this time, Clausen's attack had already begun. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, there were 10 super powerful magical powers comparable to forbidden spells. It directly exploded with Clausen and the others as the core. In an instant, terrifying and astonishing magical powers exploded. All the magic power particles from all directions began to gather and shoot out quickly, and then seemed to form a huge and incomparable sort of holy glory judgment. Toward the suffocating and gloomy face of Orikuonti, whose face was full of despair. It roared past. What's this? This is the first level light magic, the sort of angel judgment. And there are still 10 of them. That moment. A loud noise erupted, a big explosion that destroyed the world and the earth, surging out in an instant, and the terrifying shock wave spread in an instant. It resounds through the sky and shocks all directions. The suffocating sense of oppression is like the end. This terrifying power swept through the Orikuonti in an instant, and then, just like ice melting away and snow melting, it was instantly obliterated and melted. What's even more frightening is that this is just the beginning. As soon as this terrifying and astonishing magical power comes out, it directly forms a huge mushroom cloud of bright magic power. There began to roar and explode like crazy, and it lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating and stopping. However, when the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, in that area, one has already appeared. A huge pit, an abyss, almost reaching 20,000 meters. That pit, just like smoke, blooming with terrifying and violent fluctuations of magical power, appeared there shockingly. It looks extremely scary and shocking, making people frightened. And under this blow, tens of thousands of the elite troops of the Anj Kingdom were all killed. Countless buildings, land, houses, etc. along the way have also been completely reduced to ruins. Everything was completely crushed into nothingness. There is almost nothing left. And as soon as this scene happened, Eldel and the others were all trembling. Then it was like falling into the abyss. It's extremely silent. Silence arose. With one blow, all the land tens of thousands of meters in radius was turned into nothingness. One blow. Tens of thousands of elite troops have completely disappeared, not even a hair is left. What is the power of the forbidden curse? This is the power of the forbidden spell. Moreover, this is the fusion of 10 forbidden curse powers. What is this concept? It's simply a super double. It's simply devastating, too strong. This is really terrible. However, after this terrible incident, they felt more fear and despair, because Raymond's attitude now was very obvious. He wanted to kill them. So, what will happen to them next? In fact, it is already obvious. I made a mistake in my plan before and gave you some opportunities. This is my problem, so now I have to make up for it and take revenge. There should be no problem with killing people to pay for their lives, right? Looking at the El Desire and the others who were so frightened that they didn't even dare to take action, Raymond said coldly. Then he saw his body flash suddenly and rush directly towards the El Desire. At the same time, he also directly drew out the sword of light seal from his waist. It was brutal. Simple and direct. It was also very fast. Boom, with one sword strike, I saw that Raymond directly cut off the protective magic shield of El Table Thunder, and then continued to kill him with a fierce sword, aiming at his head. At that moment, his body El Desire, who is a strong man in the sanctuary, was stunned, and the other senior officials of the Anj Kingdom were also stunned, because of everything that happened in front of them. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network, it has completely shocked them. Poof! A line of blood gradually emerged from the neck of El Table Thunder. Then the bloodline got bigger and bigger, and there was a pook sound. He even bled out. The head was cut off instantly. The amazing blood fountain spurted out directly. This sword actually caused El Desire, who was a strong man in the sanctuary, to chop off his head. He died right here. As soon as this scene appeared, the haze of despair, fear, and suffocation became even more intense, because none of them expected that Raymond could actually kill a powerful man from the Holy Realm with one blow. And in just a few minutes, the man from Oriquang died. Lord Eltable is dead too. Their only two strong men from the Holy Realm were actually slaughtered by each other? No, it's impossible. Ogfinson, the Grand Marshal of the Ange Kingdom, went limp all over, and then seemed to have lost all his strength. He just slumped there tremblingly, with trembling lips and said, "You, why do you dare? This is a strong man from the Holy Realm, how could this happen?" Why, obviously, his courage was frightened. His defense was completely broken. When he saw this scene, Raymond waved his hand and said calmly, "Go ahead and get rid of them." Of course he doesn't need to take action personally for the next thing. Kiao Bulu, as well as Croson and the others, will directly take over these things for him. By the time they leave here, this city, or these dozens of the elite army of One Kingdom has completely turned into dust and disappeared. It was completely wiped out and disappeared. At the same time, Raymond and his group's revenge and counterattack has just begun. The next day, under the leadership of several temple priests such as Joblet and Nakrosin, the army of the Templar Principality began to counterattack all the way. It began to attack the Principality of Shalar on a large scale. This lasted for a month. Before they arrived, everything had already settled. The huge Principality of Shalar was directly declared to be destroyed. It was completely captured by Raymond and his Templar Principality army. A huge country, although it is only a principality, but still, the country was destroyed easily by Raymond and the others. It was really not difficult at all. It was completely crushed by strength, and in this way, the territory of Raymond and his Templar Principality also began to expand. It has skyrocketed a lot. It has even directly become more than double and almost 3 times as much as before. It has doubled. It is not bad. However, when they destroyed the Principality of Salar, they were even after it was reported that there were more than a dozen strong men from the Holy Realm. Other countries in the nearby area were still in an uproar. They were all shocked and frightened, and they were so scared. And in this way, the impact of this incident and the aftermath has begun to become more widespread and far-reaching. It has affected many people. It has also alarmed and worried and scared many people. Things are fermenting. In the kingdom of Anj, there is a mysterious castle that is not huge, but very exquisite. This is a large, gorgeous, Western palace-style internal palace within the castle. Here, there are many luxury decorations, such as jewelry, vases, etc., all of which are priceless. They are all antiques from many years ago. Here, there are many lifelike sculptures, prints, and magnificent corridors. Even the throne of His Majesty the King. At this time, the current king of the Anj Kingdom, King Ross, he is also sitting on the throne with a gloomy face and a gloomy face. His face is extremely ugly. As if wearing a mask of pain. Apart from him, there were about 7 or 8 other people in the palace. This number is not large, but they are basically the real core personnel of the Anj Kingdom today. Like a duke? Generalissimo? The patriarch of a powerful family? Wait, in other words, there are 647 existence. It can almost represent the entire Anj Kingdom. In addition, there is also an amazing old man here, who is sitting here quietly with his eyes closed, as if he doesn't want to talk. It seems to be waiting for something. He was dressed in a typical attire of an ancient high-ranking noble. The honor flower on his shoulders had many stripes, and the mark on his chest was a blood-red, lifelike 2 crossed longswords. Above the longsword is a totem with a special pattern, exuding domineering power and majesty, and this is also the emblem of the family pattern of the royal family of the Anj Kingdom, the Anj family. Obviously this person is also a member of the royal family of the Anj Kingdom. Moreover, he is also the uncle of King Russ. The strong man in the middle stage of the sanctuary, Jason Unger. War Saint Jason, War Saint Ori Crazy Iron, La Saint Moody, La Saint El Table Thunder. These are the 4 powerful saints from their Anj Kingdom. But now, Orkuangti and El Table Thunder are dead, and Moody has disappeared. He is the only one left here. Moreover, if we add Imhoth from the 3 major Warcraft families, if so, that would be a full 5, but what about now? There's only this last one left. You can imagine what they have been through recently. This is really miserable. They have completely fallen from heaven to hell. They have suffered heavy losses and suffered a complete defeat. Uncle Jason, at this moment, King Ross seemed to finally be unable to bear it any longer. I saw him looking at his own uncle, frowning slightly, and asked, "How long do we have to wait? And you said this would be a surprise? Who is it? Will you come to us at this time?" "I don't understand, Uncle Jason." Jason opened his eyes and glanced at him, then shook his head and said calmly, "Ross, after so many years, can't you still learn to be calm?" "Why?" He sighed, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, wait a little longer. And we have to wait for this person to come, because his interests are consistent with ours." "Interests are consistent? What does this mean?" Upon hearing this, King Ross frowned. Although he did not refute, his expression still became gloomier. After a while of this, someone suddenly opened the door and whispered, "Your Majesty, gentlemen, someone is here. Do you want him to come in?" In an instant, everyone looked at Jason, but Jason still looked at King Ross, and even laughed and said softly, "Ross, the person we were waiting for is here. I have to go out for something tomorrow and won't go back, so I have to set a scheduled update." "Excuse me." Chapter 140. "Let him in." King Ross nodded immediately, his eyes flashing, and said, "Let him come in." "Yes, Your Majesty." The man walked out quickly, and it didn't take long. A majestic and powerful middle-aged man came here quickly under his leadership. And when he saw this scene, Jason also directly he stood up, looked at the other party and said hello with a smile. "You have finally arrived in Aster. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome." After he finished speaking, he looked at King Ross, who was still on the throne, with a slightly frowning look and doubtful eyes, and said with a smile, "Ross, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Aster. Of course, I know that you will definitely be more interested in his other identity, the dragon blood family of the Dawson Empire, the Jeshan family. You should know, right, that is the most powerful dragon-blooded warrior family among the 5 great empires in the Northwest. And this Aster, he is the current patriarch of the Jeshan family." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was completely silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment, including King Ross on the throne. Then they all looked strange, extremely shocked and surprised. The current patriarch of the Jeshan family? Is he the same person? The Jeshan family was also the unlucky one who was massacred by the Holy Kingdom, a strong man from the Holy Realm, and even a late-stage powerhouse from the Sanctuary Realm. Thinking of this, they all suddenly understood why Master Jason had done this before. They say their interests are the same. Just kidding. How can this be inconsistent? After a long time, it turns out that these are brothers in distress. This is actually the Avengers coming. King Ross suddenly changed his face and said enthusiastically, "Welcome. It turns out to be the Aster patriarch of my Jeshan family. I have heard of your name a long time ago, but I didn't expect that it was you who came in person. Welcome." After a pause, he introduced himself again. "Let me introduce myself. I am Ross, the current king of the Anj Kingdom. Hello, dear King Russ, it's an honor to meet you. Emperor Leland asked me to say hello to you," Aster said calmly, then sat down directly and said coldly, "King Ross, Jason, and all of you, to be honest with you, I am here to form an alliance with you." To form an alliance. King Ross's eyes flickered, but he was not surprised at all, because since the other party would come so far and appear here, then it could only be for this purpose, to form an alliance. But he still has his doubts. "Chief Aster, to be honest, I don't understand why you, the Dawson Empire, don't personally take action to destroy the Templar Principality. Although they are far apart, the names of the 5 Northwest empires are still very resounding. Even in the central region of the continent, they are very famous. Moreover, especially the Dawson Empire. If he remembered correctly, the strength of the Dawson Empire should be considered one of the top 2 powerful empires among the 5 great empires in the Northwest. Therefore, this made him even more confused. The existence of such a large empire. He was killed inexplicably. He defeated 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm, but he was actually mute? Didn't fight back. Isn't this strange? So he wanted to ask clearly, what is going on? What is it? As soon as he said this, Aster obviously paused, but he didn't refuse. He just shook his head and said calmly, "Actually, it's okay to tell you. It's very simple. This is because the trouble in the north is too big." Trouble in the north. King Ross was stunned for a moment, and he still didn't react, but Jason understood it all at once. He said with a solemn expression, "Aster, are those damn orcs coming out to cause trouble again?" "The orcs? King Ross was stunned for a moment, then his face sank and he said in shock. United City of Arson, that's right, it's you. Aster nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Currently, the United City of Wusan has launched a large-scale attack on all the countries near them. And their scale this time is huge. The strength of the army is said to have exceeded 50 billion, and this number continues to increase. 50 billion, hiss. King Russ took a breath, dumbfounded, and his face was full of shock. If the Anj Kingdom tried their best, they could probably build an army of 20 to 30 million? But that's all, because this and the 50 billion army of the orcs is thousands of times different. Thousands of times the difference. You can imagine what kind of concept this is. He simply thinks it is outrageous when he hears it. It is simply unbelievable. So many? This isn't that too exaggerated? Yes, 50 billion, Aster nodded and said with emotion, to be honest, we haven't seen an orc disaster of this scale for a long time. The last time was hundreds of years ago. Therefore, the current top priority of our Dawson Empire is not them, but these despicable damn bastards and beasts from the north, King Ross. That's why. King Ross was silent after hearing this. If this is the case, it seems that there is really no way. Relatively speaking, those damn despicable orcs must be a much greater threat. If it were him, he would do the same. Choose. And that's the only way to choose. Aster, there's nothing wrong with this, right? Jason suddenly asked. His face became a little solemn. I remember that time hundreds of years ago, several powerful demigods died. This time, it shouldn't reach the same level as before, right? Who knows? Aster shrugged and said calmly. This has nothing to do with us, we can only say that we will see when the time comes. Okay, now back to the topic. For my purpose, make an alliance. Jason, King Ross, and everyone else, what are your thoughts? Alliances are okay, but how do we do it? King Ross frowned and said, Chief Aster, I think you should also have received the news. The Principality of the Holy Temple has 12 powerful saints. This is a very scary number, just for us, even two. Even the three of us can't defeat them at all, so what should we do? Aster sneered and said coldly. If you can't fight head-on, why not do it secretly? Come secretly. King Ross, Jason and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they also reacted. They blurted out, Chief Aster, you mean, assassination? That's right. Aster nodded and said with a sneer in his eyes. I got accurate information. His Majesty King Raymond of the Principality of the Holy Church, he is a powerful genius in the holy domain with both magic and martial arts skills. But it's only the early stage of the holy domain, not very strong. I also admit that there are indeed a lot of strong men in their sanctuary. But it doesn't work. I have contacted the people from Dark Totem and they have expressed great interest in this matter. So there is only one thing we need to do now. That is, collect rewards. Dark Totem. This time, King Ross and Jason all changed their expressions and looked shocked. They were even a little scared and panicked. The name of Dark Totem, even though the opponent's main activity area is not in their central area, but in the north, but it's still been known for a long time. Because this is the top 3 super assassination organization in their Luoman continent. Murder, assassination, bounty, hunting. They are specialized in eating this bowl of rice. In a sense, said that their existence is no different from the god of death. They both make people fear and fear. I think there is no need for me to say more about the strength of Dark Totem. The death of the Pope of Ice and Snow cult more than 300 years ago, Cody Orza, is the best proof. As long as they can take on this task, Aster glanced at everyone and sneered, no matter how powerful the Templar Principality is, no matter how powerful King Raymond is, he will definitely die. Everyone, what do you think? Cody Orza, the last Pope of the Ice and Snow cult in the north. And he is a true demigod. However, he is already dead, died under the assassination of Dark Totem. You can imagine what this concept is, stepping on the head of a powerful Pope of a huge church. This is indeed the best proof of their strength. Got it. King Ross was silent, Jason was silent, and everyone else in the palace was also silent at this time, because at this time they were not considering whether it could be done, but the price. Of course there is no problem with the strength of Dark Totem, but there is a problem with their price. Under normal circumstances, if you want to read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Even if you want to assassinate an ordinary Saint Domain powerhouse, the price is definitely not low, let alone one like this, which has 10 people. Strong in multiple sanctuaries is Majesty the King of a powerful country. It is no exaggeration to say that the price in such a situation would increase several times or even dozens of times. They are all absolutely natural and natural things. But, can they accept this price? How much? King Ross asked tentatively. 20 billion, Aster said with narrowed eyes. How many? How many? King Ross trembled all over and almost overturned the table in front of him. 20 billion? How is this possible? He's robbing people. That's right. That's 20 billion, Aster nodded decisively and said coldly, I have already inquired about the price of Dark Totem. That's all. But for his status and strength, this is actually not much. Moreover, he changed the subject and sneered. Moreover, it's just money. Everyone here, do you still have little wealth? Quite a few. Kill him as soon as possible before he becomes a demigod, and we still have a chance, but if you wait until he becomes, or in other words, wait until a powerful demigod appears in their principality of the Holy Church, then everything will be late. By then, 20 billion? I'm afraid even 200 billion won't be enough. Moreover, it doesn't matter that our Jeshan family is backed by the Dawson Empire, but with the current situation of your Orange Kingdom, can you really survive the time? As soon as these words came out, King Ross and Jason looked very ugly. But they seemed to be convinced. Yes, it's just money, just money. They don't lack this kind of thing at all. And this is not, is it just for use? If the problem can be solved with money, then this is really the best solution for them now. At the very least, they will not have to lose anything in the future. When I think of this, I see King Ross and Jason looked at each other. They both seemed a little moved. After a moment, King Ross gritted his teeth and asked again if it is 20 billion, is it guaranteed to be successful? Cannot. Aster shook his head and held out 2 fingers, 2 chances. According to Dark Totem, they will send out twice, but if they fail, either give up, or they have to add money. 2 chances? King Ross murmured, a full 20 billion. Did you just buy these? But thinking about it on the other hand, this seems to better explain the confidence of the Dark Totem. Twice? For them, twice is enough. Yes, he was a little moved. The next moment, he glanced at everyone else in the palace in the past few days. Like asking? But this is normal. Because it is definitely impossible for the Orange family to pay for this money. Everyone has a share. Then, I saw the representatives of the powerful forces of the Orange Kingdom, and they all seem to nod in unison. Everyone seems to agree. After seeing this scene, King Ross knew what was going on. Then, he just gritted his teeth. Zhao said, okay, then it's settled, 20 billion, 10 billion for our family, that's right. Aster laughed, and then stretched out his hand to King Ross. Happy working with you, King Ross, congratulations. You made a wise choice. I think it won't be long before your crisis will be lifted, and our revenge should be completely avenged. Speaking of this, he sneered and said with emotion. 20 billion. Hey, I have to say, this King Raymond's head is really valuable. As long as I can kill him, everything will be worth it. Jason sneered, because he suddenly remembered a bright magic stone ore in the Principality of Templar. If the Principality of Templar could collapse because of the death of King Raymond, then maybe they would still have a chance? King Raymond. Just wait, you are dead this time. Snort, he sneered in his heart. It was as if he had pronounced his fate on Raymond. At the same time, Aster, King Ross, and the others also sneered and nodded. No. Wrong. As long as you can kill him, everything will be worth it. Obviously they are not short of money, especially in the current very dangerous and extreme situation. Of course they can also distinguish the good from the bad. If throwing money has an effect, then just use money to kill him. Got it. Alsace Empire Journal. This is a huge empire located in the central region of Luoman continent. However, their strength can only be regarded as an ordinary level at the beginning of the empire. So relatively speaking, their strength is not that powerful. However, the Alsace Empire has a more troublesome identity, that is, it is a super empire, one of the 2 affiliated empires of the Titan Empire. Chapter 141. The Titan Empire is one of the few super empires on the Luoman continent. It has an extremely large sphere of influence, covering the central region of the continent, and its overall strength is extremely terrifying. It is comparable to the Orc Empire in the north, the United City of Wuzhen. Therefore, this Titan Empire is definitely the entire Luoman continent. A true behemoth, but also a true ceiling and the top of the food chain, the Titan Empire. Their power has always been known for their magic, technological magic, magic props, puppet creatures, and even war machines, such as highly sought after. The Titan battleship, which is famous throughout the continent, is one of their signature products. In addition, they are also good at magic research, magic arrays, anti-magic props, Titan magic cannons, railguns, even forbidden spell weapons, divine destruction devices, etc. In short, the strength of the Titan Empire is terrifying. At the same time, as one of the two major affiliated empires of the Titan Empire, the Alsace Empire's status and strength have become somewhat special. At this time, there is also a person in the Alsace Empire's palace. The figure covered in black robes, led by a super strong man wearing armor, gradually came to the gate of a certain palace in the palace. Bang bang. Then, there was a knock on the door, and the super strong man wearing armor whispered, "Your Majesty, we are here." After a while, a voice came. "Come on in, Moody." The man in black robe sneered, and then walked directly in. Then, he saw a middle-aged man with a majestic face and a crown on his throne in the palace. Condescending. Looking at him coldly with eyes filled with indifference, this person was none other than the contemporary king of the Alsace Empire, King Hank. "Moody, do you dare to come back?" After a moment, King Hank said coldly. He seemed to have murderous intent. The man in black robe known as Moody sneered, and then directly took off his hood, revealing a young but handsome face with white hair. If King Russ of the Orange Kingdom could be here at this time, he would definitely scream in surprise when he saw him. "Moody, that's right, this person is none other than one of the 4 great saints in the Orange Kingdom. Dark Magic Saint Moody." But King Ross didn't know that this Moody actually had another unknown identity. That is, "Father, long time no see," Moody sneered and said to King Hank on the throne. "Father, that's right, he is actually King Hank's child, but he was expelled because he chose the path of dark 443 magic. He became an outcast and was expelled from the Alsace Empire." "I'm not your father, Moody," King Hank said coldly. "That doesn't matter anymore, does it?" "Ha ha ha," Moody laughed, squinted his eyes and said, "King Hank, I came here this time to talk to you about something." "I have nothing to talk to you about, and I don't want to see you, Moody. Get out of here before I get angry," King Hank said coldly. "No," Moody shook his head and smiled with a meaningful expression on his face, saying, "You will be interested, King Hank. And it's not just you, the Titan Empire behind the Alsace Empire will also be very interested in this matter." As soon as these words came out, King Hank was stunned for a moment. Then he narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What do you want to say in the end?" "Moody, Reno Purple Gold Mine," Moody said simply. As soon as he said this, King Hank's pupils shrank and he became surprised. "Reynolds Purple Gold Vein, that's right. And it's a large mineral vein, worth trillions, King Hank, so are you interested now?" "Ha ha ha," Moody laughed a little crazily and said. Upon hearing this, King Hank also fell silent. "A large Reno Purple Gold Vein, is this real?" But after a moment, he still shook his head and said coldly, "Okay, stop joking here, I'm not interested in joking with you here. Go away, Moody." Obviously, he doesn't believe it. Moody sneered, and then directly threw a black magic item that looked like a flying insect in front of King Hank. "Look!" King Hank's face froze, and then his pupils trembled, and finally a huge look of shock appeared. "Have a look? Is this true?" I saw him quickly picking up the magic props in front of him and looking at them, and then his expression became completely wonderful. "Is it really the Reno Purple Gold Vein? And this scale, seems really huge." The Reno Purple Gold Vein is a very rare, precious and important special resource mine. Not only is it priceless, but it also has great uses. Especially in terms of the grading of resources in the Titan Empire, this is the top level, absolutely the highest. Therefore, if this is really a large-scale Reno Purple Gold mine, this matter will be really big. Even the Titan Empire? Yes, if the Titan Empire knew about this, they would definitely be very interested. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly moved and became excited, and then he stared at Moody and asked quickly, "Moody, where's this thing?" Moody also laughed. He said with a smile, 10 billion, I also want a Titan." King Hank's face darkened and he roared angrily. "Are you crazy? This is impossible." "Yep." "Then forget it," Moody sneered, turned around and left. But he was immediately stopped. "Stop," Moody turned a deaf ear and continued walking. When he saw this scene, King Hank's expression changed many times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, 5 billion, Moody paused for a moment, turned back to look at King Hank and said calmly, 5 billion, plus a titan. This is my bottom line. If not, then forget it. Good, King Hank said through gritted teeth. Can you say it now? Now? No. Moody shook his head and said with a half smile, you pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. Do you still need me to teach you? Father, don't be too arrogant, Moody. King Hank's face darkened and he stared at Moody, but in the end he compromised. A moment later, the Titan Empire gold card with 5 billion gold coins and a Titan giant were all sent here. Then, Moody actually took out a small space magic item, and after teleporting the golden card and the Titan giant away, he turned around and looked at the livid-faced man with a sneer. King K said with a smile. King Hank, don't be angry, don't worry, I won't lie to you, what you want is in the principality of the Holy Church. However, I still want to remind you as a friendly reminder that they are very strong, and your Alsace Empire may not be able to defeat them. So, Moody changed the topic and said with a smile, I suggest you better report it and tell the Titan Empire. Okay, goodbye my father, thank you for your gift. Ha. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly softened, turned into a black smoke, and disappeared on the spot. Obviously, this was not his true body, for Baoshuang novels go to Filu Novel Network, but it's just a puppet clone of him. So, is it no wonder that King Hank was so angry earlier and screamed so fiercely, but still did not take action to arrest people or even destroy them? Is it because he misses the old relationship? No, it's just because he knew it was useless. He saw the other party's caution and methods, that's all. The Principality of the Templar, what country is this and why have I never heard of it? King Hank murmured, his face full of confusion, but at this moment, a very gentle old voice suddenly came from the darkness not far away. Your Majesty, the Principality of the Holy Temple is a new country in the north, and their strength is indeed very strong. According to our current intelligence, their king is named King Raymond. This is a strong man from the Holy Realm who has both magic and martial arts skills. Moreover, they also have a lot of powerful saints. So far, it seems that a total of 12 of them have appeared. 10, 12, King Hank's pupils shrank, and he was a little shocked. You must know that even the number of strong men from the Holy Realm in their Alsace Empire is only 20 or 30, so this is almost half of them. This number is indeed quite a lot, and more importantly, the 12 Saint Domain powerhouses, this is really all they have power? Certainly not. In this case, the opponent's strength may really be no worse than that of the Alsace Empire. In this case, maybe we should inform the Titan Empire. Is this the best solution at present? But if that is the case, their benefits and interests will be greatly weakened. His expression changed for a while, and after a while he suddenly gritted his teeth. Forget it, don't worry now. He looked into the darkness and said quickly, John K., you are responsible for this. Send someone. No, you should go and see for yourself. First find out what is going on. I understand, Your Majesty. Half a month later, Greystone City, the castle of the Bryan family. Your Majesty, these are all the trophies we found in the Principality of Shalar. You can take a look. Matt German put a piece of statistical intelligence data in front of Raymond. Raymond glanced at it, and the columns he looked up were very eye-catching. How many gold coins and purple gold coins were worth 3.3 billion? How many magic cores, including 4 super magic cores, super magic cores, super magic cores, super magic cores, several weapons and equipment, including super weapons and equipment, Dao Key cheats, Dao Key combat skills, magic scrolls, etc. several. In addition, there are 1.3 billion people. There are 435 cities, and the territory is about twice the size of the Principality of the Holy Church. If you add them all up, it will be more than 3 times the previous size. And in addition to these, there are also Orukuangti and El Table Thunder. The space rings of these 2 saintly strong men also contributed a holy heart and 11 super magic cores to him. More than 50 super magic cores. This is equivalent to him gaining a total of 3 holy hearts this time. 15 super magic cores. 70 or 80 level magic cores. The harvest is quite huge. And in this case, his current military strength will become temple priests, temple monks, and temple crusaders, Templar swordsmen, royal griffin, and several others. This kind of strength can definitely be regarded as the overlord of the Luoman continent, and on this basis, As long as there are many powerful demigods, it can basically be regarded as an entry-level empire. Level. By then, whether it's Raymond proclaiming himself emperor, or even his Templar principality becoming an empire, these things, it can definitely be put on the agenda. The distance is very close. If you think about it this way, it's still pretty good. Raymond laughed, and then asked again. Uncle Matt German, how are we doing now? Any troubles and problems, Your Majesty? Our current situation is not bad. Matt German nodded, but then shook his head and said, because we are very strong, there are still no big problems, but there are still a lot of small problems, so let's talk about it, Lemon asked curiously. Of course he also knows that the big problem lies here with his strength. It's just his own troubles. It's nothing. He can solve it himself, but what are those so-called small problems? He was also a little curious about this. First of all, there is the problem of population, and also the problem of their identity. Matt German's eyes flashed. Including those in the new territory, our current population is probably close to 3 billion, right? With so many people, identifying and registering their identities is a big project and takes time. Secondly, there is the issue of nation building. Your Majesty, the new territory is full of desert areas. Although the area is large, the construction value is very low, so I am thinking again, should I reduce the number of cities there, then move all those people to our side? But if this is the case, this should be a very time-consuming and laborious project. Your Majesty, the road construction in the new territory is very poor. Although this is nothing to those powerful volunteers, but to those low-level or even ordinary people, it is very important. Difficult. This road won't be easy, so, this is a bit troublesome. After hearing this, Raymond opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything, he just nodded again. Said softly, Uncle Matt German, I don't understand these things either, so it's up to you to make arrangements. In the past, the territory was small and the population was small, so he talked casually and even made some unilateral decisions that patted his head. This was nothing, and he could manage it anyway. But since then, his territory has become larger and larger. As the population grew larger and larger, he began to take the initiative to delegate power and not participate in these. The so-called professional matters were left to professional people. That's what he is now. Moreover, the internal affairs of the country are actually a very troublesome and boring matter, so he is too lazy to meddle in other people's business and is looking for trouble. He only needs to propose and decide his ideas, general attitude, development direction, etc. Countless people will complete other more trivial and trivial tasks for him. There is no need for him to do everything himself. That would just look stupid. He is a lord, he can just give orders. He is not an honest man who always plows cattle. Stupidly working hard? No, this doesn't suit him at all. I know, Your Majesty. Matt German nodded, and then said, but besides these, there are two other things. Say it. Raymond nodded, indicating that he was listening. Your Majesty. 6 principalities have already conveyed to us their intention to surrender to us and become our vassal states, continued Matt German. Surrender, subject country. Raymond was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little surprised. Chapter 142. That's right, Your Majesty. Matt German nodded and explained, these are all small countries in nearby areas, such as the Principality of Hongfeng, the Principality of Rhinoceros, the Principality of Leos, etc. Their strength is very average, they don't have the strong ones from the Holy Realm, and some of them are not even as good as the original Principality of Lane, so I think they are just afraid of being invaded and destroyed by our attack. That's all you can do, take the initiative to surrender. Right. After a pause, he asked again, Your Majesty, do you want to accept them? If they really want to join us, of course they can. Raymond nodded, his eyes twinkling. It's just that we should remind them a little before that. Let them be mentally prepared. The rules here are different from those in other kingdoms and empires. If you want to join us, you must accept these, otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. I know, Your Majesty. Matt German nodded. What about the second thing? Lemon glanced at him and asked again. Uncle Matt German, what's the second thing you said? Sunset Mountains, Matt German said without hesitation. Sunset Mountains. Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his eyes flashed and he said, did something happen over there? Matt German nodded and said solemnly, last month, a large army of warcraft from the Sunset Mountains began to attack the Dick Kingdom. And there was also a trace of a Holy World warcraft among them. An army of warcraft? Sanctuary World of Warcraft? Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized, could it be because of them before? Before that, they had killed the Red Dragon Lady and the Red Dragon James in the Sunset Mountains in the Snowland Kingdom. In other words, if they had no other hidden power, they should be the only ones in the Sunset Mountains today. The only remaining Super Red Dragon at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm is left. Awakens? So, could it be because the Red Dragon Lady and the Red Dragon James both died in battle? He was so angry that he couldn't help but jump out to take revenge himself. So, if this is the case, this seems to be an opportunity, Raymond murmured. You must know that although the other party is a Super Red Dragon at the peak of the Holy Domain, there is only one. And where are they now? The army of temple priests, the strong man in the middle of the Holy Domain. Job Luther, and he himself, in this way, has the combat power of 15 Saint Domain powerhouses. This is 15. He has a good chance of winning. Your Majesty, the situation in the Kingdom of Dick is very bad now. After all, they don't have any strong men from the Holy Domain. The strongest ones are only a few levels of strong men, so their king, Dick VI, has officially sent us a request for help a few days ago, hoping that we can rescue them. Do you think we should go to this? Matt German asked. As soon as he said this, Raymond immediately touched his chin and said without hesitation, of course we have to go, but we can't help them in vain, so let's go and tell them that the two choices are surrender or the three hearts of the sanctuary. Let them choose one, obviously, although in the final analysis the reason was because of them. Raymond still had no intention of becoming a holy mother and saving people for free. Either give money, or simply surrender. These are the two choices, simple and crude. Just be direct. I see, Matt German nodded immediately. Oh yes, one more thing. At this moment, Raymond suddenly seemed to remember something, and then continued. Eyes twinkling, Uncle Matt German, please issue a notice on my behalf, saying that our Holy Church Principality wants to recruit some space-based Holy Domain Dharma Saints to help us. If so, the conditions are easy to say. The Sanctuary Dharma Saint of the space system? Matt German was obviously stunned when he heard this, and then said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, this may be a bit difficult. Even he knows that the value and scarcity of the Dharma Saint of the space system's sanctuary is absolutely unquestionable and one of a kind. It is very popular. It is no exaggeration to say that even those behemoth empires will be extremely interested in it. Even pursuit, in this case, although their current strength of the Holy Church Principality is not weak, but what if they are compared with those behemoths? Then their competitiveness is still slightly worse. So some, if there are, the other party may not choose them. This may be difficult, I know, but Raymond obviously knew this, so he shook his head calmly and explained, it's just a try. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Yes, Your Majesty. The next few days were uneventful. Especially when Matt German announced the news in the name of their Holy Church Principality instead of Raymond. But it seems like a stone sinks into the sea. Not even the slightest reaction. This made it even more obvious that their efforts were in vain and they had nothing to do. However, in the next few days, good news came. That was Gigas. He actually broke through? He actually suddenly broke through from the hero of the ordinary military unit, the temple monk, to the enhanced unit of the temple priest. And he is also the hero of the military unit enshrined in the temple. Obviously this also has a milestone significance, because this seems to be the first military hero in their Templar Principality to achieve a self-breakthrough. However, this strength is slightly different from the normal situation. After the breakthrough, Giga's strength does not seem to be as powerful as the normally recruited heroes. What does this mean? For example, when Gigas was originally recruited as a hero of the Templar monk branch, his strength could almost be said to be the top and most powerful at this level. Almost second only to the enhanced troops. But now, although it is true that he is now the hero of the military class enshrined in the temple, his strength is only at the level of the strength in military class. In other words, it seems that even the breakthrough of the military hero can only be achieved step by step. It's not like he thought at first, once he breaks through, he can directly reach the top and ceiling of the next level. Become an invincible existence at the current level, but it doesn't matter. After all, the benefits of military heroes are far more than that. The real value of military heroes lies in command and increase. It is no exaggeration to say that the same number of temple sacrificial armies have military classes. The leadership of heroes and the leadership of heroes without units are absolutely two completely different things. The strength of the former is at least 30 to 40% greater than that of the latter. You can imagine what this concept is. It's definitely a qualitative change. It's definitely a qualitative improvement. And in this case, Raymond's current number of temple priests' army has become 14. Strength increased again. Not long after this, news came from Dick Kingdom, 3 hearts of the sanctuary. They didn't, they could only choose to surrender. Dick Vi is willing to give up his position as king, and at the same time be demoted to Duke, and merge their territory of Dick Kingdom into the principality of the Holy Church. But the prerequisite is that Raymond and the others must kill the damn Holy Domain Pinnacle Super Red Dragon, awakens. Of course, Raymond readily accepted this condition. The next day, Raymond personally went out again, leading the monks from the 9 great temples and rushed towards the Nata Kingdom. As for why there are only 9 and not 14? The first is because there is only one enemy. Including himself, there are already 10 saint-level combat power. This should be completely sufficient. It's not like he's going to challenge the demigods, and there's no need to be so cautious or exaggerated. The second reason is that he has learned his lesson now. In order to avoid what happened in the Younger Kingdom happening again, he definitely has to keep a little more people. At my hometown in case. The 5 major temple monks, including Gigas. With the addition of Jublid, a strong man in the middle stage of the Saint realm, in this case, it should be impregnable, so there will be no problem, right? A few days later, Dick Kingdom, Dexter Province, Orange City, this is their current temporary royal city of Dick Kingdom. As for the previous one? Sorry, no more. In less than half a month, 1/3 of the territory of Dick Kingdom has been completely plunged into destruction and chaos. Countless armies of warcraft from the Sunset Mountains launched crazy attacks on them. Especially with the Super Red Dragon at the pinnacle of the sanctuary, awakens, escorting them all the way, they encountered no effective resistance at all along the way. In other words, anyone who dares to go against them or fight with them will die. They were all killed, lost heavily. Among them were several of the strongest men in the Dick Kingdom, those super strong men, who all died at the hands of these terrifying armies of monsters, and were eventually dismembered. It even became their rations and food, which was very miserable. Because of this, Dick Vi and the others also started to fight with the original royal family of the Principality of Lane, the Lane family. The same tragic experience. Being beaten all the way, retreating all the way, and shrinking all the way. They even specifically picked this place, Dexter Province, which is the border area of the Dick Kingdom. If you go a little further south, it will be the territory of the Principality of the Holy Church. One can imagine what this concept is. It seems that they have long been mentally prepared to give up everything. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, hello, long time no see. Nice to see you again. And, thank you very much for agreeing to a request for help. Thanks. In the temporary palace, Dick Vi's face was filled with sadness, but he still saluted Raymond with great respect. At the same time, the great Magister Daffy behind him also saluted Raymond. He saluted respectfully and said, "Hello, Your Majesty Raymond, hello. To read cool novels, go to Philu Novel Network." Raymond nodded, and then asked curiously, "Others? It's impossible for them all to die, right?" Speaking of which, he was familiar with quite a few of the super powerful people in the Dick Kingdom. Ossis, Dias, Alberta, Pasillo and more. They actually didn't see any of them now. Only the great Magister Daffy is still here. This seems to be foreshadowing something. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Dick Kingdom sighed and said sadly, "Dear Your Majesty Raymond, to tell you the truth, many of them are indeed dead. Ossis, Alberta, Dias, etc., they are all dead. That guy Pasillo is still alive, but he has taken his family members and fled our Dick Kingdom, so that's why it's like this now." Escaped? Raymond curled his lips. Based on his understanding of Pasillo, he could really do this kind of thing, but if he thinks about it carefully, he can understand it. After all, it is clear that he will die. What else would he do if he didn't run away? Waiting for someone to collect the body? That's impossible. So he shook his head, brushed off the topic, and asked again, "Dick Vi, where's the red dragon now?" "I have no idea," but Dick Vi shook his head and said, "Our strengths are too different to capture the specific traces of the Holy Red Dragon, but I know that the army of Warcraft is heading south, it seems." "What does it seem like, Your Majesty Raymond?" "Their real target seems to be your Templar Principality," Dick Vi said with a strange expression. He had made this guess a long time ago. Their Dick Kingdom seems to be just a victim of bad luck. From the beginning, the real goal of the Warcraft giants in the Sunset Mountains should be it is the principality of the Holy Church after going all the way south. But the way south must pass through the territory of their Kingdom of Dick. And it runs from north to south. Therefore, they can only passively suffer all these horrific disasters until they are destroyed. But who can be blamed? It can't be blamed. They can only blame themselves for being too weak. There is no way. At the same time, after hearing this, Raymond also looked at Dick Vi with a strange expression, and then silently he nodded, but didn't explain anything. The other party's target was their Dick Kingdom, which was just right. He spoke again and said calmly, "Arrange some people to take us over to find them. If we don't know where the Red Dragon is, we can also use the large army of Warcraft. As long as we go, he will definitely appear." "Let me go," Grand Mage Affy suddenly said. "Your Majesty Raymond, I will go with you." As soon as he said this, Dick Vi opened his mouth, as if he realized that he was about to lose something. But in the end he didn't say anything, just nodded with a wry smile and said, "Your Majesty Raymond, will you ask Grand Magister Daffy to accompany you?" "All right." The next day, under the leadership of the Great Magister Nadafi, they left Orange City directly and rushed towards the frontline battlefield. At the same time, they gradually encountered many waves of attacks from the army of Warcraft along the way, but it was obvious that these guys were definitely not their opponents, and so on, from less to more, and then from more to less. To the end. They finally found the large armies of the Warcraft army. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Dick Kingdom, Otto Cordo Province. This is one of the many provinces of Dick Kingdom, located in the south-central part of the entire Dick Kingdom. This should have been a very prosperous place, but now, it looks dilapidated and desolate. Broken city ruins, dark red blood stains all over the ground, even broken corpses, broken bones, etc., are everywhere. Here, everything is like a tomb, with a lonely peak standing. Occasionally, the roar of beasts could be heard, which made the world seem even more lonely. In that more distant place, there are countless armies of monsters like a majestic torrent, and they are continuing to move south with great momentum, killing in the direction of the Holy Church Principality. But at this moment, Raymond and the others had already arrived here, and they saw all this in the sky. "It seems like they are the ones, there are so many of them." Li Meng was condescending, flying in the sky, looking at the army of Warcraft and sighing with emotion. You must know that when he killed the two holy red dragons, he had already felt that the number of the army of Warcraft was already large, but he did not expect that I still underestimated them, because in terms of quantity alone, the number of these armies of Warcraft in front of me is at least several times that of before. Or even several times or more than 10 times. And this also leads to the fact that the army of Warcraft in front of me is really at a glance. It seems as if there is no end in sight. They are all over the place, densely packed and countless, but there is good news, that is, the army of monsters in front of you are all low level, and there are only 3 of them. There are only about 20 of them, and there are only 1 level. The rest are only level below level. And judging from this alone, Raymond actually feels a little strange. Because if it is just a so-called army of Warcraft accumulated by these low-level Warcraft, it is impossible for the Red Dragon awakens to really think that these guys can really do anything to their Templar Principality, right? He shouldn't be so stupid, right? Raymond began to think thoughtfully, and became wary in his heart. Is it a trap? But having said that, of course, what should be done must be done. So he looked directly at Clausen and Reuben beside him and said, "Go ahead and get rid of them." "Leave it to you." "Yes, Lord." Clausen, Reuben and the others nodded, and then they took action, and of course their action was very simple, that is, they just bombarded and threw magic indiscriminately. Boom, almost in an instant, a huge, terrifying and dangerous wave of light magic power appeared in the sky, as majestic as a storm, gathering behind them, and then came like a tsunami. And when they saw this in one scene, the armies of Warcraft on the ground and even in the sky immediately discovered this strange and dangerous emergency. Enemy attack, it's those damn humans, come on. Kill them, boom, boom, boom. Although Clausen and Reuben were flying in the sky, there were also many flying units of the Warcraft army, as well as powerful magic beasts that could fly into the sky for a short period of time, so they all shot towards Clausen and Reuben. What greeted them was almost hundreds of rounds of super magical power light eggs in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In a split second, countless loud noises erupted in the sky. And the astonishing light eggs of light magic power engulfed them all. The huge storm immediately evolved into a huge whirlpool of magic power. This power also seemed to have terrifying devouring power. An attraction, so then coming down, countless monsters in the sky were swallowed up, and then, boom, boom, boom. They all exploded completely. In this moment, at least thousands of monsters in the army of monsters, he had already died tragically here, and when he saw this scene, even Grand Magister Daffy, who was also a powerful magician, couldn't help but be shocked and sighed. He is worthy of being a strong man from the Holy Realm. He is really amazing. In fact, it is not that she has never tried this kind of fighting method, but the effect is far worse. First, she is not a strong person in the Holy Realm, which means that she cannot maintain flying for a long time. Second, her strength and destructive power, she is far less powerful than Clausen and Reuben. This means that even if she chooses the same fighting method as them, the ending will be two completely different concepts. She would be approached by these huge armies of Warcraft, and then forced to run away, or even be defeated. But what about now? Looking at Clausen and Reuben in the sky, it was a completely different sense. In her opinion, this was a complete massacre. Yes, massacre. Upon hearing this, Raymond just smiled and said nothing, because to him, isn't this a matter of course? A total of 9 holy domain level combat powers. If this is not enough to massacre these, what's the use of a so-called army of monsters that doesn't even have holy monsters? Then they might as well go find a piece of tofu and kill him. Totally embarrassing. But then he murmured again and said doubtfully, isn't that guy here, that guy? Obviously he was talking about the super red dragon at the pinnacle of the sanctuary. Awakens. Logically speaking, the opponent's large force is here, and the opponent should also be here. However, he did not capture it at all. There are other strong men from the Holy Domain here, and there are traces of the existence of the Holy Domain Warcraft. This can only explain one thing. The other party is not here? Then where could he be? It is impossible to let these armies of Warcraft come out for nothing, right? Raymond's eyes flickered, and he was very confused, but at this moment, the battle was still going on. Rumble rumble, this sort of angelic judgment. The illusory image of the huge angel sword appeared in the sky, then fell directly and exploded into the army of Warcraft on the ground. In an instant, the earth shook, and a huge storm of super magic power rolled up instantly, forming a powerful destructive shock wave like a mountain-roaring tsunami, and then spread directly, like layers of tsunamis, exploding crazily. Wherever it went, whether it was the low-level Warcraft army, or the high-level, or even level, they all seemed to be hit by cannonballs in an instant. In just an instant, several more fell down. Thousands of armies. However, this is just the beginning. You must know that Clausen and Reuben are 9 people. Next, they made a very smart choice to divide into 2 teams. 1-4-1-5. The former is responsible for dealing with and delaying those armies of monsters in the sky that want to get close, while the latter is responsible for constantly bombarding and throwing magic. Even level throwing magic. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 or 20 minutes like this, nearly 1/10 of the army of Warcraft on the ground has fallen. 1 in 10, seems like a small amount? But in fact, it is already a lot, because the number of Warcraft armies on the ground, at least it's close to 10 million. In other words, this 10th is actually an army of nearly 1 million Warcraft. An army of millions, you can imagine what this concept is. However, even so, they were still unafraid of death and attacked wildly without any intention of retreating. And when they saw this scene, let alone Raymond, even the great Magister Daffy, even she felt something was wrong. Your Majesty Raymond, this seems a little wrong. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. She couldn't help but say I know. Raymond also nodded and frowned. Something was wrong? Of course he knows. But the question is, where is the problem? But he doesn't know. He has no clue now, so he can only do this first, take one step at a time and take a look. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and he saw lakes of blood around the corpses of countless monsters on the ground. He didn't know what it was. At that moment, it actually started to shriek with a sparkling whine. Buzz! At the same time, suddenly, the land vibrated slightly. The vibration was not obvious, but it was still caused by laymen. Sensitively aware of it. But it was not discovered until now. It seemed to be already late. Boom. 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 The next moment, the ground began to tremble, and countless sparkling particles of magic power began to rush out of the pool of blood on the ground. Even like these forces began to merge, forming sparkling waves on the land. The blood-colored patterns of magical power quickly turned into lines of magic arrays. As soon as this scene appeared, Master Daffy's pupils shrank instantly and his face changed drastically. Not good. Your Majesty Raymond, this is the Forbidden Curse magic array. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roar appeared between the heaven and the earth, and a giant light pillar burst out instantly, penetrating the heaven and earth like the Optimus pillar. It seems to have torn apart the natural enemy, extremely dazzling. Then this force covered Clausen and Reuben almost instantly. It was so fast and powerful that it was almost impossible to notice and have no ability to resist. Until after all this was over, Raymond and the others suddenly discovered that a huge blood-colored light beam cage had appeared in front of them, and in this cage were Clausen and Reuben. They were all locked up. No, to be more precise, it was Raymond, and the great mage Duffy, the two of them. They are now alone. So that's it, so the real target is me. Lemon's face darkened, and his face turned livid. Then he raised his head and looked somewhere in the sky, because he had already felt that three very powerful saints had suddenly appeared there. The aura of a domain expert. Roar! In an instant, a roar broke out, and the roar of the dragon came zero. A huge red dragon appeared in the sky, measuring dozens of meters, or even nearly 100 meters. He was like a huge red devil, with his ferocious upturned pupils staring at Raymond. Releasing wild killing intent and crazy dragon power. Damn human being, now you are the only one left, how can you still run? It was you who killed Lydia and James, so don't worry, I will use the same method to deal with you. I will wring your neck and crush every bone in your body. Make your life worse than death. Roar. Human beings, wait for death. I will definitely kill you today. He appeared with crazy roars and curses. It also revealed his identity. Lydia? James? Then he must be the peak of the sanctuary in the Sunset Mountains. The super red dragon, awakens. But, what about the other two people? Raymond glanced at the other two people with a solemn expression. The person on the left was an old man with gray hair and even wearing a helmet. It was completely unclear what the other person's appearance was. But the aura of a huge Saint Domain powerhouse exuding from his body has completely revealed his identity. A Saint Domain powerhouse. Not only that, this seems to be the pinnacle of the Holy Domain. In addition, the person on the right seems to be the same as true. At the same time, the diamond-colored magic power armor has completely covered his body. There is no blind spot at all. It is the Earth-type Holy Domain Defense Forbidden Spell. The Earth Guardian Holy Armor. Obviously, this guy is also a Holy Domain A strong man, and he is also an Earth Magic Saint at the peak of the Holy Domain. In other words, the two of them, plus the Super Red Dragon awakens at the peak of the domain. This wave is actually three powerful men at the peak of the Holy Domain. Did you come together to attack him? Sure enough, the so-called army of monsters before was just bait. More importantly, their corpses, blood, magic cores, etc., all became the nourishment for the forbidden magic array. Used to seal and pay attention to Clausen and Reuben. This time, he became a turtle in the urn. Surrounded by these three guys from the other side. It seems that you are His Majesty Raymond of the Templar Principality, right? It was the first time we met, but it might also be the last time we met. Hey, what a pity, an elegant voice suddenly came. The powerful Dharma Saint smiled, and then he bowed slightly to Raymond and said slowly, "We are the people of Dark Totem and have met His Majesty Raymond, Black, Dark Totem." Raymond 4.0 said nothing, but the great mage Daffy's pupils shrank. His face was even filled with shock, and he turned pale with fright. "Do you know them?" Raymond asked Lay, "Your Majesty Lay Mang. Dark Totem is the most powerful assassination and killer organization in the north of our continent. And, moreover, the previous Pope of the Ice and Snow God religion was killed by them. That is a powerful demigod," Grand Magister Daffy said with a pale face, full of fear. "Demigod?" Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then his face became serious. "Killer organization? It seems that someone paid a high price to buy his life. Your Majesty Raymond, our Dark Totem is a professional killer organization. We kill people for money and do not do it to people or things, so please forgive me. The other party spoke again and said with a smile. In addition, this is our first attack on you. If this fails, there will be a second one. But if it still fails, we will abandon the mission, or wait for the bounty giver to continue adding money. Yeah, Raymond smiled calmly and said mockingly. Then you are quite professional. This is natural. The other party smiled again, and then said softly, we are just a killer organization. We get paid to kill people, that's all. So next, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Raymond, rumble. Suddenly, somewhere behind Raymond, a shadow suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a person emerged out of thin air. Then he directly hit Raymond and stabbed him away. But he was blown away by a backhand sword that he seemed to have noticed. Boom. There was a loud roar, and the opponent's body flew hundreds of meters away before slowly stopping, and then his face appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 144. This is a very short, middle-aged man who looks very skinny. He has protruding cheekbones, squinting eyes, sallow skin, and very ordinary appearance, with no special features at all, but the look in his eyes was cold and dangerous. At the same time, the power of fighting spirit released from his body is also terrifying. It was the power of dark fighting spirit as black as ink, surrounding his whole body, making him as cold and dangerous as a demon. And more importantly, this is also the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. In other words, there are not 3 of them, but 4. There are 4 strong men at the top of the Holy Realm, and together they formed a powerful lineup that came to assassinate Raymond this time. You can imagine what this concept is. It's just that Dark Totem is indeed a Dark Totem. Their strength and abilities are indeed very strong. After all, this is the pinnacle of the 4 Holy Realms. What is this concept? For them in Luoman continent, demigods are almost a focus. The ultimate foundation of almost every empire is demigods. But because of this, in order to restrain each other, everyone has a right. The private agreement is that the powerful demigod will not take action easily. Once it really reaches that point, it will definitely destroy the world, completely tear off the face, and fight to the death. Because of this, except for those powerful demigods, the peak of the Holy Realm is undoubtedly the only one in the world. Those are the strongest men with world-destroying combat power, but what about now? With such strength, such a strong lineup, there are 4 of them here. This is simply earth-shattering. Once the news spreads, it will definitely shock the world. Grand Magister Daffy raised her head and stared at those people in the sky. Those enemies were trembling all over. Her face also turned pale, very desperate and frightened. She didn't know what the opponent's forbidden spell magic arrays could do. How long will it take to trap Clausen, Reuben and the other strong men in the sanctuary? But before that, they will definitely have no choice but to die. Just by them, or by His Majesty Raymond alone. No matter how powerful he is, he will never be able to withstand the joint attack and siege of these 4 powerful men at the top of the holy domain, right? So they should be dead next, right? However, at this moment, he heard Raymond suddenly say in his ear, Grand Magister Daffy, please go first. As soon as he said this, the great Mage Daffy was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Raymond suddenly. Your Majesty Raymond, let's go. Raymond shook his head and said lightly, their target is me. It doesn't matter if you leave. Just leave. And I don't want you to drag me down here, not to mention that Grand Mage Daffy is just a Super Sunday Grand Mage, so what if he is a strong man in the Holy Realm? Facing the other side is a Peak Saint Realm powerhouse, who is of no use at all, so instead of letting her get in the way, it is better to let her run away first, and she is just a little ant, so the other party will definitely be too lazy to pay attention to her. Sure enough, after hearing what Raymond said, the people on the other side not only did not stop them, they even heard the powerful Dharma Saint smile kindly and say with a smile, yes, little friend, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise we won't be responsible if we accidentally delete you later. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, me, Grand Magister Daffy's face changed for a while, but in the end he still couldn't overcome the fear in his heart and bowed to Raymond. Sorry, Your Majesty Raymond. Then he immediately turned around and ran away without hesitation. Roar, Super Red Dragon Awakens roared angrily and said coldly, okay, why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Kill him. Don't wait until something happens to the forbidden magic array. That will be troublesome. Something happened to the forbidden magic circle, he, the powerful Dharma saint, sneered and said disdainfully. Don't worry, awakens, believe it or not, even if you die, there won't be any problems with this forbidden magic circle. After all, you have to know that this is the work of those adults. Yeah. Super Red Dragon Awakens' pupils shrank, and then his face darkened, and he said coldly, that's best. Then he looked at Raymond, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and the entire dragon's coercive momentum, dragon power, etc. began to burst out without reservation. King Raymond, your retribution has come. It was you who killed Lady and James, then I will definitely kill you myself, he roared. Yes? If you have the strength, you can try it. Raymond looked calm and said calmly. Obviously, although it was a dangerous situation, he was not timid or panicked at all. Firstly, because he was strong enough and didn't seem to be afraid of these things. Secondly, because everyone had cards and things to hide, didn't he? Haha, how is that possible? So for him, the situation in front of him seemed to be an extremely dangerous dead end, but in fact, it was just a plate of 4 sacred hearts, and they actually took the initiative to deliver it to him. Dark Totem, you are really a kind person, Raymond sneered in his heart, and then he actually took the initiative to dodge, and then rushed out directly, killing the Super Red Dragon Awakens in the sky. And when he saw this scene, in an instant, everyone's eyes fell directly on Raymond. There were even some expressions of surprise and uncertainty. Why should he take the initiative? But in this case, the murderous intention in the heart of the Red Dragon Awakens was finally completely unbearable. Boom. At that moment, the huge wings behind the Super Red Dragon Awakens spread out, and the terrifying dragon power began. It circled around him like a whirlpool, and suddenly the power was like a surging flame, forming a huge wave, rushing forward, roar. At that moment, the Super Red Dragon Awakens roared and looked directly at Raymond. His whole body is full of momentum, his eyes are full of murderous intent. King Raymond, come on, if you want to die, then I will kill you, I will make it happen for you. Roar. As he spoke, the aura in his body rose rapidly, and the aura of dragon power began to rise one by one. Soon, his entire dragon's momentum surged to the extreme, and then he suddenly rushed out, rushing straight towards Raymond. At the same time, he raised his hand and tore it apart with a claw. Yet, Raymond smiled scornfully. Who is he? He is cheating Raymond. Ever since his level strength reached the early stage of the holy realm of magic and martial arts, his actual combat power has been comparable to that of the late Saint realm, and even the holy domain has reached its peak. And now? When the magic power and fighting spirit in his body have further reached the middle stage of the holy domain, how can he be afraid of a mere holy domain peak? Even if this is a pure dragon red dragon, its strength is far beyond a superordinary Saint realm strong man, but he is still not afraid. Because in addition to his own strength, he also has Saint realm weapons, he also has talents and skills, etc. In this case, it is no exaggeration to say that he has actually already the demigod is invincible. Unless the opponent's strength can cause a crushing leap over him, otherwise, he is not afraid at all. Even if he cannot win, he will not lose. This is his confidence. What's more, this is just one of them. Is this just his trump card? Of course not. So he actually doesn't feel anything at all now. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. On the contrary, he is even very happy. Boom. Next, when the Super Red Dragon Awakens quickly attacked, he did not hesitate to twitch the sword of light seal from top to bottom, and slashed away with one sword. Suddenly, the human bodies haven't even come into contact yet, but their momentum fluctuations, fighting spirit power, dragon power, etc. have already collided with each other first. Boom. Boom. Crackling. At that moment, the sky visible to everyone's naked eye seemed to be torn open and began to twist. At the same time, whether it was the dragon power of the Super Red Dragon Awakens or Raymond's, the power of the magic and martial arts cultivators surged forward fiercely and rushed forward. They began to collide and fight fiercely, but in just a few seconds, their two forces actually began to separate. The outcome was decided. There was a loud bang, and Raymond made a stroke in the air, and a bright light sealing sword shot out, facing the sky, and then directly cut off the opponent's dragon. The power is strong, and the remaining power is not exhausted. Still rushing towards Awakens. What? As soon as this scene appeared, not to mention the Super Red Dragon Awakens, even the other peak saints of the Dark Totem, couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then their pupils shrank, and they were filled with excitement. Their faces were shocked, and it was obvious that they were all shocked now, even horrified, because of course they knew very well that even if they were both at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, there was still a difference between the winner and the loser. Awakens is a genuine pure-blooded red dragon. Its strength is so powerful that it is definitely the top of its class. If they were to fight alone, they would not be defeated miserably. But there is absolutely no chance of winning. But now what? This guy can actually suppress Awakens, who is a dragon. This is enough to show how powerful the opponent's King Raymond is. As expected of a billion-dollar mission, this money is really hard to earn, the strong warrior saint couldn't help but murmured, and then he suddenly flashed his body and drew out his weapon. A sacred weapon in the shape of a giant axe, and then he directly aimed at Raymond to kill him past. Boom, the huge shock wave suddenly exploded. This force directly formed a giant shock wave several hundred meters long, slashing down surgingly. At that moment, Raymond looked extremely small under this astonishing attack. He also seemed to give people the impression that he was about to die tragically in an instant. There was an irresistible illusion, but then, Raymond glanced back slightly, then raised his hand and punched out, suddenly. A blast. A shock wave like holy light appeared, roar. At that moment, the roar of a giant beast actually seemed to appear in the sky. The majestic fighting spirit power was mixed with magical power. They merged together perfectly, and then formed a powerful surging holy light. It hit the shock wave hard, and then with a loud bang, the two forces 887 exploded immediately, destroying both of them. At the same time, the powerful Dharma Saint also began to chant. It seemed that they were preparing a forbidden spell. The strong man from the sanctuary of thieves who had attacked Raymond earlier also began to escape into the darkness and hide, as if he was looking for a one-hit kill. In a split second, they all started their work. At first they just wanted to see the true strength of King Raymond in front of them, but now when they saw this, they already understood that the opponent was very strong. So they must also be more serious, but don't really have any problems. Boom, roar, I saw the super red dragon Awakens roaring again, and his eyes and facial features began to seep with thick red dragon power like blood mist. These powers then crackled. The explosion condensed, and then turned into a crimson beam of light, which struck hard from in front of Awakens. He burst out and rushed out. Boom, Li Meng directly twitched the holy light dragon slaying crossbow and pointed it at the light pillar, and shot him away with one blow. Suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. The fast impact wavelength rainbow was directly shot out, and then instantly penetrated a light pillar, and then it even hit the super red dragon Awakens in an instant. It was as if he wanted to penetrate it with one blow. Wah, what? Awakens' face suddenly changed, and he started to tremble all over, as if he was trembling from the depths of his soul, but as a super red dragon powerhouse at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. His reaction speed was still very fast. At the critical moment, he actually dodged the attack of the holy light dragon slaying crossbow and passed by it. Then there was a loud bang, his wings were directly pierced by it. It exploded on the spot. This is a dragon-slaying weapon. Awakens was trembling all over, his eyes were wide open, and he was staring at the holy light dragon-slaying crossbow in Raymond's hand. The dragon-slaying weapon, this is the mortal enemy of their dragon clan. And it has been cleaned up by them many times. The forbidden weapon. But what about now? Such a thing, how could it appear here? But then his face became even more ferocious. He stared at Raymond. His eyes were full of murderous intent. King Raymond, you really deserve to die now. After he finished speaking, he roared again. Roar. 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 He rushed straight towards Raymond. Even one of the wings that had been penetrated and exploded by the holy light dragon slaying crossbow was actually damaged at this time. Already recovered. Chapter 145. When seeing this scene, Raymond shook his head with some pity, and then directly put away the holy light dragon-slaying crossbow. Although this thing is a dragon-slaying weapon, it has great destructive power against dragons, but the shortcomings are also obvious. First of all, the number of attacks is very small. It only has the capacity of one shot, followed by the upper limit of its power. Only under the powerful demigods. Therefore, for the super red dragon powerhouse at the peak of the holy realm, its lethality seems to be obviously limited. It is obviously not as invincible as before and can kill with one hit. Therefore, to put it simply, this thing seems to be a bit outdated at the moment. But it's okay, after all, he doesn't expect to rely on this alone. A holy light dragon-slaying crossbow comes to break the situation. Therefore, if you are behind the times, just be behind the times. His real killer move is still well hidden. Boom, boom. In a split second, the warrior saint, Super Red Dragon Awakens, rushed over from left to right, and then launched a crazy attack on Raymond. Welcome, Lemon laughed, and then he directly carried the other two people and started to fight with him. For him, he is very strong now, but he still doesn't know how far he can reach it. Bottom, so he also planned to take this opportunity to test it out, to see how high his current strength can reach. Even if he can get rid of these guys in front of him without relying on his trump card, then of course even better. Boom, boom, boom. In a split second, he opened his bow from left to right, easily repelling the awakens and defeating the strong man in front of him, and slashed out with his sword at the same time. Suddenly, a huge sword beam of bright fighting energy, magical power, shot out directly. Phew, call out, call out, call out. Phew. At that moment, countless lightning-like shock waves began to burst out, colliding with the defeated strong man in awakens. Suddenly the sky exploded, and countless extremely powerful fighting energy and dragon power also began to explode. In an instant, invisible energy formed vortexes and even mushroom clouds in the sky. With this level of power, let alone an ordinary person, even a strong man from the holy domain would be quickly torn apart if he came in person. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the close combat between Raymond and the others has just begun. In almost an instant, they have already fought against each other dozens of times. In just a few seconds, it was as if they didn't stop at all. They kept flying across the sky and fighting each other. At the same time, the terrifying and astonishing shockwave power also began to explode crazily, as if the sky was falling apart. Not only that, this shockwaves the outbreak even seemed to be getting denser and larger. In the end, the area they were in even seemed to have turned into a huge mushroom cloud tornado with them as the core. Such power continued to sweep away even with more energy, it has been transmitted thousands of meters away. With them as the center, the radius of thousands of meters is like a typhoon passing through. It is extremely scary. And after seeing this scene, Ra was the confident lawman before. The saint powerful man was also a little shocked at this time, staring at Raymond in disbelief and said, how could his fighting ability be so powerful, that he could fight two people on his own? And those were awakens and divans. The combat capabilities of super red dragons and warrior saints of this level are actually not as good as him? How is this possible? Is he a behemoth wearing human skin? But how could he know that Raymond not only got fighting spirit and magic power from the system, but also got a huge amount of combat training experience for the various military units of the temple castle? It seems difficult to see these things literally. Its value, but now, its value has been fully demonstrated. Is it the strongest in melee combat against Behemoth? Well, Raymond's current melee combat ability can be said to be almost equal to that of Behemoth. You can imagine you know what this concept is. And that's its value. However, having said that, combat ability is just combat ability. If you want to rely on this thing to make a comeback, it is definitely impossible. And more importantly, the opponent does not. It was just 2 people, but 4 people. The next moment, the powerful Dharma Saint himself roared, finally bursting out with the power of his forbidden curse. The language of the earth, the super heavy field, forbidden spell of earth magic power, super heavy field. This is a powerful forbidden spell that can form a huge barrier and form 100 times the gravity at the same time. Although the effect of this thing is indistinguishable, whether it is Raymond or that awakens, the warrior saints, and others will all be affected, but this is still beneficial to them. After all, if this is done, the chance and probability of them finding a fatal blow will definitely be greater. Anafa, kill him, give it to you, the powerful Dharma Saint shouted loudly. Buzz, the strong man from the sanctuary of thieves moving forward in the darkness exudes terrifying dark power, and his existence is like a beast. Always lurking, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. And this opportunity finally appeared for him a few minutes later. He saw another siege. Raymond, Neo Weeks, and the strong warrior saint did not know that they had already attacked. How many times have we fought and killed each other? Many wounds and bloody mouths began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, the warrior saint suddenly seemed to unleash his trump card, and a huge illusory tower appeared out of thin air behind him. Sheman, and in a stone gate, when the double doors were opened, It was as if the restricted energy in his body was opened. The fighting energy in his body began to rise rapidly, and his whole person's momentum and strength. It also began to surge rapidly, and at this time, if you could see his eyes, you would definitely know that his eyes began to turn red at this time, and it felt like he was starting to mineralize and become angry. The whole person has a manic and explosive atmosphere. Is this the mad power of the orcs? This guy is actually an orc. Orcs obviously recognized this move and couldn't help but be surprised. First of all, he is not a member of Dark Totem. He was only approached because of the same interests, so he accepted the current plan to join forces to besiege Raymond. His plan, secondly, many people in Dark Totem have no names, only code names. In Dark Totem, their identities are blank, so they could be anyone: humans, orcs, elves, warcraft, dwarves, dragons, sea clan. Wait, it's all possible. But the mad power of the orcs is too conspicuous, so obvious that as soon as it is used, their identities will inevitably be exposed, and generally speaking, there are two channels for the furious power of the orcs. One is magic, and the other is the natural power of the behemoths. In other words, the guy in front of him is either a high-level orc with the bloodline power of the behemoths, or, even there might also be a genuine behemoth. Even Awakens was startled when he thought of this, and then sighed. It is indeed a Dark Totem. Actually, there's even a behemoth. And here. At the same time, the Mad Warrior directly faced Raymond. With a loud bang, the two collided with each other, but this time, Raymond's expression changed obviously. The strength is doubled? So strong, if he didn't pay much attention to the strong warrior in front of him before, then now he knows that he was wrong. Maybe it was to hide his identity that the other party chose to keep a low profile, but now it seems that this is the other party. His true strength, this power, is not much worse than that of awakens, who is a super red dragon. You can imagine what this concept is. Boom, one strike. Then boom, 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 bang. In just a few seconds, the fight between them instantly became intense, and they actually exchanged nearly 100 moves. At the same time, under the intervention of awakens again, Raymond finally seemed to be a little tired, and then he was blasted out, and a blow hit him hard on the chest. It was very exciting to watch. For novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Boom. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded, deafening. At the same time, Raymond flew out like a flash of light. It hit the barrier hard and made a loud noise. However, this was just the beginning. With a whoosh, except for the harsh and fatal sound of breaking through the air, everything else seemed to be silent, because the only thing I saw was the strong man from the thief's sanctuary with dark power, finally taking action again. In the darkness, he appeared in front of Raymond in an instant, and then the whole person appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the sacred weapon dagger in his hand also shone directly, as if it had turned into a demon's fangs. Sharp teeth. Like a cold light suddenly appearing, the assassination was in front of Raymond. The sharpness of this assassination was even more nerve-wracking than the combination of awakens and the strong warrior, because it was an absolute fatal blow. But at the same time, Raymond finally couldn't help but laugh. You finally couldn't bear it anymore, you? The opponent's pupils shrank and he was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect Raymond to react like this, but he immediately instinctively realized that something was wrong, but it was already late. With a bang, Raymond quickly waved him the sword of light seal counterattacked, and its true power exploded. Bound and sealed by light, rumble. In a split second, a chain-like existence quickly shot out, actually binding the opponent in place and sealing him up. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone's pupils shrank and their expressions changed drastically. What? How could he? Is your target me? At the same time, the strong man from the thief's sanctuary also obviously reacted, staring at Raymond with gloomy eyes. Now he finally understood that it turned out that this opportunity was not because Raymond couldn't handle it, but because, is this a trap? Who told you to be so cautious, since you want to kill me? I won't feel comfortable if I don't kill you all, Raymond sneered, then stretched out his hand and took out the angel feather. So next, enjoy the gift I give you. In an instant, without giving the other party the slightest chance to react, he stretched out his hand and crushed the angel feathers in his hand. Holy light suddenly shone, and huge bright magic particles like a tsunami gathered directly. Come, form a pillar of light and shoot straight into the sky. Then, as if the holy light sounded, countless illusory little angels, accompanied by a huge bright figure, then they all appeared directly. Then, what is that? The strong man from the thief's sanctuary was stunned and trembled all over. Awakens, the strong war saint, and the strong law saint outside the magic power barrier were also stunned, and then their faces changed drastically, exclaimed. God, angel, impossible. How can this be? Angels, legendary mythical creatures, are comparable to behemoths and even golden behemoths. Even the weakest two-winged angel has invincible strength in the holy realm. But now it seems that this is not a two-winged angel at all. It is a god-level one, the power of humble dust. The holy light will shine upon you. At this moment, a sacred whisper suddenly sounded, and then, the angel illusion in the light pillar was directly slashed out with a sword, and then at that moment, a scene that destroyed the heaven and earth appeared. Boom. 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 It was just a sword that seemed to be swung casually, but it actually instantly shattered the barriers of forbidden magic power in all directions, and then smashed the powerful thieves' sanctuary in front of Raymond, and the awakens, the warrior saint. All three of them were instantly killed. Not only that, the power of this sword didn't seem to stop at all, and then it dragged straight out along, like a huge abyss on the ground. Traces of it. In the end, when its power slowly dissipated, a sky-defying deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters and a length of at least tens of thousands or 100,000 meters suddenly appeared on the ground, with wolf smoke still rising there. It was extremely amazing. At this moment, the only survivor in the field, the powerful Dharma Saint, was stunned, and not only him, but also Raymond. Then he shook his head and sighed. He murmured, no. To think that this thing is so powerful. Yes, this is his ultimate trump card. The angel feather can summon the power of an angel to strike, but he still didn't expect that this thing could be so powerful. The top 3 powerful men in the holy realm were killed in an instant, and its destructive power could be so huge. The distance is tens of thousands of meters and hundreds of thousands of meters long. With such power, even the powerful demigods, money or not, are probably just dishonest. They are not even on the same level. Just thinking about it, he seems to be a bit what a loss. It's obviously a loss to use such a big killer weapon here. But Raymond quickly put an end to this stupid idea. Loss? What does he have to lose by cheating? As long as the person is fine, it will be fine. Besides, he will even be able to recruit real angel troops in the future, let alone this little angel feather. To him, this is nothing at all. Well, as for why he didn't take this thing out earlier? Very simply, this is because he wants to catch all those people. Since they are all here, how can we not kill them all? It's just that the strong man from the sanctuary of thieves, who possessed the power of dark fighting spirit, was too cautious. He had been waiting for the opportunity, so Raymond could only endure it, and he was also waiting for the opportunity. Until now, but now, everything is over perfectly. There's only one powerful Dharma Saint left here alone. For him, isn't this just a simple dish? It's totally simple and easy. It's completely manageable. Perfect ending, Raymond murmured. Then he turned to look at the powerful Dharma Saint who was already trembling all over, and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, it's your turn next." As soon as these words came out, the latter suddenly trembled. It was like falling into an ice cave, completely despairing. If someone were with him, maybe he could still run? But now, he is the only one left. A strong man in magic and a super strong man in magic and martial arts. Obviously, he is definitely destined to die. However, what is even more desperate is that perhaps because the previous power of the angel sword also happened to destroy part of the power of the forbidden magic array, so at this moment, Clausen, Reuben and others are trapped in it. The monks of the temple have finally regained their freedom. Lord, are you okay? Great, sorry, it was our mistake, sorry. Chapter 146. Clausen and Reuben were all excited, frightened and angry, as if they were on a roller coaster. Their moods went from heaven to earth, and then they recovered. To them, Raymond was everything. It's heaven. If something happened to Raymond, they would definitely not be able to accept it, and they would even want to die. But fortunately, everything did not have the worst outcome. So their anger was transferred to that unlucky Dharma Saint powerhouse. In the next few minutes, the anger of the monks from the 9 holy cathedrals completely crushed the opponent. Tear it into pieces. In this way, although the process is a bit scary and tortuous, the result is good, because in this way, Raymond will have gained 4 more hearts of the Holy Realm. And there are 4 others. A space ring with the entire net worth of a strong man from the Saint Realm. What a great victory. But, Dark Totem, Raymond murmured, then sneered again and murmured, in this case, after such a loss, I wonder if you would dare to do it a second time. I hope you won't be scared. Although he is doing things with money, of course he knows that this is just a nice way to say it. They are here to kill him, so what else is there to say? There must be nothing to say. From now on, they are enemies. Since they are enemies, of course I hope they will not be cowardly. Huh? Dark Totem? I remember this time. Next, let's play slowly, Raymond thought in his heart. Next, he began to happily sort out his trophies again. And it has to be said that his trophies harvest this time was indeed very big. It can even be said that he made a fortune. He came directly. Bo suddenly got rich. Some gold coins and purple gold coins, magic scrolls, Dao Key cheats, some Dao Key combat skills, X6 legendary sanctuary weapons, and various miscellaneous items. Just these alone should be worth tens of billions, right? However, right? This is just part of it. In addition, there is another big one, that is the heart of the sanctuary, and the magic core. Level 8 magic core x 332, level 9 magic core x 47, heart of the sanctuary x 7, and others. How many of those low-level magic cores? In other words, just for the hearts of the sanctuary, he actually harvested 11 this time. It was really a huge profit. It directly rose to 3 digits. Not to mention, I actually like them now. It would be great if those 917s could come back a few more times. Ha ha ha, Raymond murmured, and couldn't help laughing. After this battle, although the process was a bit thrilling, and it also cost him his only trump card angel feather. But fortunately the result was okay. Temple priests, temple monks, and temple crusaders. It is no exaggeration to say that this should be considered as doubling his current strength. It is definitely a sudden increase in strength. And next, Raymond no longer hesitating, he started his new round of recruitment directly and happily. Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced troops and temple priests? Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers and temple monks? Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit enhanced units, Templar Crusaders? Recruit, Raymond didn't say a word nonsense. Start recruiting immediately. Ding, host, please note that you have successfully recruited the enhanced unit, the temple priest. You have successfully recruited ordinary soldiers, Templar monks, and Templar monk heroes. You have successfully recruited an enhanced unit, the Templar Crusaders. Military hero? Raymond raised his eyebrows and then laughed. Although it is a pity that he is not a military hero worshipped in the temple, he is still very satisfied. After all, military heroes are rare things. The chance is only 1 in 10,000, and their value lies in their own potential, ability, and strength. Command an army of arms, improve the strength of an army of arms and other dimensions. Many aspects. This is superior in all aspects. In this case, even if he is not the most powerful temple monk at the current level, his value is really great anyway. Heroes of any branch are valuable assets. In addition, he also found several familiar things in the space ring that should be the super red dragon awakens, the incomplete slate key. Are they all here? Raymond murmured, then took out his own slate key and exchanged it. Sure enough, they were all in order. Click, there was a muffled sound, and the heavy divine aura emanated from the stone slab. This immediately made Lei Meng, and the faces of the troops behind him change. It seems like it's really the stuff of a powerful demigod. Then it's time to visit the Sunset Mountains, Raymond murmured. The feeling was not so obvious with a small piece before, but now that the thing is complete, its power and aura are just like the sun in the dark night. It's so obvious. As long as you are not an idiot or a blind person, you can definitely see the essence of this thing. This is definitely a treasure of the level of a strong demigod. So behind this thing, it should also be of the same level as this strong demigod. That's almost too much, right? Well, next target, Sunset Mountains. Raymond made a decision in his heart. He decided to go to the Sunset Mountains to have a look, and his intuition is now telling him that maybe this time, he can even get a great opportunity and treasure. If you can get the heart of the Holy Realm from a strong demigod, won't you really take off? Thinking about it, Raymond also laughed, and then he put away the slate key of the strong demigod. Put it back into the space ring, Lord. I'm sorry, it was our mistake that put you in danger. Please punish us. I'm sorry. At this moment, the voices of Clausen and the others came. Then I saw Clausen and Reuben kneeling down to Raymond one by one, begging for punishment. Strictly speaking, this matter it was indeed their mistake. Because they were just some armies of warcraft that had not even reached the sanctuary level. Why did they give up their duty to protect Raymond? All of them went to deal with those armies of warcraft that were going to lower levels? This is definitely a mistake, very stupid behavior. So their mistake, or even failure of responsibility, this time was really big. Fortunately, nothing happened to Raymond, otherwise, they would really be to blame. But since there was no if something happened, Raymond was too lazy to care about it, so he shook his head and said, "Forget it, everyone get up." After saying this, he walked towards the corpses of the pukes of the 3 holy realms that were chopped to pieces by the power of the angel sword and almost shattered into pieces. Looking around, he only saw one left. The smaller half of the red dragon corpse. And the smaller half of a light brown, upper body head that looked like a huge monster. Is this the behemoth of the orc clan? Raymond murmured, the strongest creature in the orc empire, the famous behemoth. He still knows, not only in addition, he still knew about the super powerful crown creature in the orc stronghold in the previous hero's game, the behemoth. But now it seems that these two things are obviously somewhat different from the first time, because if compared, their strength comparison is obviously not on the same level. Obviously two different lord, these are probably just some mixed blood behemoths, very weak ones. If a behemoth of this level were placed in an orc stronghold, it would not even be qualified to be called a behemoth. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Suddenly a voice came, but it was Clausen behind Raymond who spoke. Mixed race, what does it mean that you are not qualified to be called a behemoth? Raymond raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Behemoths that can become the crown troops of the orc stronghold are all the elites among the behemoths. Their strength is at the lowest level. It is definitely an extremely terrifying and powerful monster. Even every one of them is comparable to, or even stronger than, the battle angel of our holy temple castle, but not all behemoths are so powerful. Clausen paused, his eyes flashed and said, generally speaking, the strength of an ordinary behemoth when it is just born is probably only about the level of ordinary soldiers. Then, as it grows and becomes stronger, most behemoths can possess super enhanced strength when they reach adulthood, but there are a very few exceptions. They will still stay at the ordinary level, which can be regarded as the bottom among them, but this is only for those pure-blooded, real behemoths. If it is the hybrid behemoth in front of you, their starting point and upper limit are relatively much lower, so that's it. Raymond nodded, and then suddenly asked, would that be the same for the angel family in our holy temple castle? That's right, Clausen nodded and explained. When we were born, the angel clan in the holy temple castle only had the strength of ordinary soldiers of a certain rank. At this time, they are also called double-winged angels. Also known as the baby angel, then when they reach adulthood, they will grow a second pair of wings and become 4-winged angels. At this time, they will have the strength of an enhanced unit. But just like this, it is still not enough to become the crown soldier of our holy temple castle. For the crown troops of our Templar castle, minimum requirements. It's a seraph, 6 wings, that's right, Clausen nodded and said with twinkling eyes. Generally speaking, wings represent the status and strength of the angel family. The more wings the angel family has, in most cases, the stronger they will be. Seraphim, also known as titled angels. Among them are divided into battle angels, wise angels, power angels, seat angels, etc. A variety of one-word title angels. The strength of the seraphim is definitely of the highest level. Therefore, they are also the representatives of the crown troops of our temple castle. It is the facade and signboard of our temple castle, so that's it. Raymond nodded, and he understood more clearly. Rank is strength, but it does not mean that all members of their race have such strong strength. Only the elite among them, even the kings of kings, are qualified to be called the crown. This makes sense. And in this case, it also makes sense why the behemoths in the Orc Empire are so weak. They are just demigods, or even a mere saint. It's because they are not crowned kings, but just ordinary people from the general public. That's all. Thinking of this, he no longer struggled with it, but waved his hand and launched a charge directly in the direction of the Sunset Mountains. Let's go, change places, let's go check out the Sunset Mountains. Not long after this, their vast army of men, horses, and soldiers quickly left here and rushed towards the Sunset Mountains in the north. Then after another half a day, Dada, who looked pale, The great Magister Fey is back here again. 1. Is it all over? Looking at the tragic situation in front of him, which can even be said to be devastating, Grand Mage Daffy's face was heavy, and his eyes were searching everywhere, as if he was looking for something. Yes, she had indeed left before, but she didn't leave very far. After a series of psychological struggles, she decided to come back and have a look. And now, she saw the scene after the war, and there was the red dragon awakens, and the broken corpse of the behemoth beast. Is this the red dragon and behemoth? She was shocked. Her face and emotions changed drastically. Her face kept changing, and her face was also covered with a layer of fear. Forget about the red dragon. Awakens in the Sunset Mountains is just him. This is nothing, but this behemoth. Who doesn't know that this is the royal family of the orcs? The most powerful signature creature of the orcs. They are actually involved in this matter? Could it be that the secret of the Dark Totem is actually related to their orcs? Does it have anything to do with it? The more I think about Grand Magister Daffy, the more my scalp feels numb. It's terrifying to think about it. And what's even more exaggerated is that they are dead. So what about His Majesty Raymond of the Principality of the Templar? Is he also dead? With this heavy heart, Grand Magister Daffy searched around here, but it still didn't matter. She didn't even find the corpses of the temple priests. In other words, they were not dead? Or, they were all dead, and their bodies were destroyed with no trace of them. Why? Grand Magister Daffy sighed, not knowing what it was like in his heart. Then he could only leave silently. He came back because of the knot in his heart, and now he left because of reality. After all, no matter what, she is only a mere district-level person, not even a strong person in the Holy Realm. In this case, no matter what the outcome of this matter is, she is not qualified to participate. Because she is too weak. A few days later, Raymond and the others arrived at the core area of Sunset Mountains. Let's search around and see if there's anything strange. That's right, Raymond took out a key to the complete slate and handed it to Clausen and the others. Take this thing and look for it. This should be faster. Yes, Lord. After receiving the slate key, Raymond and his army began to dig 3 feet into the core area of the Sunset Mountains to find work. Not long after this, the good news came. Lord, we seem to have found it. Chapter 147. Call out. In the dark twisted space, hundreds of figures are moving forward very fast here. If you look carefully, it is Raymond and the others who seem to have found their destination. The entrance to this place is the core area of the Sunset Mountains. In an inconspicuous forest cave, if it weren't for the power of the demigods that sometimes leaked out from here, Clausen, Reuben and the others wouldn't even have been able to discover this place at all. But when they entered this place, they discovered that there was indeed a different world inside. Here, there is actually this one that is getting bigger and bigger. It seems to be a huge passage leading straight into the depths of the earth. In this way, after they hurried on for about half an hour, Clausen and the others at the front of the team finally gradually slowed down their speed. Then, there were some slight changes in Raymond's eyes, because there was a special change in the place, or space, in front of him. It's like being enveloped by a space force. Lord, this is a space passage. There seems to be a different space here. Clausen's voice came space channel. Lemon's eyes flickered, but he walked over directly. Just like that, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The change was like a change of world. A new world appeared directly. Here, a building seemed to be the huge dragon palace with no end in sight. Stands quietly in the void. A terrible sense of oppression emanates from it. This sense of oppression makes even Raymond's current strength feel numb. It looks like this is it. The power and aura of the powerful demigod are evident here, Raymond murmured, although he has never seen what the power and pressure of a real demigod is like, but he still saw the divine power of the angels fantasy summoned by the angel feathers before. Yes, the pressure in front of me is far less than before, but what is certain is that this is indeed the power of a god level, or a powerful demigod. Let's go and have a look, Raymond said, and then he took steps towards the dragon palace. Although he had seen the magnificence of the dragon palace in front of him from a distance before, but when they were really close now, Raymond I was completely shocked just now. The huge pressure, the majestic buildings, and the endless gestures. It's enough to make people feel awe. In terms of visual effects, this place is indeed a bit scary. Lord, look there. At this moment, a voice came from beside me. It was the voice of Joshua, the temple monk newly recruited by Raymond. There seems to be the energy center and core source of the entire palace. Yeah, Raymond looked over and saw that there was a huge altar displayed in the center of a huge square. Around the altar, there were many sculptures in the form of dragons that were lifelike, flying high, and there were also magical sculptures. They were like lines, sinking deep into the ground, forming ravine circulation channels. Looking at it like this, it seemed that there was nothing to feel, but Raymond gradually felt a strong sense of oppression from it. It was as if there was something there. A terrifying monster trapped in a cage, silently waiting to be liberated and reborn. Is it my imagination? Raymond murmured, but his face was already a little solemn, because, an illusion? How could it be an illusion? For his current level of strength and ability, the so-called illusion is actually an omen and it's just a prediction. So it seems that there must be some big guy hiding in this place. We have already reached this point, of course there is no way to back down. If that's the case, let me see what secrets there are, Raymond murmured, and then immediately took out the slate key from the space ring and walked towards the huge altar. But at this moment, he was unexpectedly. He was stunned by Reuben and the others beside him. Stopped? Lord, please let us do it, Reuben said with a serious face. Raymond was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that it was probably because of what happened before that they were all a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't refuse either. Alright, Raymond nodded, handed over the slate key, and Reuben took it. Then he immediately turned around and walked towards the huge altar. It didn't take long before a sudden appearance of a huge loud noise began to come from the palace ground under their feet. Boom boom. In an instant, the huge dragon power burst out, and beams of light formed dozens of similar beams of light from the sky, surrounded everyone in the square, including Raymond and the others. Then, the dragon-shaped sculptures on all sides of the huge altar seemed to be alive, and they began to roar, 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 roar. The huge roar formed a surging sound wave, which made Raymond's scalp numb and his eardrums trembled. What was even more shocking was that in the next moment, the surroundings of those lifelike sculptures turned out to be like a blood spring. Countless blood filled with surging dragon power began to spread out. Gulu. 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 Then, the blood began to flow, and it also followed the ravine tracks on the ground. It began to spread and eventually covered the entire square. At this time, the huge altar in the center of the square began to sparkle. Buzz! In an instant, the astonishing power of the demigod began to sweep through, appearing. The huge power visible to the naked eye also began to explode, forming a huge bloody sphere in the sky and on the huge altar. I saw that the bloody sphere contained extremely majestic and huge dragon power, and this kind of dragon power was very familiar to Raymond. It is the dragon power of the Red Dragon clan. I see, the so-called Red Dragon Temple. Is this the case? Lemon murmured. He heard the name of the Red Dragon Temple from the Red Dragon James, but he didn't know what was going on. But now, he somewhat understands it. It seems that this should be a temple. The Red Dragon Temple was created specifically for the Red Dragon clan. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar of dragons erupted. The underground of the huge altar began to shake. Then, suddenly there were countless particles of red magic power flashing there. Then the light points condensed little by little. Get up! These light spots quickly condensed, and finally, directly under the gaze of Raymond and the others, they turned into a huge, but extremely illusory super red dragon. This is soul power. Li Meng was surprised. Of course he could see that the other party had no entity, just a soul form. And this also further explained the identity of the other party. Obviously this was definitely a strong man at the demigod level, otherwise, it is impossible to exist alone in the form of a soul body. In other words, their target has been found. This guy should be a semigod level soul body powerhouse. The soul body is a super red dragon. Damn humans, who allowed you to trespass here? Get out of here, get out of here immediately, the other party roared, and the huge sound wave swept across instantly, even sending Reuben who is closest to the altar flying out in an instant. The sense of oppression and shockwave pressure were simply unprecedented and extremely terrifying. Scenes like this as soon as it came out, Lameng and the others' faces became solemn. Although there were many of them, there were a total of 20 in the temple priest army at the level of the powerful saints. However, if the other party is really a complete demigod, even if he only has a soul body, is definitely a terrifying enemy. Therefore, the next battle may be an unprecedented hard battle. But at this moment, the temple on the side the priest, Joshua, suddenly spoke again. His eyes flashed and he said, "Lord, there is something wrong with that guy." As soon as he said this, Raymond was stunned for a moment. Have some problem? To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network? What's the meaning? This shouldn't be a true superpower. The shape of his soul body is very strange. It is not a complete soul body power, but more like an empty shell, Joshua said quickly. Empty shell? Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his eyes changed, and he stared at her and said, "Joshua, are you sure?" "Lord, I want to try," Joshua nodded. "Well, you try it," Raymond nodded. "You guys come with me," Joshua said to his companions beside him, and then he saw a dozen temple priests flying with him in all directions of the huge altar. Next, they all began to mutter something while chanting magic. What is even more incredible is that at this moment, the soul body of the huge super red dragon in the center of the altar seems to have lost its mind and is completely motionless. There is no reaction at all. Scenes like this as soon as it came out, Raymond was immediately surprised. Is it true or false? Buzz! At this moment, a huge sounding light suddenly swung, and the monks in the temple from all directions burst out with their super magical power, holy purification. Then you saw the magical power from all directions. It began to gather and condense together quickly. It formed a holy light that looked like the sun. Later, the soul body of the huge red dragon in the center of the huge altar actually began to disappear like ice melting and snow melting. Suddenly, the coercive force of this overwhelming demigod power began to be weakened, and even gradually dissipated. Then, the center of the huge altar began to sparkle, and there was a sparkling object there, bound by countless magic power chains like blood-red silk threads. As soon as Raymond saw that place, his heart suddenly beat violently. Zero request for flowers boom. Because he seemed to have realized and guessed it what. It seems that this is it. Raymond pursed his lips, and then he flashed and rushed towards the center of the huge altar. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on the shiny thing. Then, he trembled all over, laughed heartily, ha ha ha, because, the system prompts sound, it is coming. Ding, recruitment resources have been detected. Do you want to recruit ordinary soldiers, Templar Knights? Level. Templar Knight. Raymond was completely excited. He had worked hard for so long and finally got it right. In this way, the strength of his army and his own strength can be further improved, reaching the level of demigod. When he thought of this, he immediately nodded without hesitation. Say it loud. Recruit. System, recruit me. Ding. Host, please note that you have successfully recruited a first-class ordinary soldier, the Templar Knight. Ling. Attention, Host Raymond, congratulations, you have successfully recruited a first-class ordinary soldier, the Templar Knights. You have gained 3,000 years of fighting spirit and magical power. You gain the combat abilities of a Templar. Congratulations, you have received the Medal of Human Power. You got the construction blueprints of the Temple of Light. Boom. In an instant, the fighting spirit and magic power in Raymond's body began to explode rapidly, and then immediately soared to the demigod level. What's more important is that at this moment, these two forces are completely integrated together, and now, they should also have a new name, that is divine power. Divine power, this is the powerful power of higher dimensions possessed by higher level divine beings. To put it simply, he is the sublimation of the fusion of fighting spirit power and magical power. Moreover, the existence of the powerful demigods is to enable them to start practicing magic and martial arts. Then, start to fuse the fighting spirit and magical power in their bodies. Until it becomes a true divine power. By that time, they will be far away from becoming true divine beings, powerful divine beings. That's not far away, but now, Raymond has simply omitted this step. Under the coordination of the system, he skipped this step, perfectly integrated the power of fighting spirit and magic power, and began to have divine power. And this only explains one problem, that is, although Raymond has just become a powerful demigod, but his current strength is definitely not that of an ordinary demigod. On the contrary, at least they are all demigods who start in the later stage. You can imagine what this concept is. This time, he really took off again. And besides that, he has other gains. Buzz, in the void, an extremely handsome and majestic Templar Knight appeared out of thin air. He has a huge body of nearly 3 meters tall, holding a spear and wearing armor. Even his people, there is also a powerful mount that is also at the level of a demigod, the horse of Light of Elrath. In other words, The Templar Knight is not just composed of one demigod, but two. There are actually two of them. That's a lot of money. Raymond got excited, very excited. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago. Templar Knight, it must be two parts, knight and mount. Just like Joe Blood before. He is also a powerful knight of the Holy Domain, and his mount is also a Holy Domain Warcraft level. This is the terrifying thing about the existence of knights. So, is this Templar Knight just a knight, or are the knight and his mount all ranks? This was a question, but now, reality gave him the best answer. As almost the most powerful class of soldiers in Invincible Heroes, the Templar Knights perfectly explain why they are so powerful and powerful. It's because he is not one level, but two. Or rather, it's them. And more importantly, they are also typical examples of human beings becoming gods. Rank, even in the worldview of Invincible Heroes, is definitely the second-ranked god. And their origins may only be the lowest level of human race. Then step by step he got to where he is today. You can imagine what this concept is. Perhaps, this is also the reason why he was able to get the Medal of Human Power to become a god. Medal of Human Power to God. Your will is indestructible and your power is unmatched. You are the ultimate in human power. You are an example of human power becoming a god. The Dragon of Elrath, the great creation god, bless you. Your power and your future will be immortalized in the eternally vast and vast ocean of bright magic power. At the same time, I saw the Templar Knight. It has already descended from the void, then dismounted, knelt on one knee, and saluted Raymond. Templar Carissa, see greatness. Dear Lord. May the light last forever, and you and the light will always be together, mouth. Chapter 148. Welcome to Carissa. Come on, get up. Looking at the Templar Knight in front of him, Raymond smiled happily, then stretched out his hand and pulled him up. Originally, his biggest expectation for this recruitment was to make him the strength has reached the demigod level. At the same time, it also allows him to have another class of soldiers that is comparable to the demigods. But I didn't expect that this Templar Knight is worthy of being a Templar Knight, and he actually gave it to him. Such a big surprise, Templar Carissa. This Templar already has the strength of a superclass. The mount he sat on, the Light of Elrath, is actually a superclass. A strong man with military strength. You can imagine what this concept is. Buy one get one free? 1 against 2. In any case, he really made a lot of money this time, and the next recruitment cycle will be a matter of course. It's his recruitment period. Because if the Templar Carissa in front of him is like this, the other Templar Knights must also be like this. By then, every new class of soldiers will have recruitment will become buy one get one free. So you can't make a lot of money directly? He originally thought that the 1-to-1 exchange ratio was already the maximum limit of cheating in this system, but he didn't expect that there would be surprises yet to come. Sure enough, the upper limit of wall hanging. It's never ending, it feels so good to cheat, Raymond murmured, and then looked around at Carissa and the other people around him again. He looked over everyone, search everywhere, see what other great stuff isn't here. Yes, Lord, I am willing to serve you, dear Lord. 980. Next, everyone started to take action and launched a blanket search for the Red Dragon Temple, but unfortunately, except for the soul body of the powerful demigod Super Red Dragon, there seemed to be nothing else here. So they quickly left here and returned to the Principality of the Holy Church, but the impact of everything that had happened before had just begun. Dick Kingdom, Dexter Province, Orange City, what did you say? Grand Magister Daffy? Your Majesty Raymond, are they dead? That's impossible. What happened? How can this be? With the return of Grand Magister Daffy, Dick Vi also successfully received intelligence information about this matter. Is His Majesty Raymond dead? This incident brought a huge shock to him and made him unbelievable. After all, he knows the lineup of powerful people that Raymond brought during his trip. It covers 9 holy realms. And more importantly, if His Majesty Raymond himself is added, that is there are 10 strong men from the Holy Domain. What kind of lineup is this? What is the concept of this? It is simply an invincible lineup. But now? How could something happen to this almost invincible strong lineup? Your Majesty Raymond, how could he? Maybe he died? This shouldn't be possible, right? Your Majesty, although it's hard for me to imagine, but maybe this should be true. Why? Archmage Daffy sighed and said slowly, the previous riots by the Warcraft army in the Sunset Mountains were actually a conspiracy. The super red dragon awakens in the Sunset Mountains joined forces with the killers of Dark Totem to set up this trap to lure us. No, it is to lure His Majesty Raymond into trap and arrest. Black, Dark Totem. Dick Vi's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. As the king of the Dick Kingdom, of course he knew about the existence of the Dark Totem, and he even had a natural fear of it, because if the other party attacked him, then it's definitely a dead end. There's absolutely no room for entanglement and counterattack. Yes, it is indeed the Dark Totem. Grand Magister Daffy nodded and said with a wry smile. And this time they dispatched 3 strong men at the top of the Holy Realm. And if you add in the Super Red Dragon Orwix, there are 4, under their temptation and trap. His Majesty Raymond's 9 powerful men from the Holy Domain were all sealed in an extremely powerful forbidden curse magic circle. At the same time, His Majesty Raymond was the only one left to face the opponent, who was at the top of the 4 Holy Realms. So, although I didn't see His Majesty Raymond's death with my own eyes, but this shouldn't be a miracle, right? Dick Vi was silent, and Yi also smiled bitterly, falling into dead silence and silence. Raymond is dead. For him, he actually doesn't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing now. After all, this riot of the Warcraft army in the Sunset Mountains, now it has caused substantial damage to their Dick Kingdom, and these substantial damages now seem to be irreparable. Their strength has been lost too much, which is a fatal injury. So next he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Let's take a look first. No matter what, our current strength is too weak. Maybe no matter what, our era is over. Even if His Majesty Raymond is dead, the strength of the Holy Church Principality is still very strong. That's right. As soon as he said this, the Great Magister Daffy nodded in agreement and said, Your Majesty, I suggest we stick to the original plan. Otherwise, our final end will not be any better than that of the Zulan Kingdom. Go. Upon hearing this, Dick Vi nodded and shook his head without saying anything else. He seemed to really intend to let it go first, but they didn't know that the same thing had already been spread at this time. Very far away, and it has already caused an uproar. It's even a huge wave. Grand Magister Daffy, Dick Vi and the others don't know that the killers of Dark Totem are all dead, but Dark Totem must know it themselves. Even worse, the forces behind those dead Peak Saint Realm experts must also know. What does it mean? Very simple. This time, these 3 Dark Totem killer kings who came to kill Raymond and him, are they all our own people trained by Dark Totem? Are they all just killers from a pure killer organization? Obviously, that's not the case. It is no exaggeration to say that in addition to being top killer kings with Dark Totems, these people also have various other noble and powerful identities. When the information that they all died in battle was discovered, it even spread. After that, the entire underground dark world in the northern region of Luoman continent. They were all shaken, as if it was a big earthquake. They were all shocked. It caused an uproar, especially the forces behind the peak powerhouses of the Holy Domain. Now they even want to kill Dark Totem, and even the person who posted a bounty to hunt down Raymond. Tear it to pieces. I was so angry. You must know that their strength is not as powerful as Dark Totem, but now? They had lost a full Saint Domain peak powerhouse. What is this concept? This may even be their most powerful powerhouse. But now he was killed. Such a loss was really too heavy and too significant. For them, it was simply unacceptable. In fact, this is a serious injury to their vitality, which may not allow them to recover for many years. It is more likely that they will fall from a higher level behemoth force and take many steps back. So almost overnight, the name of His Majesty Raymond of the Principality of the Holy Church completely resounded throughout the underground dark world in the north of Luoman continent. Although they actually don't know whether Raymond is alive or dead. However, based on their experience, the entire lineup of killers who went to assassinate the other party was actually wiped out. In this case, the chance of both sides being harmed is absolutely slim. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novels Internet, it can even be said that the probability is almost zero. Therefore, regardless of whether Raymond is dead or not, they must remember this name, even the name of the Principality of the Holy Church. In the end, Stronger Than Dark Totem even held an important private meeting because of this incident. This is a huge underground palace. The entire palace is not very large, and the light is still dark. It is almost difficult to see everything inside, even the existence of the characters, but here, many people have already appeared here. At the same time, among these people, There is also a very unique exception, that is, a man wearing huge armor and hanging from the soles of his feet. An extremely huge and heavy axe, a behemoth with a brownish-brown appearance, behemoth. And judging from the terrifying power of fighting spirit in him, this should not be an ordinary behemoth, or in other words, this should not be an ordinary Holy World Warcraft level behemoth, but a demigod. Powerful level. The truly strongest ace race of the orcs. Golden behemoth. Golden behemoth, gold, does not mean that their real image is like gold. It's because, at this period, the behemoth's hair all over its body was dark brown and very dazzling, like shining gold. That's why they are honored as golden behemoth. But it is worth mentioning that in fact, the darker the appearance of the behemoth clan is, the more they tend to be dark brown, or even dark brown black, the weaker their strength is. But if the color of their hair is shinier and more white, then their strength will be stronger. At this moment, he was sitting there silently, and he was the only one. The one who dares to show his true appearance here. His name is Golden Behemoth Batrally. As for his origin and identity, of course it's easy to figure out. United City Wusun. He comes from the largest superpower of the orcs, the United City of Wusun. In other words, the Dark Totem, which is famous in the northern world of Luoman continent and is even one of the 3 major killer organizations in Luoman continent, is actually a knife in the hand of Woaosan in the United City? Sure enough, this is the behemoth superpower standing on the top of Luoman continent. The strength of the super empire is indeed terrifying. It's really hidden. Bottomless. Folks, we've got the definite news. Kled, Nth, Onifa, the 3 of them. They have all been killed. And it's not just them, it also includes the Holy Realm Peak Red Dragon in the Sunset Mountains, someone said, his eyes flickering and his face cold. That is to say, all 4 of the top Saint Domain experts died in battle. The enemy is very strong. It also means that our intelligence plan this time was very poor. We were tricked in this mission this time. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. The peak of the Saint Realm? It is no exaggeration to say that 9 out of 10 of them are not. People who can reach that level, even in their dark totem, is also qualified to be called the Killer King, second only to the powerful demigods. But now? Even they are dead, and there are still 4 of them. And the entire army was wiped out. You can imagine what this concept is. They all know that this time they should have hit the wall. The top experts of the 4 holy realms were wiped out. This is something we didn't expect at all, and more importantly, it might be a possibility. That's demigod, someone spoke again, with a solemn expression. If it is true that our information is wrong, if the other party hides a demigod-level protective power, then I think we need to reconsider this mission and this matter. However, if this happens, won't the reputation of our dark totem be ruined? Someone couldn't help but say 0. Chargeback? Yes, but what about the subsequent trouble? For their dark totem to achieve its current scale and strength, their own strength is an important part, and their reputation is also an important part. In fact, it is killer organizations like them that care about reputation the most, because once their reputation is ruined, it means their high-rise building. It will be destroyed instantly and fall apart. And this is definitely a very serious consequence. But if not, are you planning to let us deal with a behemoth with a strong demigod? Don't forget, are the lessons of the ice and snow god cult still there? I think you haven't forgotten it yet. 4.1 inches. The man from before spoke again, and said coldly. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent again and stopped talking. Yes, everyone remembers their dark totem assassination of a powerful demigod, but only they themselves know how much they have paid for this. To put it simply, this is definitely not a tragic victory, but a lose-lose situation. At the same time, it also creates a very troublesome opponent for them, that is Ice and Snow God Sect. So whether that incident was a loss or a gain? They don't know. But if they were asked to choose again, maybe they would have thought about this matter for a long time. Anyway, no matter what, if it is really a powerful demigod, then there must be cautious about this matter. Cautious? Could not be more cautious. When they thought of this, their eyes began to look towards the only golden beman in the field. Batrally looked over. It seemed that he wanted to let the other party make a decision. Golden Behemoth Batrally also glanced at everyone, and then started thinking with a gloomy face. He was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, "Pause first. Let's investigate this matter carefully first to see what's going on. If the other party is really protected by a strong demigod, then forget it. A mere 20 billion, To deal with a strong demigod just for this, is completely the behavior of a brainless idiot. That's not necessary. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Therefore, on this day, the Holy Church Principality, as well as Raymond and the others, also began to step on the corpses of the four peak saints, as well as those of the Dark Totem. Principle and reputation. The road to rise began. At the same time, he also began to truly become famous in the northern world of Luoman continent. He became a dangerous figure recognized by many powerful forces and many top powerhouses. Chapter 149. The Orange Kingdom is still the same palace as before. At this moment, King Ross and Jason, the only strong man in the sanctuary in the Orange Kingdom, are all here, but at this moment, they are not. He spoke with an expressionless face, as if it was silent and quiet, and this also made the atmosphere here seem very solid and depressing. A while passed like this, and finally, there was a sudden sound coming from far away outside the gate. The sound of approaching footsteps. Later, I saw Aster, the dragon-blooded warrior clan leader from the Jijian family from the Dawson Empire, also coming here. Aster, has the news arrived? What's going on? Did you make it? Whoosh! King Ross suddenly stood up impatiently. He quickly asked, that King Raymond of the Templar Principality, is he dead now? On the contrary, who knew that Aster just looked at him expressionlessly, and then, he seemed to tremble involuntarily. As soon as this scene happened, whether it was King Ross or Jason, they were all stunned for a moment, and then their pupils shrank. They had a bad feeling. They quickly asked, yeah, Aster, what's going on? Something happened. Yes, Aster sighed and said with a pale face. Dark Totem failed. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely silent and strange. I saw that King Ross and Jason were all stunned on the spot. Their eyes began to widen and enlarge, staring at Aster, as if they were wondering if they heard wrong. Really failed? Jason asked in disbelief. Obviously, he even couldn't believe it now and couldn't understand it. After all, it was the Dark Totem. One of the most powerful killer organizations in the entire Luoman continent. They actually failed? How could this happen? That's right, Aster sighed and nodded, saying, not only that, Darkness has also informed me that Bounty Mission 03 has ended. Our gold coins have also been destroyed. As soon as these words came out, King Ross, Jason and the others looked even more ugly. Money no more? That's 20 billion, why is this? Why? King Ross's face changed drastically and he said in disbelief, how is it possible? That is a Dark Totem. Didn't you say they are great? How could it fail? Why is this happening? Because, Aster glanced at him, then his face became serious and he smiled bitterly. Dark Totem told me that there seems to be a strong demigod in the Principality of the Holy Temple. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Both King Ross and Jason shrank their pupils, froze, and demigod. What? King Ross's face turned pale, his eyes were huge, and his face was covered with a layer of fear. Demigod strong man? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Previously, Dark Totem had sent 3 killer kings from the top of the Holy Realm, as well as a super red dragon from the top of the Holy Realm, to assassinate King Raymond together. But the result was that all the top experts from the 4 Holy Realms were completely wiped out. They are all dead now. Although it is still unknown whether King Raymond is still alive, but whether he is dead or alive, Dark Totem is already planning to give up on this deal. After saying this, Aster's face began to look completely painful and sad. Demigod, if he had known it would be like this, he would have given up immediately. There was no way he would be stupid enough to provoke a superpower of this level, let alone you might waste so many gold coins. It's tens of billions. This has almost wiped out the blood of their family. But now, there is nothing left, but a terrible enemy. This is really a loss of both the wife and the army. It is really asking for death? Ask for it. At the same time, both King Ross and Jason stiffened up, their minds went blank, their whole bodies shivered, and they were extremely frightened. I can't even speak. The top experts from the 4 Holy Realms are all dead? Moreover, there seems to be a strong demigod in the Principality of the Holy Church. These things, no matter which news they are enough to have a huge impact on them. It is outrageous that a mere principality can have so many powerful men from the Holy Realm. But now they actually have demigods? Dead silence. Depressed. Next, they felt completely numb, fearful, and regretful. If they had known what would happen, they would never do such a stupid thing. But now, it's too late. The matter is a foregone conclusion. So their current situation has immediately become an extremely difficult situation. After all, if the people of the Templar Principality find out that this assassination with a reward, was done by them, what will happen? What kind of result? Totally obvious. Based on their current situation, how could they possibly withstand the attack of a powerful demigod? It's simply impossible. And let alone them, even a behemoth like the Dawson Empire would definitely have a huge headache over this matter. Although they also have strong demigods, but this and whether they are willing to fend a powerful demigod to death, are completely different things. If King Raymond is really dead, it is conceivable that this will definitely offend the other party. Who cannot be afraid of the wrath of a powerful demigod? Even if the empire exists, they will definitely feel numb and even trembling. If this is the case, they would even rather that Raymond is not dead now. But the problem is that if this is the case, wouldn't it be more secure? Are those guys from the Templar Principality definitely hiding a powerful demigod? Otherwise, how could it be possible that so many powerful men at the peak of the Holy Realm could be wiped out, but nothing happened to me? To put it simply, this is actually a proof of strength. When they thought of this, they all fell into despair. For them now, it was as if they had half-stepped onto the edge of the cliff, and at this time, there was another person standing behind him, ready to go at any time. You can push him down. He couldn't resist yet, so this feeling was really desperate, very hopeless. After such a long time, King Ross suddenly seemed to have aged many years, and then he spoke again, said with a wry smile, "Chief Aster, what are you going to do next?" "What to do?" Aster smiled self-deprecatingly, then shook his head and said, "It depends on luck. If the opponent really has a strong demigod, the Dawson Empire can't protect me, and they won't protect me either, therefore, we can only hope that this is an accident, or that this is a lose-lose ending." When they heard this, King Ross and Jason also smiled bitterly. They were very desperate. The Dawson Empire could not save him. Don't look at what Aster said now. In fact, he was already very miserable. Okay, after all, it can be supported by a behemoth like the Dawson Empire, and it can still be of some use. What about them? The original 4 powerful saints are gone, and now there is only one left. Demigods? They don't even have a hair on their head, so now they are all lambs to be slaughtered. As long as the Templar Principality does not intend to let them go, then they will definitely have no choice but to die. It's that simple. When they thought of this, a huge haze of despair, regret began to surround them, and they fell into silence again, became silent. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. A few days later. After this incident happened, of course, I don't know how many people, how many powerful forces, dark organizations in the underground world, etc., all turned their attention and surrendered to the Principality of the Temple. This is because they are all waiting for a result. Did the previous assassination have any results? Was it a failure? Did both parties suffer, or was it something else? They all need to know such a result. However, soon, the result appeared. Raymond and his army returned to the capital of the Principality of the Holy Temple, Greystone City, in a mighty manner. And in front of everyone, Raymond was completely unscathed. He appeared in front of everyone without any fuss. In this case, the result has finally become a foregone conclusion. Everyone knows about the assassination of Dark Totem. It was a complete failure. After paying the price of 3 peak killer kings from the 3 holy realms, they still got an intact assassination target. What this means is completely obvious: demigod. In the following days, a word began to spread throughout the underground dark world of the Northern District, that is, do not mess with the Principality of the Holy Church, because it is very likely that they are hiding a strong demigod in secret. Demigod. It is no exaggeration to say that a strong person of this level is definitely the top ceiling, even if we look at the entire Luoman continent. After all, there are many who can kill powerful demigods, but there are really only a handful of super strong men who can kill a strong demigod. It's pitiful, and more importantly, being unable to kill him means that this is a nuclear bomb-level deterrent force outside the rules. In this case, few people are willing to face such a big trouble. Therefore, the name of the Templar Principality has begun to appear in the field of vision of the entire Roman continent's top circles for the first time. At the same time, it can be regarded as its true meaning. Some of them are famous and powerful throughout the world. The next day, When he returned to Greystone City, Raymond also began to organize all his current troops. Templar Knights, Templar Priest, Templar Monks, Templar Crusaders, Templar Swordsmen, Royal Griffin, and several others. Why are there so many? That's because Nata Kingdom also contributed a lot of magic cores to the millions of Warcraft armies it had solved before. Of course these won't go to waste, were collected and recruited by Raymond. In this way, the strength of Raymond's current army of soldiers has truly reached an unprecedented period of strength. It is really much stronger than before, but at the same time, new things have appeared, and news of shocking events came from the battlefield of the orcs and the northern world. In a world called on the border battlefield between Wuzin, the United City of Osmo Kingdom, and neighboring countries, 3 god-level creatures of the Orc clan first appeared, Golden Behemoth. Moreover, they also joined forces to fight against the 5 powerful saints in the Osmo Kingdom, and successfully killed the other 3 powerful saints. At the same time, the remaining 2 were scared away, but no one expected that this was just the beginning. Soon after, there was only a few hours difference at most, and the 2 mysterious people had no idea who they were. The powerful man actually found them secretly. And he even killed a golden behemoth on the spot. At the same time, he almost killed all the other 2. Fortunately, the demigod strongman from the United City of Wuzin arrived in time to avoid all this, but even so, one of 013 died after all. The golden behemoth of a god-level creature died. As soon as this incident came out, it immediately caused an uproar. This is definitely a terrible incident. There is no doubt about the value of golden behemoth. It is no exaggeration to say that these are all demigods in the future, but what about now? He was actually wiped out halfway. You can imagine what this concept is. This is definitely a huge blow, but it is also a serious warning. After all, potential is potential and now is now. These young golden behemoths are still very weak. If you are targeted by someone, or even targeted by a dignified demigod, then you are definitely likely to die. Obviously, this may also be because they are making too much noise now, which has made some people feel a little dissatisfied. What is a strong demigod? This is the powerful demigod. If they feel unhappy, this will be the end. Even golden behemoth will die. Even United City Wuzin, one of the strongest behemoths of the Super Empire, they still dare to mess with, and even dare to kill. It's so true. Therefore, during the subsequent invasion war of the United City of Wuzin, those golden behemoths who were still somewhat active disappeared immediately. It's like they are completely hiding. In this wave, it was obvious that they were cowarded, but even so, as the Super Empire's anger, someone still needed to calm it down, so next, the angry United City Wuzin army swarmed in. He directly sent troops to attack and tore the entire Osmo Kingdom to pieces, completely destroying it and destroying the country. In just a few days, the existence of such a huge kingdom ceased to exist, has become history, and the outbreak of such an incident fully demonstrated the power and domineering power of the Super Empire. At the same time, it also began to accelerate, or began to increase the intensity and level of this war. The war has begun to accelerate. The war is getting more intense. The scale and intensity of the battle also began to increase, gradually losing control. At the same time, Raymond also began to receive new news. The Alsace Empire. On this day, a national-level letter was placed in front of Raymond. And the signature on it was, Alsace Empire. Of course, Raymond was a little surprised by this. Uncle Matt German, what country is this? Who are they? Moreover, we should have nothing to do with them now, right? So what is the purpose? But what Matt German said next made Raymond's face darken. His face turned dark. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. They seem to know about the Reno purple gold mine over there in the Forbidden Area. It seems like this is what they came for. Chapter 150. They actually knew. Raymond's face was a little ugly, but more of it was still a little baffling and confused. After all, he had never even heard of the name of the so-called Alsace Empire. Moreover, before this there should be no communication or contact between them at all, but now? Just now, the other party can actually discover the secret in the restricted area of their Templar Principality, the Reno purple gold mine. So how on earth is this done? Spies? However, even if there are really spies, it is impossible to know the secrets in the restricted area, right? After all, every move there, all troop arrangements, all defensive forces, etc., are all done by his Temple Castle army. Yes, But how could his Templar castle army betray him? This is absolutely impossible. So what is the problem? This gives him a little headache. Your Majesty, the envoy of the Alsace Empire has now arrived in our Greystone City. At this moment, German spoke again, and the other party's attitude is also very clear. It seems that they just want to talk to us about the Reno Purple Gold Mine. So, what should we do now? Are the messengers here? Raymond narrowed his eyes, and then asked again. Uncle German, do you know the origin of this Alsace Empire? Your Majesty, the Alsace Empire should be one of the empires in the central region of the mainland, but their strength is said to be average among all empire levels, not powerful, but they also have another identity, which is very special and even very troublesome, German said with a solemn expression. What status? Raymond asked Your Majesty. It is said that the Alsace Empire seems to be one of the two subsidiary empires of the Titan Empire. As soon as these words came out, Raymond was stunned for a moment, then his face sank and he fell into silence. Titan Empire? He knew this name. It was one of the few super empires on the entire Luoman continent. Its strength was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to the most powerful united city in the northern world, Wusan. At the same time, this is also one of the most terrifying and powerful behemoths in the entire Luoman continent. It can be said to be a real giant, shocking the world. After a moment, Raymond looked at German and asked in a deep voice, Uncle German, do you mean that the Titan Empire discovered our secret? Your Majesty, to be honest, I don't know either, but now that the Alsace Empire knows about it, I think this secret can no longer be kept. German shook his head and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I think we should make early plans for the next step. Upon hearing this, Raymond was silent for a moment, and then nodded directly. Road, I understand. By the way, where's the envoy of the Alsace Empire? Just ask him to come see me. It's Your Majesty, I'll make the arrangements. German nodded, turned and left. Not long after, an old Dharma saint who was as skinny as a stick but filled with a coercion of vast and majestic magical power appeared in front of Raymond. Dear Your Majesty Raymond, please forgive me for coming uninvited. I'm sorry, but we in the Alsace Empire do have something we want to talk to you about. The old man paused, then said with a smile, I came here this time to represent our Alsace Empire and talk to His Majesty Raymond about jointly developing the large Reno Purple Gold Mine. As soon as these words came out, both Raymond and the people on the side were shocked. German, they all frowned slightly and stared at each other closely at the same time. Some became silent. Large? Reynolds' purple gold vein? It seems that the secret is really completely leaked? Is everything known? In this case, he has to figure out what's going on in this matter no matter what, otherwise, he won't feel at ease. Then he shook his head directly and issued an order to expel the guest. You can go back. The other party's face froze and he said coldly, Your Majesty Raymond, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Raymond glanced at the other party and said lightly, Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about this? What is your identity? What am I? Or do you think your Alsace Empire looks down on me? Suddenly, I saw that the other party's face changed, and his face turned blue and purple, but he did not refute, because this is indeed a question. After all, what is Raymond's identity? The king of the Holy Church Principality. Although this Holy Church Principality now it is just a principality, but the question is who dares to regard it as a mere principality? Even a stupid person would not have the courage and arrogance. Therefore, for this reason alone, he is indeed a different person in terms of status. It took a lot, but he still didn't want to give up, so he continued. Your Majesty Raymond, I am indeed inferior to you in terms of status, but I am here to represent the Alsace Empire, so there is no problem. Maybe you don't know me yet, so you have some questions about me. But, can I introduce myself? My name is Joe Hild, from the royal family of the Alsace Empire. He is also the great-uncle of King Hank, the contemporary king of the Alsace Empire. And I can tell you directly that the original intention of my coming this time is the instruction of King Hank. Therefore, Your Majesty Raymond, there is absolutely no problem in talking to me. However, at this time, Raymond stood up directly, with a mocking smile on his face. It seems you haven't understood what I said? I said, you are not qualified to talk to me, so please leave now. Do you understand? Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can. Just don't regret it yourself. As soon as these words came out, Joe Hild's face suddenly changed, as if he had been greatly humiliated. His face didn't look good, but at the same time, He was also a little frightened, because he could already feel that this time at this moment, it seems that there are already many powerful auras from the Saint realm. They are already locking him. In other words, once he dares to say no, maybe, next, he will die without a burial. So he could only stand up with a face full of humiliation. Then he cupped his hands to Raymond, and then turned around and left. At the same time, his face was ashen and his face was very ugly. I have to say that he really didn't expect that the other party would be like this. Don't give him face, let him suffer such humiliation. However, the situation is stronger than the person, and he doesn't want to die, so he can only choose to compromise. Arrogant King Raymond, good, very good, since you don't want to talk to me, then go talk to our King of Alsace Empire, King Hank. Let me see if you dare to be so arrogant next time. Something for the city. I'm so angry. Kiaozir was so angry that he trembled all over, but he still kept his face calm and left here. Your Majesty, just let him go like this. In the palace, Met German asked with some confusion, if this is the case, next time, wouldn't it be His Majesty the King of the Alsace Empire who comes in person? Get there, what should we do? It's just the Alsace Empire, it's nothing. But Raymond just shook his head and didn't care about this at all. Obviously, for him now, it's just the Alsace Empire. This is really not a trouble. After all, his current strength is also that of a late demigod. If he were to take action in person, ordinary demigods wouldn't be enough for him to defeat, and for the so-called Alsace Empire, which could only be at the bottom of the empire hierarchy, he really didn't believe how strong the demigods it possessed could be. A mid-level demigod who can survive to death can easily deal with an enemy of this level, whether it is himself or Carissa. Therefore, the essence of the problem lies here, but rather behind the Alsace Empire. The Super Empire, Titan Empire. If their next enemy is actually the Titan Empire, then this will indeed be a bit troublesome. After all, the Super Empire is so powerful. It's completely clear what the behemoth in the north is doing now. One enemy. And he was beating everyone the whole time. What is a super empire? This is the super empire. It's not on the same level at all. But anyway, he has to deal with trouble when it comes, so he can only take one step at a time and wait and see. Besides, his strength is not that weak now, so it doesn't matter. So worried? The worst thing is to touch it. After all, what happened in the Northern World battlefield not long ago also gave them a good example and symbol. The Super Empire is very powerful, they are indeed very powerful, that's right, but this does not prevent someone from being able to kill them. The golden behemoth of the United City of Wuhan who was killed before, for cool novels, go to Filu Novel Network, is the most typical and clear example, so he doesn't believe that the other party is really not worried at all. Being afraid of them was definitely mutual, so he shook his head and put the matter behind him, waiting for the follow-up development of this matter. At the same time, a few days later, such a scene began to appear in the Alsace Empire Palace. Your Majesty, that guy is really too arrogant. He didn't seem to take us seriously at all, and he also rejected our conditions. He said that if we wanted to develop and excavate the Renault purple gold vein together, you must find him in person. Your Majesty, that guy is completely provoking our Alsace Empire. I think we should change our previous thoughts and plans. How about we fight directly? Kiaozir said coldly with a face filled with resentment. Obviously, even though several days have passed, this Saint Realm peak powerhouse still hasn't forgotten the humiliation at that time, so he started to fight as soon as he came back. Let's talk? Why talk? Just don't fight. He hopes that King Raymond of the Templar Principality can see the strength of their Alsace Empire. In this way, he can still face him face to face. Ask the other party again, is he, Johild, qualified to talk to him? Damn guy. I really want him to pay the price. I really want to kill them. However, for his gung-ho, King Hank simply turned a blind eye and ignored him. Uncle, I understand, you go back first. Then he waved his hand and said calmly. As soon as he said this, Johild's expression changed, and he couldn't help but speak again, Your Majesty. But before he finished speaking, faint but clearly audible footsteps suddenly sounded in the palace. Click, 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 click. Same. It was so clear that his ears started to hurt due to the vibration. As soon as this scene appeared, Kiaozilt's face changed drastically, and he seemed to realize something. At the same time, not long after, two figures began to walk in from outside the palace gate. And they are both old men. One of them has a tall and lanky figure with very short hair. He looks like a bamboo pole, but his eyes are very sharp, like an eagle, making people dare not look directly into his eyes. The other old man looked much more normal. He had bright golden hair and was as majestic as a lion. And when they appeared, Joe Hilt suddenly started sweating profusely. Then he lowered his head and said respectfully, "Lord Heywood, Lord Benfielda, as the great-uncle of King Hank, a powerful man at the top of the Alsace Empire's sanctuary." Of course he knew who the other party was. That was the pillar of their Alsace Empire. The existence of the legendary gods. Demigods. Lord Heywood and Lord Benfielda. Although the gap in strength between them is only a thin line, in fact, it is a world of difference. To give the simplest example, he is a member of the royal family of the Tsar's Empire, and so is Mr. Heywood. Moreover, he is King Hank's great-uncle, but Mr. Heywood is also his great-uncle. You can imagine what this concept is. This is their family. The oldest and highest-ranking person is also the most powerful person. Therefore, the other party is completely beating him regardless of his status or his own strength. They are not on the same level at all. "What's wrong, Joe Hilt? Are you questioning His Majesty's decision?" Heywood glanced at Joe Hilt and said calmly. Joe Hilt's expression changed, and then he apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Lord Heywood, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, it's my problem, I was too anxious. I'm sorry, get out." Heywood waved his hand and said in disgust. "Yes." Joe Hilt nodded quickly, and left here quickly. After a moment, Heywood couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. This kid Joe Hilt is really getting more and more confused. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. It's just that I said the wrong thing. It's not that harsh. Benfielda smiled and shook his head. "Hello, King Anuo," and then looked at King Hank again and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you going to do next?" It is not a good choice for you to go to their territory to talk in person. As the king of a country, King Hank's actions are inherently limited, let alone the base camp of a hostile country that may be dangerous for him to go to. For them, this kind of thing itself, it's just unrealistic. It's obvious they're just stalling for time. King Hank shook his head and said with twinkling eyes, "But this is the Reno purple gold vein after all. This is one of the main materials that can cast the Titan. It is too important to us. We must not give up. Titan, the highest technological masterpiece of the Titan Empire. It is also the highest technological achievement of those Frankensteins of the Titan Empire. This is a terrifying puppet-life technology that is comparable to sacred creatures, or even god-level creatures. And also, it is precisely because of them that the Titan Empire can sit firmly. The supreme throne of one of the most powerful superpowers on the Roman continent. In short, to put it simply, Renault purple gold. To other people, this thing may indeed be useless. So important. But once it gets into the hands of the Titan Empire, they can turn it into treasure. Make it into a terrifying puppet technology weapon that can destroy the world. So they can't give up this thing, but what to do what? This is another problem. The assassination of Dark Totem failed. And there is a high probability that this Templar principality is suspected to have a powerful demigod sitting in the rumor. This is a big trouble. After all, if it is really like this, if so, the difficulty of this matter will definitely skyrocket. For them, all this will also be very uncomfortable. After all, even if this is really the case, are they going to give up? Obviously this is absolutely impossible thing. Because to them, the importance of a large Reno purple gold mine will definitely be greater than the threat, or even danger, that a strong demigod can bring. Therefore, even so, they must bite the bullet, keep going. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.